So good evening, everybody. This is a meeting of the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission being held virtually today, Tuesday, June 7th. This afternoon, I should have said good afternoon. We have three postponements. The first one is item 3, Daniel and Lisa Charney at 10 Lighthouse Lane for a final coastal site plan. The next one is item number 11, which is Sebastian Gunningham TR for a final site plan and special permit at 565 Upper Cross Road. And finally, item 12E, Enrico De Filippo for a pre-application review at 2 and 30 South Water Street. All of our regulars are here this evening, although Mr. Wells will be seated on one of the applications. And with that, we will begin with our first item, which is Bachi Baberi at 2 South Water Street. Is he here? Is Mr. Bender here? Bunder? Mr. Bunder, if you would raise your hand or let us know if you're here.
Said he was going to be late, Pat?
Yeah, he said he was going to be late. So
I'm
why don't?
here.
Oh, hello. Okay, we were about to accommodate you. Okay, so
Yeah,
if
I'm still outside the hospital, so if you want to jump on to somebody else, unless we can do it quickly on the phone.
Well, if you're picking somebody up, you're going to have to stop in the middle of the conversation if they come out in a few minutes. Is that the deal for you?
Probably, unless I can just, tell her to be quiet.
I don't think you should do that.
Yeah.
Why
I
don't
would
we?
recommend against that, Mr. Bunder.
We would recommend against that, especially if that's someone to whom you're married. So
Yes.
let's do this. We will go on to the next application and you
Okay.
let Pat know when you're back and ready, and you don't have to tell anyone to be quiet.
If you could
Okay.
throw your virtual hand up, Mr. Bunder, that'd be fine.
Yeah.
And that'll be the signal, okay?
All right.
And
thank
now
you
the
so much.
only thing is, if you could do it, will you think you can do the next half hour or so?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we'll start without you and then we'll come back to you. And with that, our next application is Ruby and Bella's for a proposed temporary outdoor dining at 257 and 265 Greenwich Avenue in the CGBR and CGIO zones. Okay, switching applications here. All right. And good afternoon, Ms. Kaufman.
Good afternoon. How are you? My name is Jackie Kaufman. I'm an attorney with Carvany, Torrance, Standeck, and Hennessy, and I'm here today on behalf of Ruby and Bella's restaurant at 265 Greenwich Avenue for a request for 30 outdoor dining seats that will be included in a node and on the sidewalk. I believe that you have copies of that. The application was filed in April and has since been, and really in the last week, with the extra help of your staff in planning and zoning and in the health department, we have received all the signups from the various departments. The check was on its way to Town Hall today. I think it left my office maybe around 3 o'clock. So that probably is being received in Town Hall just about now. And I have with me the representative of the property, John Samayoa. He's on the line if you have any specific questions for him that I can't answer for you.
Right. Commissioners, any questions or comments?
Ms. Kaufman, did you say there were 30 seats?
Yes, last year under the temporary dining application, there were 60 seats, and this year there are 30 seats.
Okay, the application.
The application that I read indicates 34 seats and 17 tables.
There are 30 seats. I'm going to text John, but as of yesterday, and in fact, what we did though with the health department, there is, I guess, some flexibility in that we removed interior seats. So there is the markup of the site plan that was approved as part of the CO, and if you remove your interior seats, you can put those outside under temporary dining. So 41 seats, I believe, were X'd out on the site plan, and that will allow for the seats to be outside. But I'm texting him right now. He had told me it was 30 seats.
All right.
Outside.
Anybody else? Any other questions, commissioners?
Did we resolve the health department issue?
All right.
Yes,
The
We
applicant has
received that sign
submitted,
off this morning.
oh, you did get sign off this morning. All right.
Yes,
Have
we
you,
did. We did.
and have you received, do we have that? Because I don't remember seeing an email that says that.
I believe that Mr. Long sent an email to Ms. Nygaard this morning, but I can pull it up on my screen if you'd like to see my email.
Why don't you just send it to Patrick?
Okay, I'll do that right now.
And then did you get any comments from the police?
I don't know if we got police.
All right, so we
Let
would
me
just,
see, I just have to look that up right now. I know that as of yesterday, when I was speaking to Ms. Nygaard, that the only thing that she said was outstanding for us was the health
Yes.
department sign off and the delivery of the,
in her staff report, she also notes that we're awaiting police comments, but we can condition that if we were to approve it. The same thing if there's any comments from fire. I believe highway has signed off because they put the nodes in already.
that's
Uh,
correct. Risk management and also fire have provided their sign off. Those were sent to her yesterday after the staff report had issued.
Okay, I don't believe she received them because when we met with her, she did not comment on
Okay,
them.
I will re-forward those to
Right.
Patrick. I'm just looking.
Okay.
at this
Mr.
email.
McRae, you were going to say something?
Same thing, it was just that Risk hasn't signed off as of yesterday, so
Who hasn't?
Risk Management has not signed off as of yesterday, so at
Okay.
least we don't know
I
if they
had,
did. or
I,
not.
let me,
So we're waiting for risk and police, and that would be a condition if we were to approve it. Fire, Ms. Kaufman says has signed off, and health, she says has signed off. And Patrick, you would be able to confirm that for us? All right.
okay, I'm just looking up this email. I'm sorry.
It's
and
okay.
Trying to
And
communicate also with my client on the side.
well, we're just
He
going to
just-
condition it, so you don't
Okay,
have to worry
wonderful.
about it. And
Thank you, I
we'll
appreciate that.
keep you at the 30 seats. So Nick, since we don't have confirmation of those, we would just condition it. Does anybody else have any questions or comments? Now,
This,
you,
this-
go ahead.
so this is an annual thing. So this is a one time for this year only. That's how they all work. That's something.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, this is an annual approval. And
Yes.
Ms. Kaufman has noted that this is 2021. They had, they were approved for 24 tables with 48 seats. And this is now going to be 15 tables with 30 seats, correct? All
I'm
right.
sorry, Madam Chair. I think last year we had 60 seats, so I just didn't hear the breakdown if you'd broken those down.
Oh, the staff report has 48 seats for last year.
This was outside versus the combination, right? Is that what you're saying?
It
The
says
6
temporary outdoor dining was approved for this property for the 2021 season for 24 tables with a total of 48 seats last year. We'll just go with that because that's
I'll
what's in
go
our
with that. I don't
records.
want to argue with what happened in the past since we're moving forward on this now.
Right. Okay, so we're just going to go with 15 tables and 30 seats. And how many did you remove indoors to do this?
A total of 41, but really it just has to be the equivalent of the number of seats that are outside. So just to speak to the question that was asked, it was originally 34 seats in the application in April, and it has since been reduced to 30. We've identified 41 seats on the interior
That
that
you're
could be
removing.
removed. And then, so but we don't
Okay.
need to remove obviously those additional 11 seats if we're only doing 30, if the approval is for 30.
All right. Okie dokie. Does the commission have any more questions?
Just
Does
to
any-
clarify, we're approving, or the commission's considering a maximum outdoor seating in this instance, right? Is that what I'm
Yes.
understanding? Okay, thank you.
All right. If the commission has no more questions, does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Yes, Patrick.
There's
And
a
you need to-
hand up and there's a hand up in the audience, Madam Chair. I don't know if you wanted to.
Yes, okay. Thank
I'm
you.
just
because,
sending over the fire marshal approval right now.
The hand went away.
It just did. Uh,
Could the person who raised the hand of yours here to speak on Ruby and Bella's, would you kindly raise your hand back up?
I don't see them.
There you
in-
are. There you
Oh.
are. You got. All righty.
I'm
Mr.
al-
Samayoa.
I'm also just sending over risk management. That is the representative. That's my client, Mr. Samayoa. Risk
All right.
management and as well.
Right. Mr. Samayoa, I can't get him into the meeting for some reason.
He must not be accepting. I believe he's the applicant, Madam
There
Chair.
he is, there he is, here's, okey doke. So he's not a member of the public. Mr. Samayoa, did you want to add something? If you would unmute.
No, nothing to add. I was just available in case there were any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Does anybody else from the public wish to speak on this application? No, okay. With that, if there are there any objections to closing this application at this time?
No,
No objections. Therefore, this application is closed. Mr. Macrack, might I have a motion?
Okay, 265 Greenwich Avenue, application PLPZ 2022-170, seasonal outdoor dining. Whereas the temporary outdoor dining was approved for the property in 2021 for 24 tables with a total of 48 chairs occupying the sidewalk and 8 parking spaces. The proposal for 2022 has been reduced to 30 seats,
And 15 tables.
15 tables, 2 chairs each. I think it's 6 tables in the node, occupying 4
Mhm.
parking spaces, and I believe that would be now dropped down to 10 or 9 on the sidewalk.
Mhm.
Okay, zoning a highway.
Highway
Yeah.
has noted the approval and the
Yeah,
note is in.
I got that.
Yep.
It's actually the rest of them.
Yep.
Okay, so we've got risk, highway and zoning, fire department and police department. Therefore, motion to approve the final plan with the following comments. Seasonal dining shall only be in operation on a 7th-month basis, starting April 1st, including November 1st in any calendar year, and is subject to the standards and conditions of section 6100 use group 1.
Recording in
Yeah.
progress.
The applicant must renew the approval on a yearly basis prior to April 1st. Prior to zoning permit, health department, we got that. Prior to zoning permit payment for the notice we received by planning and zoning and risk management, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second for that motion?
second,
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
aye,
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Is Mr. Bunder here? Thank you very much, Ms. Kaufman. Mr. Bunder? No. Okie dokie. So we'll move on to Byram Properties LLC and we'll do the final sub and then we'll see if Mr. Bunder comes in. This is application number 4 at 14 and 16 William Street in the R6 zone for a final subdivision to revise the common property line between adjacent parcels. And representing the applicant is Mr.
Mr.
DeAndrea. Of course, I had forgotten.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
I see that Byram is also the first one on the public hearing. Does this get combined or do I
No,
ignore?
we're not combining it only because item 1 is late and we're
Okay.
trying not to open the public hearing so we can give the person a little time to show up and then we'll go to the site plan.
That's
Late,
Thank
Mr. Vasily, Lighthouse postponed.
Yeah, he knows.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, Mr. DeAndrea, your show.
All right, good evening, good
Good evening.
afternoon. I am representing Byram Properties LLC. At our last meeting before the commission, our proposal to streamline the process proved to be more cumbersome than I had anticipated, and therefore we followed the expert advice of our chairman and all the commissioners and prepared a actual lot line revision that has excess area, in my opinion, to accomplish the objectives that we set. And then what
Perfect.
we have shown here now is an exchange of property of about 125 square feet. It would result in the green area being compliant and all other aspects of zoning also in compliance. As we said at the last meeting, we satisfied our sewer issues by identifying the laterals for each section of the dwelling. And we have some minor touch-ups for DPW, which we'll talk about in the site plan issue. As far as the zoning location survey presenting a revision of lot lines, we believe that we've set forth a simple process. If in the end we find that we would like to reduce the area, we will return to the commission for a revision of lot lines.
Great. All right. Questions or comments from the commission? Wow. Mr. DeAndrea, you have resounding silence.
Sounds of
Look at-
silence, I like them.
Yes, look at that. All right. I believe you've addressed every outstanding comment that you had. If the commission has no questions or comments, does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? Yes. Ms. von Brockel. We spent the evening with Ms. von Brockel at the Land Use Committee last night, talking about
Hi.
the affordable housing plan.
I can't get enough of planning and zoning.
I feel like I spend more time with all the people who volunteer for the town than I do with my family. All right.
That's
Okay.
So just on behalf of the Byram Neighborhood Association, we just want to, reiterate our support for changing the lot line and moving this along so that the blight issue and the issues that the occupant of 16 is experiencing are remediated as soon as possible.
Great.
That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. von Brockel. Will you also be speaking on the site plan?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. With that, since there are no further questions from the commission, is there any further comment from any member of the public? No. All righty then. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
Nope.
Okay, this application is herefore closed, thereby closed. Mr. McRae, might you give us a motion?
Okay, let's see, 14 and 16 William Street application PLPZ 2020 084, final subdivision in the R6 zone. The commission finds that the application meets the standards of 6258, et cetera, and that the application is neither a subdivision or re-subdivision. Both parcels are legally not conforming as to the lot area. And the applicant received a variance of lot area for 14 William Street from the PZBA on 5/11/22 under PO ZE 2022032 and a variance for side and combined side yard for the property of 16 William Street under PLZE 2022-033. While the proposed revision for the common lot line improves or maintains some nonconformity, it would decrease the size of 14 William Street. Okay, so therefore, a motion to approve the final subdivision with the following comments. The applicant should prepare a record sheet in the form of a suitable for the chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission to sign and file Greenwich Land Records. The record map shall reference the zoning variance file numbers. The standard note concerning drainage facility shall be placed on the map. And the applicant shall address any outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Mr. Bender seems to be in the audience. Mr. Bender, would you raise the hand of the device that you wish to use? And Mr. DeAndrea, if you want to just hang out for a little bit, we can do that application. Mr. Bender, I'm seeing you in the audience. Are you able to hear us? Not so much. Okay. So I guess this isn't a good time for Mr. Bender. That means we're going to have to open the public hearing and go back to Mr. Bender. All right, Mr. Bazili.
Yes.
So what'll happen, Mr. Bazili, is we're just gonna open the public hearing, then we're gonna go back to the regular, and then we'll go back to the public, okay? I'm sorry for that. Our first application in the public hearing is Byram Properties LLC for a final coastal site plan and special permit to construct a two-family residential development at 14 William Street. And Mr. DeAndrea, if you would please proceed.
Good evening again. I represent this evening Byram Properties LLC, who is the owner and proposed developer of what is known as 14 William Street. We are proposing to demolish the portion of the dwelling that's remaining on that property and construct a two-family home. We've set up the site plan so that there is an easement for maintenance in favor of the owner of number 16 for maintenance and access to the rear of the property. And that is intended to be 5 feet from the finished outside of number 16 after it is re-sided and proven to be
Gotcha.
compliant with the building code regulations for the dwelling. We have had minor comments from DPW regarding some elevations within the drainage area. We will address those. We have proposed that there be 4 parking spaces out front to facilitate maneuvering. We are required to provide 5, as you know. Therefore, we have the ability to eliminate the tandem space in front of garage unit B. However, given the nature of the R6 zone in this area, we thought that providing extra parking on site would be appropriate. You do know that there is a town parking lot across the street, very little screening on it. We showed that in one of the photos presented. So we will continue to propose the extra parking in front. We have provided a landscaping plan prepared by Matt Pop, a neighbor, a resident in the neighborhood. And we think that that would be sufficient for this particular location. We have satisfied the sewer department relative to an individual lateral for each of the dwelling units on lot number 14. And with that, I believe we've satisfied all the zoning criteria and the engineering criteria. It is worthy of note that we did obtain a variance for reducing the area of the lot, making it slightly more non-conforming. But we provided the total side yard, so we're in compliance in that regard. So with that, I would conclude unless there are some questions or concerns that I could address.
Mr. DeAndrea, you indicated at the last meeting that the work for the new buildings, the new two-family and remediation of the other building needs to be done at the same time?
We believe that to be the case, Mr. McRae. We did submit a plan from the structural engineer and the architect showing how that underpinning would be done. Since we would be exposing that foundation, it seems to us that it would be appropriate to continue work immediately on the new foundation at the same time while all the equipment is mobilized. And it eliminates the need to re-excavate and therefore create more unstable conditions adjacent to the old structure. So we believe it's prudent to work simultaneously and concurrently to create both foundations in that proximity.
And that plan that you're talking about, who was that submitted to?
I didn't hear the question.
That plan that you were talking about, who was that submitted to?
We submitted that through the staff, through to P&Z.
Oh, okay.
Is the plan, Mr. DeAndrea, assuming all goes well this evening, to file for building permits ASAP? I mean, this is rolling in short order?
As to my knowledge, they have been working at this for so long, they want to move forward immediately as soon as they can. That would be speaking for Byram Properties LLC, Mike Nito.
Mr. DeAndrea, one of the comments that we received from the public, would you be adverse to, prior to having permits, to clearing the debris that is loose on the property. That is, I believe, what the Byram Neighborhood Association had written.
Right, there was a
in.
comment about some materials there. Oftentimes, an owner will bring in the materials that he knows he's going to ultimately need, and he hasn't got a use for it right now, but I fully understand that. I can, certainly
It's been
suggest that we get
so-
in there and clean it up a little bit as they get started. It certainly can be done, Madam Chairman, in conjunction with the demolition. So as the dumpster's there to remove the dwelling, we can certainly take the excess debris out at the same time.
So you would not be adverse to our conditioning that you begin as soon as possible to perform cleanup work that would not require a permit?
I cannot imagine that there would be any objection to that. in
Great, because I
conjunction
think
with-
it's a sore
with the
point.
demolition.
Yep. That's a sore point for everybody. Okey doke.
Appreciate that.
Mr. McRae, at the first briefing where we discussed this, you had some concerns about conditioning regarding to making sure the foundation walls, that there was no problem with the blasting. Is there anything you would like to raise in that regard now?
No, I think any issues that I have concerns on can be conditions in the decision if we move ahead on this.
Okay. All righty. Any other questions from the commission on this application?
No.
All right. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? Ms. von Brockel, I suppose you're sitting, she must be sitting in for Al Shahidi tonight.
Sorry, I may have lost you for a second. I'm not sure if you just said something to me, but
No, we were teasing you whether you were Al Shahidi tonight.
oh, for now I am.
There you go.
All right. So again, on behalf of the Byram Neighborhood Association, wanted to also say that the nuisance violations that have been on the property for some time have been a frustration, and we would be appreciative if the owner would keep the property looking tidy, as this has been an issue for a long time. I also wanted to raise a question about the curb cut. It looks like there's an existing curb cut on the right-hand side of the property, and it looks like it's going to be moved. We want to make sure we're not losing any parking on that street because it's a residential permit parking street where a lot of the properties don't have driveways and don't have parking. So we don't want to lose any additional parking for those folks. And also the screening, no one loves having parking in the front yard. It looks like a lot of deciduous trees. Want to make sure that it is, attractive and not.
Yes. Mr. Leroux, why don't you throw up the landscape plan, and then in the meantime, Mr. DeAndrea, why don't you address just the curb cut question?
Yes, in regard to the curb cut, that's why I suggested earlier on that we were going to provide excess parking, a little bit in excess of what's required on site because of the nature of the on-street parking in the neighborhood. The issue on the existing driveway, which would be eliminated, we're only allowed, permitted to have a 14-foot wide entrance at the property line. So that means that we have on the either side of it remaining curb. How that's allocated has not been determined by anybody in the parking department. There is no parking, there is no driveway immediately serving number 16. So to the easterly side of the driveway that we're proposing, there is curb that we would not be affecting. So in summary, we're increasing the parking in the neighborhood by providing parking on site plus 2 garages. And on either side of the proposed driveway, the existing curb is unimpeded for parking by others.
Okay. Oh, wow, Mr. Leroux, that was perfectly timed. All right, so, wow, can you make it bigger? So, and, because I can't read the numbers on it. All righty. Okay, so I'm looking for the split on deciduous versus not for the front of the parking. So Mr. DeAndrea, if you would just walk us through that, it looks like What's that? The front is the ilex?
He's got ilex and winterberry, which are more or less shrubs along the front.
And they're evergreen?
They are, I consider them ilex to be evergreen. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. You can call me sir. It's okay.
Sorry.
And then you've got the arborvitae. You've got 30 arborvitaes. Where do you have those? I'm not seeing them.
Those
Well,
are
you've got the
the,
ilex in the front, then
along
you've
the
got the,
back primarily. They have
Okay.
two garages immediately adjacent to the boundary.
yep,
So Matt has proposed to put them on the perimeter
Mhm.
there to give some privacy to the patios at the backyard. We have two garages sitting close by, so on some condos, so I think that's appropriate. And then nothing much
you're-
on the two sides. The left side, as you face the property, has to be left open for the maintenance easement for number 16. And on the westerly side, that provides access to the rear yard for maintenance, et cetera. But there's nothing heavy on that westerly side.
yeah, so you looks like you do that, have that one tree though, that's in
There's
the
a tree in
back,
the middle of the driveway right now. I think
that's
that,
coming out.
yeah, I
right.
think that
But in the
the,
back, you have a tree as well, right? Or are you taking that one out? Yes,
that
you're
has to
taking,
come out. It's
Yeah.
in pretty bad shape, overwhelming everything.
in the corner, Mr. DeAndrea, is that, yes,
In the corner, in the backside on the neighboring property, there's a 30-inch maple on each corner. There's another maple on the other corner.
and
the
you're
same way.
saving those?
No, it doesn't look like it. Looks like they're all gone.
All right, that 30-inch corner, maple in the corner can't be saved?
That's on somebody else's property, so.
No,
that's-
come into the next one, come into the, what's the circle with it, right there?
That's a
What's that?
proposed tree.
That's an
Okay,
Emma Lanker.
perfect. Okay, and that's the okay,
Emma, yeah, Emma Lanker.
okay.
And then the
Okay.
tree in the front, in the tree in the
shad.
driveway's going, and then there's
Another one there.
Right.
the Emma Lanker there in the front.
So
that's
the one question is, okay, is the ilex sufficient?
You
Because,
could plant, you do have some shoulder there that a tree could be planted if,
well, you know
everybody-
what I'm really asking you, Mr. DeAndrea, the ilex max height is 2 to 3 feet. Mr. Levy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
What would you think of, is there something you would suggest instead of the ilex for the front that's evergreen and could be closer to the height of the
Well-
cars?
Taxus is certainly a possibility.
So why don't we, Taxus? And how tall does the Taxus get to be?
What are,
It could get easily twice as high, if not more.
Okay, and it's evergreen
And it's evergreen.
and it's native?
Well,
Can't have
it-
everything. Okay, so
The
why don't we,
problem-
why
if
don't
I
we,
could throw- Madam Chairman, if I may, sometimes the
sir.
taxes get out of hand and they take a lot of pruning. Ilex are very easy to
I know.
trim and prune and keep in good shape. if done
yes,
on a
but
regular
the
basis.
goal, so what I would suggest we do is that we word it that you will consider Taxus or something other than the ilex that will grow to a height greater than 3 feet at maturity.
All right, I will speak with Matt Pop about that. I'm
I'm
he can
sure
make a
he'll
suggestion.
have an idea, but we're looking for something that's taller than the car, so the cars, the whole point of the screening is you not see the cars.
Okay,
So,
Okey dokey?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
There are ilexes that are
Well, you're way-
hollies that
Okay.
get to be 8 feet and you can buy them
Alright.
at 6 feet. So I don't know why.
All right,
I'll
Why
speak to
they-
Matt about that. We'll get that squared away.
all right. So because they're doing
Okay.
Jim Dandy and Red Sprite, so, which I'm just reading, okay? I have no idea what I'm saying. But what we want is to not see the cars and Mr. DeAndrea will take care of it. Now on this one, you didn't have any, you had some comments originally on the flood zone.
We're at elevation 34, so there's no issue of flooding,
Okay,
tidal or otherwise here.
yeah, I
Plus, we're at
thought
the
that,
top of the hill,
all right,
and we are connected to a large previously buried storm drain in the front, so
Okay.
we've covered that fairly well.
Mr. LaRoe, you've raised your hand?
I can wait till Mr. DeAndrea is done. I'm sorry.
Oh, we can keep going. Go ahead, Mr. LaRoe.
I just want to, well, just thinking about possible conditions, is there a height that the commission would like a minimum of? I know I heard 4. I just want to
4
make sure.
feet, at least 4 feet, 4 to
Okay.
6 feet.
Covering the front.
If Mr. Pop is able to verify that those species are 4 feet, then the commission would presumably be
Yeah,
okay.
we're
with those.
looking for 4 to 6 feet.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything else from the commission?
One comment,
Yes, sir.
Mr. DeAndrea, could you give me an idea about the back of the property and putting in the
You're breaking up, Mr. Levy.
arborvitae? Are there some other? Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, now
Hello?
you're
Can you hear
better.
me?
Try now.
Okay, good. Sorry.
No. 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 All
Yes,
right.
I just want to know about the arborvitae. Hello.
He wants to
Any
know
better?
about the arborvitae in the back of the property and whether, I bet
Yes.
he'd like to know if you could do better than the arborvitae.
I think that that Matt Pop proposed those primarily
Yeah.
for screening of the garages on the condos next door and on the Bleckner garage and then the condos. Certainly they can stagger them. We can, again, speak to Matt about how best to stagger them perhaps or whatever to primarily just to screen that back from the garages that sit right there. Trying to get a little privacy from the patios for the.
Yeah,
I believe there's a fence there, Mr. DeAndrea,
Because-
too, on the survey, right? That
We have a stockade fence showing existing and they become a little weathered after time. And I think that the intent was to soften the area for privacy and quiet.
But I'm assuming that that fence is not your client's, right? That is.
That's not ours, correct?
Okay.
Okay.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, there's no other public comment? All right. Okay, does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No,
No objections to closing this application. This application is therefore now closed. Thank you very much, Mr. DeAndrea.
Thank you.
Now we're gonna make everybody confused. Mr. Bazili, we are going to suspend temporarily the public hearing. And we are going to go back to the regular meeting. And we are going to address the very first application in the regular meeting, which is Bachi Baberi for 2 South Water Street for his raised deck. And Mr. Bunder. Hi, are you still there? You need to unmute and you should be all set. There you go.
How's that? Is
We're good.
it better? Okay.
Yes, that's perfect. Okay, Mr. Bunder, do you want us to just start talking or did you want to talk to us?
Well, if you have any specific questions,
Okay,
I'm pretty sure you understand, we've reduced the size of the
yes.
raised deck. We're showing all the plantings on this.
Mm-hmm.
I
Okay,
think we've addressed the issues with the seating,
yep,
number of seats. We submitted the substantial improvements to zoning enforcement, and we submitted the application to the health department. So we're waiting. to
Okay.
hear from them. We
all right,
we pretty much, we told them that we weren't changing anything on this facility except for adding the deck. And then we're not really adding, obviously, we're not adding seats because we're taking the seats out of the lower level and putting them on the deck itself.
okay. Does the commission have any questions or comments? Well, I have one comment for you, Mr. Bunder. Apparently you changed the color of this building. Mr.
un-
McRae,
un-
do you want to comment on that since you were the witness and who raised it?
Yes, I think in our discussions yesterday, we talked about the building being recently painted but not reviewed by ARC.
I didn't know, Mr. Bunder, so if you didn't know,
That was unbeknownst to me. I just found out today when I got the email from Patrick and Marissa.
Okay, yeah.
So as ARC was requesting a return to address some outstanding items, that should be part of that.
I don't think they had anything other, we were gonna submit electronically, but now obviously since they changed the color of the building, I guess we gotta go back for at least that.
Patrick, how should they address this since you were the one who
I think
contacted?
Mr. Bunder probably picked the best path. I think if they're going to go back for the paint change,
Okay.
you might as well address the short list of things at the same time.
And Mr. McRae, the other thing that we mentioned yesterday was about the landscaping, that we would just have conservation and Marisa Anastasio just take the final look-see and okay on it.
Yes.
All right. So Mr. Bunder, they'll just make sure that they're happy with, I think you hadn't specified the tree you were going to put in, that kind of thing.
Well, the tree is not there anymore because we took that out of the middle of the parking lot and we just added more along Mill Street. So that was a
And-
suggestion.
I understood from your plan that you were going to add a tree in the corner. Did I misunderstand?
I don't believe I said that.
No, I believe staff said that. Did I misunderstand, Mr. McRae, since we discussed it yesterday?
So I'm looking at SP1.
Right.
Okay,
Patrick, would you share?
and the site plan
Thank you, sir.
existing shows a tree,
That he took out.
and the site plan proposed shows the tree in the same place, in
Where's
space
the-
number 44. New tree, it says.
What issue are you looking at on the drawings?
This is
What's in our application? Pat's working on it.
dated 2/22/22.
No, it's up in the upper right-hand corner in the revision.
Yes. 2/22/22, revised per ARC and P and Z.
Okay.
Okay, I have a site plan that's proposed that shows
That's been changed 328, 47, 428, and 511.
Right. I have a 511 version, Mr. McRae.
All right, you wanna toss
Yeah.
it up? Yeah.
Just trying to read the date before I put it on the screen here.
The upper right-hand corner.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in the upper corner here, it does say 511, Mr. McRae, of this year.
It's the latest set.
And the tree was I'm sorry, in the south corner or the north corner here?
No, in space 44 or in the
it
middle?
was indicated as new tree in space 44, 43.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then we went through discussions and they said, well, we'd rather not have you take out another space and put a tree in the middle of the parking lot. We'll just, we added more along Mill Street side in place of that. In lieu of,
Okay, all right. So, and we did not remember that. I certainly did not. I certainly did not remember that. I can't see that, Patrick, even with my brand new glasses.
Can we review our feelings about trying to introduce some greenery, trees,
Sure.
bush, et cetera, in here? I thought we spent some time talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mr. McRae, what was your recollection?
That they were going to beef up along the seawall and do as much
Done.
landscaping as they could and put a tree in the parking lot. Take out one of the spaces, and I think our discussion was we were amenable to
sacrificing
one space to get a tree growing in the middle of the sea of asphalt.
Right,
That's my recollection.
the so
Yeah.
heat island effect would
There
be
you
somewhat mitigated, correct?
And Mr. McRae, these are not the trees that you were expecting?
I was expecting a tree in one of the parking spaces right below that. Yes.
In this row? Okay.
yeah, we had
Thank you.
put one in there and then it was suggested to take it out and add more along the Mill Street side. That was my recollection.
All right, well, we're all recollecting different, so we'll just ask you to put one in and somebody pick a space. Nick, you were saying 44, that seems an awkward one.
Well, the other plan has the parking spaces numbered differently, the one to the left.
Yeah,
So 43 is, I think, was the one you suggested, but maybe 42, the one on the corner there.
yeah, 42 or even this one on the end. Okay, so
Well, we were thinking maybe if we put the tree like opposite to the entrance,
mhm,
then
I
Yeah,
like that.
shoot
14.
from the
Yeah.
outer line, shoot through that tree to get to,
Yeah,
not
I
have to
like
walk
that.
all the way around the cars.
Yeah, I like that, and it'll give it a nicer look, don't you think?
I'm sorry,
And-
what number was that, Madam Chair? I heard 14 or 40. I couldn't. pick it.
43?
43, okay. Got it. Okay.
Oh, I
All
thought
right.
you meant across from where you would drive in, so you see more greenery, because 43 is, you mean, okay, so that would have like a planting island with curbing around it, right?
Yep.
All
Okay.
right. Okey doke. Any other comments from the commission on this? Mr. Lowe, do you feel like we've done enough?
Yeah,
terms of
I just
trees?
got, I had just had a different impression from earlier discussions, and this is at least helped clarify it. There still seems to be a lot of asphalt and non-permeable surfaces.
You know, one of the things we could do, I'm just thinking out loud, could we give Mr. Bunder at some point in the future the ability to come back in administratively and add landscaping if with staff review?
The only issue with that is if it's taking away parking spaces, because it's already non-conforming parking spaces.
okay, yeah.
But what we have done on other properties is we've asked for an easement, like like a 10-foot wide easement that wouldn't have to do it just on paper. For example, the lumber yard down the way that's clearly inaccessible at the moment does have an easement for future use.
Okay, let's just leave it because I think with a new deck, it might get pretty crowded too. And you know, he can always come in and talk to us. Any other further questions from the commission? And any comments from the public on this application? Again, this is South Water Street, 2 South Water Street for the deck? No. All right. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Seeing no objections, this application is hereby closed. And Mr. McRae, might you kindly offer a motion?
Okay, 2 South Water Street, application PLPZ 2022-096, final coastal site plan. Applicants requesting final coastal site plan under section 615, 611, so on and so forth of the town building zone regulations and sections 22A-90 and 22A-96 of the Connecticut General Statutes to construct a 1,862 square foot deck onto an existing restaurant to accommodate 74 dining seats and to commence seasonal dining, outdoor dining on a half-acre property located in the WBCOZ and flood hazard overlay. The subject property straddles the X and AE 14 flood zones and has direct frontage on the Byram River. The commission finds that the new deck shows 47 dining seats with no bar seats. The existing dining area, the lower level, contains 99 dining seats, and the lower level dining area seats are to be eliminated during normal outdoor dining season. Zoning issue comments on 5/19/22 requesting submittal was this substantial improvement package. Sewer issue comments on 10/22/21 indicating no issues. Engineering, the applicant has submitted a drainage exemption. Conservation issue comments stating 5/16/22 indicating recommendations to the plan. DEP issued comments dated 1/15/21 indicating no comment. Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire. ARC issued minutes from their 5/4/22 meeting indicating electronic return to address outstanding concerns. Health Department has requested a plan review application to be submitted. And a total of parking spaces on the site will be 48, 45 plus 3 ADA, reduced from the originally approved 53 spaces. for 232 seats, 191 dining and 41 bar seats, where 101 spaces were technically required per section 158. Therefore, a motion to approve the final plan with the following comments. Seasonal dining deck shall only be in operation on a 7th-month basis, starting April 1st and concluding on November 1st of any calendar year, and is subject to the standards and conditions of section 6100 use group 1, and the applicant must renew the approval on a yearly basis prior to April 1st. Prior to zoning permit, they requested substantial improvement package to be completed in this to the sections of the ZEO. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall submit a final landscape plan indicating all species, quantities, and quantities of proposed plant materials. Parking space number 43 shall be replaced with a planting island that will contain a large deciduous tree. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall return to the ARC to address the recently unreviewed repainted building color. The monochromatic gray and or limited color palette should be implemented. Color swatches and finish shall be submitted. Provide a photometric plan of all light fixtures and install any shielding necessary to eliminate offsite glare, and move the 2 wall lighting fixtures lower, just above the door frame, and find a more decorative fixture to use. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall submit a plan review application to the health department for examination and approval, and the applicant shall abide by any and all applicable sections of the Planning and Zoning Commission decision letter dated 2/23/05 and zoning permit dated 1/17/13. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
All right, do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Yaski.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Now, Mr. Basili, we are now going to the public hearing.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Bunder. Best of luck. I know it was a long process. All righty. Mr. Basili, I assume you're a thumbs up and you're going to go ahead. Our next application is Greenwich Communities for a municipal improvement to construct 52 units, all 1 bedroom of senior independent living apartments at the McKinney Terrace campus. And that's on 2 separate parcels, 0 Western Junior High and 71 Vinci Drive. And hello, Mr. Perugini, and hello, Mr. Tessie. And we can't hear you.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I was
Chair
getting
and,
confused, so we said hello.
Members of the commission. For the record, I am John Tessie from the law firm of Gilbride Tuso, Lasty and Spillane. Credit. Here as legal counsel to Greenwich Communities in connection with the application, as you described. Mr. Perugini has, I think as you know, from the pre-application session, been the project manager and spearheading the overall application. So the good news for you is I'm going to speak sparingly, and I'm going to allow, therefore, the most knowledgeable Mr. Perugini to really walk through the presentation with you. I believe there are a few legal issues along with development questions. But again, I think I'll let Joe take the lead here. We have other members of the development team available. I think
So,
more on questions basis.
Excuse me for the interruption, Mr. Tessie, but the way you're describing the presentation, it sounds as if you would really rather do the zoning map, the final coastal, and the MI at the same time.
I was just going to say, we have 3 different, thank you very much. Yes, we think the conversation will overlap in each, so it makes
Okay.
total sense.
So
They're all-
Mr.
they're all
Basili,
public hearing items too, as you know.
yeah. So Mr. Basili, if you would kindly combine items 6, 7, and 8 are being combined for the public hearing. All
Right.
righty.
And that site plan, coastal site plan, special permit, MI, and the proposal to change the underlying zoning of the particular parcel from R6 to RPHDE. Please, Mr. Perugini, take over.
Thank you, John. For the record, my name is Joe Perugini. I'm a professional engineer with Weston and Sampson. Our office is located in Rocky Hill, Connecticut. We are responsible for the site civil and landscape design for this project. Also presenting on behalf of the architects will be John Bryce after my presentation. If you would, we provided some slides that I'll speak to and go through them.
Joe, if you have them, you can put them up. I've given you authority.
Oh, great. Okay. Bear with me. Let me know if once you see this.
You see it.
Okay. We have several slides. I'm going to run through some of them quickly. This is an aerial view of 71 Vinci Drive at the center of this of the image. In blue is where the building is being proposed. The site is bordered to the west by West Putnam Avenue, to the east by Western Junior Highway, and to the south by town property, which includes Straza Field and the Dorothy Hamill skating rink. This was included just to show various views of the existing site, the site buildings. In the center is the existing teardrop driveway and green space island. And then you can see again where the proposed building is going to be located in reference to the existing buildings. This is the survey showing the existing site. The existing McKinney Terrace is located on the proper or parcels highlighted in light blue. I thought it was worth noting that the light green border is the existing zoning, what distinguishes the two zoning parcels. The one on the left is the elderly R-PDH-E and the R6 to the right. I'll speak a little bit more in more detail on the rezoning we're proposing, but I thought this was important to show where the existing facility or development is located. And it's worth noting that the driveway that has direct access onto Western Junior Highway, that crosses another town property. And so there is a existing easement allowing that access from their site to Western Junior Highway. Oh, bear with me. I think. This is again another overview of the site with the proposed improvements, just showing where the proposed building is in relation to the existing. I'll go into the layout a little more on the enlargement, but this was just shown where it is overall on the site. Okay, this is our proposed rezoning plan. We tried to color code it to help distinguish. The R6 zone is in pink. The existing elderly zone in yellow is the R-PDH-E. And so what is being hatched and outlined in red is what we're requesting to be rezoned. It's a little over 2 acres. So we're essentially looking to expand the yellow zone and decrease the existing R-6 zone. So this is an enlargement of the site layout. After our meetings with ARC, we have made some significant improvements to the layout. We were before planning and zoning a while back for a pre-application meeting, and there was a bit more pavement area that was being proposed. And with the guidance and advice from ARC, we wanted to preserve the character of the existing circulation. There's a small island, and so we made an attempt to expand that island and preserve the courtyard feel of the site. And so in doing so, we obviously had to make sure that we comply and provide accommodation for fire equipment and refuse vehicles. But we were able to expand the island in the middle and even increase some of the green space in front of the building. So it's essentially the same circulation pattern, cars coming up the driveway and then following a counterclockwise pattern. But being able to maximize that green space was important, and I think it came about with a much better layout in many ways. Certainly, parking was important to make sure we provided what was required. We do exceed the required parking counts for both the proposed building and the existing. But also balancing it with the rest of the development to make sure that both zones, even with the rezoning, meet that compliance. We did relocate several of the existing handicap parking spaces. We distributed them more efficiently between the buildings to make sure we have the right amount of accessible spaces per building. So that was redone. But this improvement in this project area that you see here allowed us to make other improvements to meet the most current ADA requirements in terms of pavement markings, new signage, the actual dimensions of the spaces, the dimensions of the hatching, the handicap ramps, and all those elements. And obviously that also led us to improve the pedestrian circulation around the site. We had a number of areas like where the proposed building is being located. There was no sidewalk, so we extended much of that sidewalk around to create a connection to all of the existing, improving many of the ramps that are there now, while also providing circulation in and around the new building. Right at the entrance, we wanted to create a grand entrance with a wider sidewalk. Some of the extra sidewalk you see on the sides are in order to provide an accessible route at a acceptable slope. There is a main entrance, but there's also a utility entrance off to the right of that main entrance. And the extension of the sidewalk provides a route to the rear of the building, which it creates a connection for a patio that is set off of a rear garden room that comes off the second floor. There's a lot of slope to this site. So that is being managed by steps, and that's why it's at the second floor as compared with the main entrance, which is at the first floor. There were a significant amount of field investigations and test pits done throughout this building footprint. The architect will probably allude to that in the design of the building and the orientation and the various elevations of the floors. Had a lot to do with the existing conditions and ledge that's essentially throughout the footprint of this building. And we tried to work with the existing topography as much as possible. Alluding to the center island, by increasing the size of that island, it created a fair amount of green space and an opportunity to create a connection with this sidewalk. I think it was important to bring together the existing elderly building and connect that to the new building. So there is a serpentine sidewalk, a space for a gazebo or shelter. There will be benches underneath as well as along the walkway. And you'll see later with the landscaping plan, this extra green space in the center and in front of the new building provided a lot of opportunities for plantings. Another concern on this site was the existing trash receptacles that were located in this corner here. We relocated those over in this area here, out of this center area. And this is a bump out of parking that is located off between the two existing buildings. And that was obviously important to get the trash receptacles out of the way, and also provided in a location that is accessible to refuse vehicles. This plan shows improvements at the existing driveway. I thought it was worth noting that a traffic engineer evaluated this and recommended increasing or improving the sight lines from this driveway. Currently, there is some issue with trees in both directions. And on the right side, there is a little bit of grade that impedes sight lines. So he recommended a minimum of 240 feet in both directions. We are removing trees and doing some minor regrading in both directions, but these are safety improvements in order to provide that sight line improvement. It's just taking a minute to regenerate. Apologize. So this is the landscape plan that was proposed. This had undergone review and comment by the ARC. The proposed tree removals are getting mitigated at a 1-to-1 ratio. So everything is shown on this plan to offset.
You said all the trees were being replaced on a 1-to-1 ratio?
That's correct.
Okay.
All tree removals are being accounted for with what you see on this plan.
Okay, and when you're doing the replacement, are you considering that you will achieve an equal DBH at maturity?
Yeah,
Or
the
canopy
size of the
level?
trees is important, right?
Yeah, that eventually at maturity, you will have a similar overall canopy, for example.
That's a good point. ARC wanted to see us increase our the maturity of our trees. So this plan reflects an increase in the mature trees.
Sorry, Mr. Perugini, I'm asking a slightly different question. I'm asking you, when they mature, will you have an overall canopy amount equal to the existing?
I may have to defer to our
Yeah, it's
landscape
okay.
architect.
We're just asking you that question. Just
Okay.
and again, the Greenwich Communities knows. I don't know if they're here, but Greenwich Communities knows that the Tree Conservancy is delighted to assist Greenwich Communities. That's what they've offered in the past in terms of tree planting. So it should not be. It would not be a cost burden to them. But as we roll out our new landscape regulations, which are maybe 3 or 4 months away, we're thinking in terms of canopy preservation, or at least caliber. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Sure. So yeah, this shows the distribution of proposed trees. Like I mentioned, a focus was having larger or more mature trees within this center area to help offset the heat island effect. And obviously this is the more public area. Excuse me. And you know, as far as the tree types, I'll defer to the landscape architect, but he did take into consideration some of the recommendations as well for blending the trees of various species of trees in what was chosen here.
Okay. Okay.
This is our grading and drainage plan. I just wanted to make a few points about this. We are not changing the drainage patterns of this site. It does sit on top of a hill. So we're with the grading, it was designed to capture all of the proposed runoff and very much of the existing impervious runoff on both counts. So ultimately, the runoff that is captured is directed back into a system over at the upper right corner of the site, which would be the southwest corner. That is where all of the existing site drainage ties in and then heads down the slope and ties into the town drainage system. We are capturing all that runoff in this project area. And two important points will be that we're both treating that runoff and we're reducing the peak flow. Much of that existing runoff from the existing parking lot and this roof area is also getting taken into that system. So we're able to provide treatment that wasn't there for the existing impervious areas. This is both being done by biofiltration structures within the parking lot. These are Filterra type units.
I think you're pretty okay with the drainage plan, and I would hate to have to burn up P&Z time on the drainage plan right now. I don't think you have any major objections from DPW. Do you want to move on to other issues?
Just to interject quickly, the DPW has indicated that there are no issues at this stage, right?
Right.
That there's some cleanup perhaps, but that will be at the zoning permit stage.
Right.
Thank you.
Is it okay to make some comments now, or should I wait?
No, you could wait on that.
Wait a minute. If he wants to.
Chairman saying.
No, he wants, if he wants to comment, he's.
Oh, go
he's
ahead.
good.
Sorry, I thought you were.
Yeah.
moving on.
No,
It's a
no,
good
I was
time.
actually telling Mr. Perugini that I thought we were getting into a little too much detail on the drainage.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Peter Levy.
Yes, I'm just curious, just asking some, just to understand the siting of the new building a little bit better. You're building on top of this knoll. If you were to shift this building over to the left and not be on top of this knoll, I just wanted to understand if that could impact the height of the building or just make the siting of the building a little bit better, and you wouldn't have to deal so much with the severity of the slope. How that might work, and did you consider that? And also, I'll just ask the two questions for the moment. As far as creating a better sight line at the entrance to the property, I've been up and down this road a few times. I don't perceive there to be any real issue with sight lines there. I was wondering if there was actually, if there was any real concern. I understand that maybe the sight lines aren't as generous as they might be, given what was recommended. But I just was curious because if something's not really broke, maybe it should be fixed. So could you also comment on that?
Okay, speaking on the ledge, and I'll defer to the architects because they evaluated the rock profile. I do recall that there is another knoll or a high point of rock to the left or south end of the building. So that may also have been an issue why it was not shifted in that direction. In talking about the sight lines, I'd have to go look back at the traffic engineer's report, but I think there was a desire to meet a minimum a sightline requirement. Perhaps there may not have be an issue based on the speeds and accidents, but we're trying to meet that requirement, and we can certainly look into and find out the background to that. And
I would encourage you to look into it a little bit more closely and discern whether in fact there is an issue.
Joe, I'm sorry.
That's all. Because
Joe?
I don't think there's any reason to spend any more money than you need to. And just because you are trying to meet some new regulations doesn't mean there's really an issue.
Mr. Johnson, I think you're trying to get a word in, Tony?
Yeah, I was.
Hi
Thank you.
there.
Hi, how are you? Good evening. Yeah, the traffic study actually did highlight that the sight lines in both directions has been a problem.
Okay.
And it really is a problem for seniors who already, because most of this property now will be oriented toward seniors and disabled people. And the sight lines there are really, really bad, both to the left and to the right as you approach the entrance or exit from the property. So it has been highlighted as an issue. And I'm not an expert, but I drive the property all the time. I think it would be great to clean it up, because as you approach it, what happens there is that cars can come up on you really quickly because you can't see them. You don't have great sight lines to be able to judge their distance and speed.
Yeah, and the comment we got, Mr. Johnson, you saw that, I guess, it came in today, was from the traffic people, was, the traffic study that we might learn from updating it because it's from 2007. Okay, so Mr. Perugini, I know that conservation had some comments that they sent in on the drainage plan, but engineering did not have as many. It looks like what they're looking for is something more environmentally friendly. Can you move on from the drainage to other aspects of the plan? I think, is the commission okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like somebody to comment a little bit more on the siting of the building.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Levy, go ahead. Mr. Johnson, did you want to comment on the siting of the building?
Yeah, I refer to John Bryce, but I have to tell you that our initial design, this is probably our third design for this building, started out in that corner. And there were reasons that we had to move the building. And so I'll let John Bryce, our architect, go into that and explain why.
Hi, good evening. I'm John Bryce with Geddes Architects. The siding of the building and the relationship to the topography there was probably the most studied aspect of this site plan. And we had some preliminary sightings for the building. We went and did rock profiles to try and identify where the rock actually was below the surface. And it's not far from the surface. And we've adjusted that, pushing it, pulling it, this way and that way a little bit to make it as efficient and sitting as low into the landscape as we could possibly make it. And as a result, and when we get into the architectural description, I can elaborate a little bit, but as a result, the first floor, which as you see on this floor plan, is a partial first floor. It's really just an entry and a single loaded corridor of apartments facing into the courtyard. And the rest of it is essentially crawl space full of rock. So we've tried to make the building sort of almost like a little split level kind of thing to minimize the impact of the rock, to minimize the amount of rock we had to take out. We still have to take out quite a bit, and to try to nestle the building into that topography as best we could. So I think once we get into the architectural,
yeah, I think that might be better for you to move on to that.
Okay.
If nobody objects, because I think that Mr. Levy, that might address some of your additional questions.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Joe, you want to?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and to John's point, in working with the topography, the building height was reduced about 18 inches from the original location. And that was done in order to meet the, stay under the maximum height allowed for the site and avoid a variance.
Mhm.
Well, and also keep it as low as possible.
Right. I only have a very couple of quick slides to show.
Good.
And then I'll turn it over to John. My screen is blinking, so I apologize. I think one of the items that was raised in the pre-application meeting is concern over the height of the building in relationship to the existing roads.
Yes, Mr. McRae, I think you raised that point.
That's right. So we provided a couple of profiles. This one on the screen now is viewing the site from, I apologize, my screen is blinking. Can you hear and see me?
We can hear and see you, but all we have is a white on the screen and sometimes a black. It's solid black now.
Yeah, the system seems to be having an issue. Let me know when you see it. It's blinking on and off on my end. Maybe
Should
my
we
network.
let Patrick try and share it, or is he? Oh, he's not available right now, is
Yeah, I
he?
was just pulling up mine. But keep going, Joe, and
Yeah,
I'll
keep going.
Okay. If it doesn't improve, I may have to stop sharing. Apologize.
Why don't you try stop sharing and then re-sharing?
Yeah, sometimes that works.
All right, I'm going to stop sharing now.
All right. Well, I get to see everybody. This looks more promising. And in the meantime, I'm going to see if I can.
Just let me know if you see it. Yeah, I think it's doing the same thing. I think I'll stop sharing just to.
Joe, I'm sorry, Joe, which slide were you on? And maybe I could try to just get there.
Hello, Patrick. That was perfect timing.
Not all men wear capes, but you know.
Okay, Pat, it would be sheet number 11.
11. Okay. Yeah, the layering seems to be the issue. It's rendering at a sort of a crawl here. All right, I'm gonna give it a shot.
And the profile would be at the bottom half of the page.
Okay. Let me go full screen. There we go.
Okay, and apologies if it's difficult to see, but that's a profile that we prepared looking into the site from West Putnam Avenue. So on the left at the bottom of that profile, you can see the width of West Putnam Avenue. We provided an eye height from across the street looking into the site. And at the right side of that profile is the building in yellow. I don't know if you can make out the eye lines, but from that eye height, the existing trees and grade will prevent someone from seeing the top of that building based on this profile. So again, this is just one perspective from the public road. We can then go to the next sheet, Pat, and we've done a similar profile from the other roadway.
Are you seeing the section B?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
Okay. So this roadway here is a bit further away from the building. Similarly, shows the eye height from across the street. And you can see there's quite a bit of existing trees, vegetation, which will prevent views into the site from that roadway. Again, it's a very basic profile, but those are based on the existing grades and the proposed building height in relation to the existing roadway there.
Commissioners, any questions on those?
So at this time, I'd like to turn things over to John to get into the architectural design.
That's John Bryce, not John Tessie, right?
That's correct.
It would be a mistake.
Uh,
Although he might be able to fake it.
I was going to
Okay,
say, I'm
go
sure he
ahead,
did that
He could fake it.
eloquently.
Go ahead, Mr. Bryce.
Okay, thank you. I also have a project from my office here who is the mastermind of most of this. So if she'll might weigh in at times as well. On the screen, you see two views, elevation views. You don't really ever see this view in reality, but it's a view that architects like to draw to show relationship between buildings and spaces between buildings. Actually, ARC actually encouraged us to make these drawings, and that was a very good idea because it really shows you the relationship of the existing. The top drawing shows the school building and to the right, and our new building to the left, and the amount of green space that's in between at that particular point. The lower one shows more of an elevation view of the new building. If you zoom in on that a little bit, Patrick, if you wouldn't, no, yeah, zoom in on the lower. Can you do that?
He's very talented.
Yes, you have to be with this stuff.
Well, you know, in the olden days, we would all try to peer at the easel. So this is far better.
Yes, exactly. You can sort of see what I was referring to before, where the right side of the building is where we have that, the single loaded corridor of apartments. And on the left side, it sort of goes up the hill, and we don't have any units until the second floor. So we did this in order to nestle it down as much as we could into the landscape. And I think the transition works pretty well. We've added a retaining wall on the right side, sort of a planting wall to mitigate, again, the height of that wall. So we can provide a lower retaining wall for plantings and make that a little softer as the building comes to ground. The building, the entrance is off center, as you can see, and that was a deliberate move to, again, try to keep the entry as close as to try to create some asymmetry in the first place, although we have local symmetries here, but also to give us as many rooms or units to the right of the entrance as we can fit in. So we're trying, it's trying to squeeze in these units on this site. If you could go to the next slide, please. Now, we've been in front of architectural review twice, and I think we've gotten some very interesting and good feedback. The last visit there, we agreed to try to make more of a blend in terms of the color and palette of our new building with the existing schoolhouse, yet at the same time creating some variety and some articulation to the face of the building. So we have, you can see in these two sites, these two slides, the relationship of those two buildings with the parking and the courtyard in between, and we've actually been able to increase the amount of green space in front of our new building, as Joe was referring to earlier. But it just shows we've alternated brick and siding in terms of the facade elements. We've pushed them in and out based on the floor plans, and to try to give a little more activity, more character, more sculptural quality to the face of the building. It's quite a long building. So we needed to do something to break down the scale of that length. And that's what we've done using brick and siding and some variation in the window patterns on the front to give it more variety.
Mr. Bryce, do you have by any chance handy, I couldn't find it, what the building looked like in your pre-app?
Oh,
I couldn't find it. I went through the pre-app material and I know I saw it during the pre-app. I know exactly
Yes.
what it looked like and I can't find it.
I'm going to ask Project to search for it while we.
Okay,
Yes, I'll have to look it up. But what you saw at the pre-application was also like a black and white drawing, which was
I thought we
primarily
had a
brick at the bottom on the first floor, and above second floor and third floor was siding. So it was very different. The in and outs were similar, but that was a distinct difference in the material.
Yeah, I thought there was a very significant difference in the material. And I remember that neither the commission or the ARC, from the minutes from the ARC, had a favorable response to it, and that you've done a great deal now to lighten the building.
I think one of the objections that ARC had, which we agreed with, is that by introducing a brick base along the whole bottom, it was very horizontal. In its expression, it was a lot of horizontality there, and so by eliminating that brick base and creating these sort of brick facades, it's more vertical, has more of a vertical rhythm, and that's, I think, more successful in this context.
I would encourage you to think about breaking up the horizontality of this a little bit more. I think that one of the things that is going on here is you've broken it up for the first 3 floors, but the 4th floor is the roofscape. Looks like a band or a datum going across the whole thing, which makes it look very massive and horizontal. And if you could work a little bit more to match that roof line with the verticality of each of these bays that you're creating, so there's more of a sense of these the brick areas and then the infill areas being more separate, and then breaking up the roof line. I think it would be a more dynamic and interesting design. And the other thing is that you have, this is the tallest building on the site, and you have a nice wraparound walkway, but this building seems to be right on top of this walkway as you circle this court. And if you could do something to create a little bit more space there, I don't know if then it would be a much nicer experience. You've created space in the front near the entrance, which seems, at least, it seems quite appropriate and nice, but it comes to almost right to the curb of the parking at the other end, and maybe isn't quite as welcoming and nice. So anything that you might be able to do to push that back, I think would really work very well. But overall, I think that there's some very nice things there. You do seem to try to blend it into the site a bit by alternating the colors. But I would encourage you to break it up even a little bit more, as I suggested.
I would just point out that the sidewalk, at one point, the sidewalk is fairly close, but in fact, it's not any closer than the sidewalk is to the existing school building.
And
So it's a little bit of a, in this view, it looks a little, it looks like it's coming close, but if you actually turn around and looked at the school, you'd see it was right up against the building.
Well, we're not really talking about the school. That condition may or may not be good. I'm talking about the building
Yeah.
that you're building. And I would suggest to you that that's not an ideal situation. And
Oh, I understand
I would
that.
encourage you to look at it because it's simply much more of an urbanization of the plan than a kind of a way of creating some space and making it look a little bit nicer.
Mr. LaRoe, at the time that we discussed in the briefing, we didn't have the minutes yet for the last discussion with ARC. Did they mention that? I just want to stay consistent because I think they've moved forward significantly with the first ARC discussion from what I understand. Do you know what transpired in the second one?
You're muted.
I think he knows that.
Were you on the 31st? Which meeting did you last appear before ARC?
The 31st, it says in your minutes, in your staff report that what we have was what ARC got on the 31st. But there
Yes.
was a previous meeting in which I know that I saw the minutes and they didn't like the original one. On the 31st, what were their comments?
I don't have those, Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
So,
I can-
Mr. Bryce, do you think you could share with all honesty?
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes we don't get the whole, but I know that they were very unhappy. I remember seeing the minutes and their comments were relatively, they wanted a whole lot of lightening up, which I seem that you've done. Yeah, I'm just gonna move right on from, I didn't want to categorize them. So could you tell us what their feedback was on this iteration?
Yeah, and in fact, this current design reflects a response to a lot of that feedback. So if you go back to the, look what we found.
Look what you found, yeah.
Sorry, before we got too far along, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
Katie was able to pull the,
Yeah, I was looking at that, but I remember something that was a very dark kind of grayish facade. It was a colored one and it was a grayish facade. And I don't know what I'm remembering. Okay, so Mr. Bryce, you got better feedback this time.
We did, and we've tried to respond to that.
Okay.
I think going from memory here, but one thing last time we went to them, we had stone on the face of the building in basically the same places we now have brick. We've used stone with the housing authority at Armstrong Court, and it came out very nice. But they would prefer something that would recall the school building, so we
Yes.
changed that to brick.
And Mr. McRae raised the very same point yesterday, and he made it a little differently. He said it's a historic building, the school building, include a reference to it. And I'm sure you're, in the back of your head, you're thinking of how the Art Department of Interior would consider something like that. So, and so you've added a brick reference without trying to mimic. Okay, any other comments, folks, on the architecture?
I do.
Mr. Wells.
Well, it's related to architecture. You can let me know if it's out of line, but I just want to mention the town has a keen interest in energy efficiency on any town-related properties and also minimizing greenhouse gases. Also, I mean, as everyone knows, Greenwich Communities is going to own this building forever. And if either it's paying the utility bills or its tenants are, both are keenly interested in minimizing them. And we have a group in town called the Energy Management Advisory Committee, and they'd be very happy to coordinate with you. And we can put you in touch with them. In the meantime, have you given any thought to energy efficiency? What type of plans you have in that area that you could share?
It's always in the forefront of our thinking. We have we'll be Energy Star compliant with this building, and as we're doing at Armstrong Court, we will have the envelope will have continuous insulation. There we have 3 inches of continuous insulation. We'll try to achieve that same thing here, which puts a tremendous R value to the envelope just doing that. All the windows and doors will meet the current energy code compliance. And I think in terms of the heating systems, we're still pondering that because there's a lot changing in that world now. And if you were in New York, for instance, at 2030, you won't be able to use any fossil fuel burning equipment. And that's coming up. And New York State's considering the same requirement. I don't know if Connecticut's going to be there or not. So we have to think about that. And that's not probably concluded at this point in time, but we're certainly cognizant of that issue.
Hey, John,
Thank you.
this is Tony. I'm sorry.
Sure,
Can I
Tony.
add something?
Yeah.
John, can you mention the fact that we are designing this building as a modular building and the insulation factor related
Yes.
to what we've achieved in our other buildings?
Terrific.
Yes, I mean, I'm trying to, I alluded to that a little bit before, but in Armstrong Court, as I said, we do have continuous insulation. We will have that on this building. And that's significant. We do, I don't remember the actual R value of the wall, excuse me, but it's high. It's designed as a modular building with each side of the corridor and 1 room wide. And so two modules per width of building, if you will, which gives us tremendous amount of control, quality control over the construction in general. It's the facade is generally installed in the field for that, but because they can never manage to get everything to marry up right. But that's the current design philosophy, is to use modular.
Just a follow-up question. Do you have an Energy Star target? Are you just shooting for 75? Are you, in terms of the score, or are you aiming higher? Or are you aiming at all?
Well, to be honest with you, we know in the back of our minds where, how the building's going to be constructed. We haven't gotten into the detail of the exact targets. We've been trying to get through land use approvals.
John, actually, our financial sources require us to be Energy Star compliant and to reach the highest level that we can economically. That's the other side of the picture. So we actually use Steve Winters, an associate who does all of our ratings as we go, all of the HERS ratings as we go through the process.
That's terrific, Tony. We've worked closely with them in Energy Management Advisory Group, and we think highly of them. And we've, met with several people there. So it's wonderful that they're involved. That's very encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would it be okay if I shifted gears to the sewer? Sorry. To the
Absolutely.
sewer. So you've got it sounds like you can resolve this, but I just want to verify that you've got the building on top of a sewer easement. They're raising the question, but at the same time, it sounds as if they're going to be able to work with you. Is that how you're reading it and what you're hearing from the sewer department as well?
I would agree. The sewer line is approximate. It varies because of the site. It varies in height quite a bit in elevation. At the lowest point, we're about 80 to 90 feet above this sewer line, this trunk line. But because there's been other developments that the Greenwich Communities has done, we're going to follow all the requirements that were imposed then. We're going to provide the information that they're requiring. Certainly the rock profile was important. They want to understand what that looks like, provide the flows, but we'll certainly make sure that that all the requirements that they need to have that assurance that this won't negatively impact that sewer line is done. And so we plan to follow up, provide the information, and also meet with them.
Okay. All right. So is the indication, I know they're asking you for pre and post development flows. And you're going to be able to provide that because you've got the existing building and you're just going to double. And, while we're talking about that, Mr. Tessie and Tony and Mr. Johnson and Mr. Romeo, one of the things we talked about yesterday, this is fully independent senior, some disabled, but basically without any assistant. You may have disabled that are not senior, correct?
Go ahead, Tony.
Mr.
I'm
Johnson.
sorry.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. So Mr. Johnson, yes. So you might have
Answer, yeah.
disabled people who are not senior, and all of your tenants are going to be fully independent, although they may be disabled and not senior.
There may be some disabled non-seniors, correct?
Right.
But they all require some form of assistance that they request, right? So either provided through the housing authority or through agencies such as the town or.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is why I'm asking you. What confused us was the sewer department made a comment about how this type of facility has a lot more effluent, and it seemed that comment was more pertinent, Tony, to Mr. Johnson, to a skilled nursing facility rather than to yours.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, this
Okay.
is just.
They said something about there's more rags in this kind of facility. That would be, to me, that would be pertinent to skilled nursing.
Yeah, that would be nursing homes or that
All
kind
right.
of facility.
Okay.
We only have, obviously, I don't want to go into details about that, but we don't have.
No, just like skim right over it. We're just gonna,
But in our buildings, even our existing buildings,
Yeah.
We do the regular maintenance on our sewer lines. We don't have a lot of issues with clogs and things like that. And so that's not a current problem.
Well, you're very lucky because given the age of some of your buildings, you're very lucky because, we do have aging infrastructure in parts of town. So, Mr. Johnson, let me keep taking that down the road then. So you have senior, you have potentially some disabled non-senior. Have you done the math already about your percent affordability and at what rate you're going to have it be affordable?
Well, it's 100% affordable.
And at sort of what rent levels and where, because I think you haven't turned in any kind of affordability information, right?
No, but we will probably in this building, most of it will be based on probably housing choice voucher programs, which target the 30% level of income. So we're looking at
30. So you're going to do 30% of state median income for the people who live here?
Of the area median income is what HUD utilizes.
30% of area median income. Do you have any idea how that compares to state median?
Well, in terms of one person households, that's probably right around 48,000 is the maximum income.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. And these are, you're saying you're using vouchers. So if you just run this by me, I know I've asked you this question before, but it educates everybody now. If say HUD stopped the voucher program, what would you do? What would happen to the rents?
Nothing, because we actually will have 20+ year contracts with HUD. So they won't stop it for 20 years.
Okay. So for 20 years, your rent is at that level for those 1-bedroom units.
Well, it changes because at the end of the day, there is some escalation, but rents are actually for these type of units will be set by the, again, area,
right?
Based on the tax credit rents, which are set by, again, the IRS actually for this area.
Right. That's the IRS who issues them. Okay. So, and you're set for that time period. So one of the things that Mr. Romeo's muted right now, so I'm just going to talk for him, but one of the points that he always makes when he comes to public meetings is he says that Greenwich Communities has the capability to offer 100% of its housing that counts for Greenwich's 10% affordable housing goal, according to the state. And this property, it would meet that, correct?
Absolutely correct. Yeah. This property, 100% no market rate, nothing, no differentiation between the units. It's all will be 1-bedroom units, the same rental level, period.
In perpetuity.
Well,
For 20 years for sure, while he has the HUD, the vouchers, right? I mean, he can't count forever unless he's got the vouchers.
yeah, the way it works
Right.
is that we write a contract with with ourselves, basically, that HUD approves. And therefore, we are able to dedicate vouchers to the project. And those vouchers help fund the project. The tenants pay 30% of their income. So that's what qualifies.
Mr. Johnson, are you transferring any of your vouchers from another building, or these are new vouchers that HUD would give you?
They actually may be new vouchers. What we're doing,
Okay.
as you are aware, and I hate to get into the details of.
No, we just want to know how it
we have a
works. I
couple
think you can keep it
opportunities.
simple for us and for the public that's listening.
Sure, we have a couple opportunities where we could request additional vouchers from HUD based on our other existing properties, based on the redevelopment of our other properties, 2 other properties.
Okay. All right. Does anybody else have a question on affordability? All right. I would go, I know I jumped around a little bit. And I think this is again a question for Mr. Johnson. You seem to be providing a little more parking than would be minimally required. But that may make sense relative to the fact that that there'll be visitors or something like that. Or we just wanted to hear you talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at our facilities, especially the tenants that we may, as I just alluded to, may be tenants from one of our other developments, most of them don't drive. They use Call a Ride or Tag or
That's my sense too.
or they Uber.
So the 1 in 3 ratio works.
It does work. And I think for this development, as I mentioned, it's been disabled. Most of the disabled residents do not drive, period. And our elderly, by the way, you know, although 62 is we consider elderly, and for our purposes,
Don't go there.
Yeah, I mean, we have many of our residents who we house are probably in their 80s and higher.
Right. I remember that from when I visited. So another question, say I'm in the building and I don't drive, that means an aide might come a certain number of times a week for an hour or so?
Yeah, aides. Yeah, and that's the services that are provided by others that we facilitate. So yeah, you would have aides during the day. Most of the aides are daytime aides who may come to help you with laundry or take you shopping or do whatever your needs are. But they come and go. And so if you ever notice our buildings, including our office building, Agnes Morley, when it's a beautiful day out, there's no cars in the parking lot. So the aides don't have an issue parking because of the fact that the residents who do have cars are out and about.
Okay. All right, I'm going to shift topics one more time, and this one's going to be for Mr. Tessie. I'm understanding that although the ZEO thinks you might need a rear yard setback variance, that in fact, we have the authority to give it. Is that correct, Mr. Leroux and Ms. DeLuca?
Yes, under that congregate housing. That was the question.
But this isn't congregate.
I know, that's the
Well,
question.
I strongly disagree with it. The characterization of this project not being congregate housing under the definition.
They don't have a
in the
common
building
dining
zone
room.
regulation.
Under the definition, they don't have a common dining room. And that's what it
Not
requires,
necessarily
sir.
need a common dining room. First of all, we have plenty of open areas where people can congregate and dine. Doesn't say congregate dining room.
Ah, I
think-
just looked it up. I just
I
looked
have
it
it
up.
right in front of me.
So do I.
What it states is that congregate housing means a form of residential environment consisting of independent living assisted by congregate meals. So there could be assisted by congregate meals being made available.
Okay, and a congregate
Housekeeping and
meal,
personal
Mr. Tessie,
services, right?
Mr. Tessie, a congregate meal is when everybody sits together in a
That-
dining
that-
room.
No, I think it's assisted by,
No,
it's
no,
quite
a
it's quite
congregate
interesting.
meal is when everybody, they may be assisted by it, but a congregate meal is when everybody sits together at a table. Where's my English major? Mr. Lowe?
Mr. Tessie, I have
Yeah.
a question. If this is, you don't believe that this is a congregate situation and that you have a different take on the congregate meals, I would ask, where are the meals coming from that you are saying are being
The meals-
consumed by the tenants?
Okay, first of all, let's get back to a certain point. These are independent living units. They all have kitchens.
Yes.
First of all, they do have all kitchens. You know, it's quite interesting. You've been working fairly diligently on assisted living regulation with Mr. Cohen and his client on Old Track Road. Why do I bring that up? Well, if you look at the definitions contained in your assisted living potential new regulation, you will see it's referred to as congregate housing containing dwelling units having from 1, I think, to 3 bedrooms. That's in your assisted living. And if you look
Okay.
at the definition there, we talk about it as being assistant, or I would call supplemental. Now, as Tony pointed out, given the age factor and disability factor of many of these people who are moving in, 62 years of age and older, and many being 80, they are being provided meals. There are, I think, 4 different areas there in the facility that Tony can talk about. But to sit there and say it's not congregate living in an assisted living kind of atmosphere.
Okay, so
It's simply
what is the word
inconsistent with the
congregate?
facts.
Mr. Tessie, what does the word congregate mean to you?
Congregate means group.
Okie dokie. And so when it says congregate meal, it means the meal is eaten by the group.
It means it can be assisted by that. It doesn't, it says assisted
It
by.
may
It
be
doesn't say it's
assisted-
an absolute requirement that every
No, no,
day
you're
everybody go
separating,
to a
no.
congregate area and
Mr.
have a meal.
Tessie.
There's nothing in the regulation that
There
states that there
is,
needs to be a
Mr.
common kitchen.
Tessie, they are
Yes.
assisted by the fact that they have congregate meals. Is that more clear?
No, that they have the ability to have congregate meals. Whether
Assisted,
they take advantage of it or not.
there are no congregate meals in this facility. There is no
They-
common
they-
dining room. There is no common dining room.
There are areas.
I'm
where
sorry,
people can
Mr. Johnson, but
congregate.
there is no common dining room. We look for it in the plan. So
But
I
there's a
would disagree
community
with you.
room that's
Not a
often
dining
used.
room, not a dining room.
It doesn't say dining room anywhere. in
It
the
says
regulation.
meals. You don't have a meal service room next to the kitchen in which you're going to do congregate dining. And it
Sure,
says
and
that
Tony,
these
you want to
people,
talk about the meals that are brought in?
Mr. Tessie, the regulations are subject to our interpretation. Unless somebody in the commission disagrees with what we're saying, please feel free, commission, to opine. Unless somebody feels
I'm
wants
simply
to
asking
disagree.
Mr. Johnson to describe
Mr. Johnson
how the
is
meal
not-
program works.
Okay,
As
Mr.
part
Johnson,
and
please go
parcel
ahead.
of facts for you to consider.
Yes,
in
sir.
Coming up with your final
Well,
analysis.
yeah, so if you look at our community rooms in our senior buildings, do we have the ability to warm food and cook food? We do. I mean, there's often a refrigerator and a stove and a warming element in the community rooms. So you might call them a dining room, but they actually have the ability to serve meals. And we do that all the time when we have events. We actually have food in those units.
I guess
Just
my
a meals on
question would
wheels service.
be, yeah.
We have
is
meals
there-
on wheels coming in.
Is there a central kitchen? Are there kitchen staff? Are there people on a daily basis providing breakfast, lunch, and dinner that people can go to? Or is this ordered in and we have events and we warm things up? Is there an actual central kitchen, with stoves and cooks and chefs and that sort of stuff?
No, it's just available. I mean, but again, if you guys are into who's providing the services, but I can tell you that in our senior buildings, I would tell you that probably half or 3/4 of our residents get Meal on Wheels. That's assisted meals. Where they eat them at is up to them. I mean, since COVID, our community room are closed, so they're not eating in there anyway. But they're probably eating them in their rooms, but it's delivered to them every day.
No, I thank you, Tony. You know, it's quite interesting why we're debating this. Why are we debating this issue? One, in this particular case, it's because we will need a technical rear yard variance.
And you've
because
gotta-
you can't meet 40 feet from the zone line. We're not afraid to seek the variance from the Board
Okie
of
dokie,
Appeals.
because you already said in your letter, you have a hardship that you're comfortable with.
Well, it's kind of interesting because we have plenty of land area. That's our land area, but the zone line creates the
Yeah,
creates the
so
setback.
if you're
However,
comfortable,
I did want to add that you have to look at, I guess it's almost, I don't know if it's a Republican versus Democratic thing on strict constructionist versus a living regulation here. But
we're
people's
mostly
lifestyles, the
unaffiliated here.
ability for people to get these supplemental services, including food, have changed dramatically. Parking, as you were talking about, in traffic, changes dramatically now with the services that are offered by public and private transportation capabilities, and also Uber, whatever it is, Lyft. So it's changing. All I'm trying to say is what I tried to say earlier is it was recognized in your potential new assisted living facility regulation that congregate is housing is referred to as basically a group of people moving into a facility, having the ability of independent living with kitchen areas, and having also supplemental capability of having their meals prepared for them, whether it's directly or in a congregate setting.
But you know that that's
So
an assisted
that
living.
is today's day
Mr.
and age.
Tessie,
If
you're
you don't want to recognize it, I'm not going to beat my head against the wall
Good.
here.
Thank you.
but
Okay, good.
I think I do think it's worth a discussion on whether or not this facility provides enough services to come within that umbrella. If you want to keep it a tight, small 1.5 foot diameter umbrella and not a 4 foot wide, 4 foot wide diameter umbrella, that's up to you. As you said, you interpret your regulations. And it's quite
Okey-dokey.
interesting because
We're done, Mr. Tessie. We don't have to talk about it anymore. You're very comfortable seeking the variance.
I'm
You're-
more comfortable when it comes to the housing authority to see that we can all work together in a way.
Yes,
that from an
and the
economic
housing authority,
standpoint is
the
most
housing
efficient.
authority knows that. Mr. Tessie, you're talking right over me. Would you please stop?
Oh, I
Now,
was trying to, I
I'm
was trying to
very
answer
co-
what you were saying.
Okay, I didn't ask you a question. Now, Mr. Tessie, we are very supportive of the housing authority. I hope Mr. Johnson and Mr. Romeo know that they have a lot of support from the commission, and we've been trying to work with them, but I don't want to do something for the housing authority that is then going to be thrown in my face by an attorney for somewhere else. I'm not seeing this as a congregate facility, and I'm making the distinction in part because it is not an assisted living facility. You're comparing the Ambassador, which is a completely different kettle of fish because it's an assisted living. Unless somebody from the commission objects to our saying that congregate meals are group meals, I'm done. Okay. Now, does anybody else on the commission? I've raised most of the issues I had on my mind. Does anybody want to raise other issues?
So
Yes.
Madam Chair, that would mean, just to finish that, close out that issue. that we
Variance.
need to go get a variance. Okay.
Right. And they're going to have to get it for the equipment, and we're happy to help them. We're happy to write a letter of support. Very happy to write a letter to the zoning board of appeals, but I just don't want another attorney coming in and,
Well,
okay.
well,
All right.
interestingly, may I speak to that?
Yes, sir. Now you may speak.
Not because I want to bang my head against the wall.
Good.
one more time.
Bang
Let's
away.
remember this particular regulation, that the only groups that can qualify are not-for-profit organizations.
No, we
including
changed
the
that.
Housing Authority. So
Right.
it's not like an attorney's going to come in under some type of for-profit scenario here and try to, lack of a better phrase, work.
I'm
you over.
looking for-
That said, I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
I'm
That's
looking
okay.
for consistency in our decisions. It's what we've been trying to do for years. Anybody on the commission want to raise further issues? And then I'd like to turn to public comment.
Yes, I would.
Mr. Lowe, and then Mr. McRae.
have we gotten the most up-to-date traffic data?
No, it's still 2007. We're waiting for an updated report.
Okay, that was my question. That's it.
Okay, I'd
I
like
have
to
a
speak
question
to, let me
there?
speak to that. Let me speak to that because it's a 2007 numbers. And I looked at the numbers and it's quite interesting because I think if you look at some of your current assessments of multifamily on your peak hours, and it's not, multifamily, non-elderly, you're going to see higher ratios.
Of course, we know that.
No, you're going to see higher ratios in the 2000 report for this facility. So versus what you're seeing now. And that's because of how lifestyles changed, I believe. It's an IT
Mr. Tessie,
handbook thing.
Mr.
What I
Tessie.
suggest we do.
Before you move on, Mr. Tessie.
Is we submit.
No, Mr.
Tony and
Tessie, don't even go
Tony,
there.
um,
Mr.
and-
Tessie, can you hear me? I want to really tell you before you go farther. Both Beta and Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works has requested an update, understanding that that study is 15 years old. Okay. Beta even suggested that actually things have changed since then.
Yeah, and I agree.
Okay, so I basically saying, yes, there's issues to be addressed in that 2007, but that whole thing needs to be updated to 2022. Okay, end of story. Go do that, please.
No, it's not. It's not exactly the end of the story because
It
what
is.
we're going to provide you with which is under your site plan checklist, an updated traffic impact statement, which will indicate the 2002 ITE handbook numbers, right, for the facility. I don't think you're talking about a whole report in terms of measuring the but maybe so I'm asking you what it is that we're talking about. The traffic impact statement brings all the statistics up to current ITE handbook. Are you talking about you want or Beta wants or expects that we are going to do traffic study at every nearby intersection?
Patrick, I don't have the letter open from Beta that came today. Could you?
Yeah,
just-
I have it.
I do.
Okay, Nick, if
And it
you would go ahead.
specifically states, the traffic evaluation is dated 2007. It shall be reviewed and updated to consider current conditions and reference current standards. The site
So-
traffic
Which is fine.
volumes were estimated based on now outdated editions of trip
There you go.
generation and existing traffic conditions.
Yeah,
And the
so-
area may have changed.
So you can do
So-
an ITE.
So if we can do the ITE impact statement,
Yeah.
it brings all the statistics up as to the site generation
Mhm.
to today's standards, and we would submit that, and I would hope that would suffice, because I think it's going to show lower numbers myself. And Tony, that's relatively easy to do for our traffic consultant. That way we can get it out quickly to Beta and to DPW and get a quick response whether they're now satisfied before we have to go off on a more elaborate program.
Yeah,
That's all I'm asking.
I think, Mr. Johnson, to me, that if the commission would agree does agree, and please feel free to say something, folks. I think that makes a lot of sense because what we discussed at the briefing yesterday is if you look at the trip generation in this kind of facility, it should be fairly low. If the trip generation data we see for you indicates you could have a problem, then okay, but I'm guessing that with only 52 units, you're going to have a fairly low traffic impact. Your aides are only in for a couple of hours a day. Your people may not be leaving the facility very often. And your aides are probably stopping by more than one unit. I'm guessing, to make it economic for them. So
That's going to be a category in the ITE handbook, I believe, so that it should be.
it is a category in the ITE handbook. Commissioners, did you have any comments on those 2 points that have been sort of contentious? All right, okay. Would you guys mind turning to public comment now?
No, I have more to say.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. McRae, go right ahead.
Mr. Tessie, how many units are in this building as proposed?
52.
The MI from 4 years ago says 51. I'm uncomfortable with that discrepancy by 1 unit. I think we should be tending to that somehow. I have not seen any of the ARC issues, any of their minutes of their meetings. So to me, basically anything they're saying is a moot point to me. I would like to say that the Byram School building is on the National Register of Historic Places, and that this building needs to reflect that and understand that this site and this building is has been indicated as a treasure for the town. And I believe, as I see this from the first reiteration, which we saw during the pre-app, of the vinyl siding and the brick and the coins and the mansard roof, to the current version, it has not done that. It has no relationship or respect to the existing building. The other buildings that have been built there do that. I think actually understanding, I really don't know what the ARC has said. I'm concerned about this building getting too far ahead of itself without that issue being resolved. I like who you're talking about bringing the building together and how that the loop in the front kind of brings them together. I would like to bring this up and make sure that this is attended to before you come back. There is a tree and a marker for a Mrs. Christoph that's part of the loop right on top where the tree is in the marker. That should be saved and moved probably to the center of your loop.
When the tree can't be saved, it's dead, but we can move the marker.
Okay, then I would suggest that the tree is dead. Please move the marker and plant a new tree. You're planting a few, I think.
Well, we plan on naming the community room after Miss Christoph. That's
Great
going to
idea.
be the community room in her
Okay.
honor, and a plaque will be put up in that community room in her honor.
Okay. Now, in terms of the site distance information, yes, that was based on recommendations in that 2007 site report. I think we've already mentioned that actually that should have a significant reevaluation to see if this is actually necessary. One thing I would recommend is that the sidewalk at the bottom of Vinci Drive, although it crosses over to Western, the other side of Western Junior Highway. I would recommend that when the sidewalk gets to the Western Junior High School Highway, that it turns towards the post road and out to the bus stop. So there's a continuous walk from the site to the bus stop on the post road without crossing the street. Let's see. Also on
Is that
page,
an ADA requirement?
excuse me,
Is that an ADA requirement, or that's just something you like?
it's
Because
something that
there are
would
many
highly,
places in town. I walk that street all the time. I can't walk from from Byram to, let's say, the grocery store here in town without having to cross over back and forth 4 or 5 times because there is no continuous sidewalk.
so I think maybe you should put the continuous sidewalk from your site all the way down out to the post road. It's you're going to be actually pulling the stone back, the ledge to create the sight line. So there's an opportunity for that. The rezoning area that was shown on the map, I guess it's page 196. Is there a reason why the shape of the rezone is so irregular? How does that line follow?
That rezoning line, it follows the parking, and in order to balance the requirements and meet the requirements of both zones, it basically follows the distinction of the parking so that both zones are ultimately compliant with both the total parking and the ADA parking spaces.
So the zoning, the expansion of the RPHDE follows the parking, the property line, and then it goes down the hill towards the post road. Why does it go down to the post road again?
It's just to, let me see here. Oh, okay. I guess we could close it up so it doesn't have to go down to the post road. I think we just found the Let's see there. Yeah, I guess we could eliminate that area down the hill. We could certainly update that.
Right, because it would seem to me if you're following the parking, that you're going to
Wait.
create this kind of irregular line along that, which will actually not reflect very well on the zoning map.
It would pinch that area and leave that. So I guess where the on the right side of that red dotted line, if we were to follow the parking, yeah, right in that area, what you're saying is to tie that in. You'd have a like right in that corner, a narrowing of the R6 zone, and then it pinches and then opens back up to the left or to the southwest. The interest was that we thought about not having that irregular area being kind of pinched off and being sort of somewhat isolated from the larger zone.
Joe, can you see my cursor?
Yep.
Is there a reason why the line can't be struck from this point to this point in just a straight line? Is it this? I mean, it's this building. That's the issue.
Right. We want to distinguish the elderly from the remaining residential properties, the apartments, and it does extend around to distinguish the parking counts.
Got it. So there is some zoning conformance in addition to the existing structure.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, what were you talking about eliminating along the post road? That whole area up there? Or am I missing it?
Yeah, Mr. Rowe, can you zoom in closer? Yeah, that's pretty good. So it's such an irregular shape for the rezone. It's rezoning an awful lot of land that it just seems to me not necessary. And it creates a kind of just an irregular shape on the zoning map. And I'm thinking, can this be simplified to, rezone just the area that's required for the building itself?
Well, we need 1,000, right? I don't know if there's any potential for future development, but from a zoning standpoint, right, we need 1,000 square feet of land area per unit for the new building.
Yeah, we'd have to look at all the calculations.
Yeah, we'd have-
because
right.
yeah, that would play into the lot coverage, a number of calculations, not just the parking. We could look and see what the impacts are, but we're trying to find that balance between the parking, the land area, the coverage, the impervious, and so forth. If we that triangle area, I guess, where you see the label where it says area of proposed zone change, that's the area we're talking about, whether or not we should include it or not. Like I said, if that gets, we don't rezone it, you then have I think even more irregular shape where that is to remain connected to the rest of the R6 zone. I think you'd have to look at what that area looks like as well.
I mean, the only real irregular area is the one on the east side where you pointed out that had to do with keeping the parking compliant on the different. Other than that jog there, that infill actually makes it more uniform.
Yeah, particularly if you look at the zones around with the small unit and the GBO.
Yeah.
This is more in keeping with those types of uses.
Right. And Katie's saying that there's, there's some other smaller designations up here in the vicinity.
Down the street to the west, you have that project in the middle of the hill there, which is our PhDSU too. And then you also Greenwich Green property.
Mr. LaRoe, do we have a convenient plan that shows the site distance information?
Is that in the engineer set?
If it is, it's page 201 of the revised stuff that we got.
Gotcha.
May I interject? Shouldn't that be something that's discussed with the highway department? Katie, you're on mute. Katie and Pat, do you think that's something that should be
I'm sorry,
discussed with the
Katie.
highway department?
Katie, discuss with the
Well,
highway department.
I'm not
sorry.
sure I understand Mr. Macrae's question yet, so maybe if he wants this.
Well, it came up too previously with Mr. Levy, the whole point of whether or not we can not seek to achieve the normal required site distance for that particular street on the curb cut.
Yes, I believe, Mr. Tessie, a discussion with engineering division and the highway division as to the requirement of the site distance for that area. What I was going to say is that in addition to that, it should be reviewed with the town tree warden. There seems to be a host of removals to create this site distance.
Yeah, we talked about that today earlier.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Macrae, correct. That would, any tree removal in the right of way is going to need to involve, well, excuse me, any on town property, excuse me, would need.
And right, this is town property, so it's every little thing.
You're correct, absolutely right.
And would like to understand better if some careful pruning could do much of the job without all of the work. But so I'd love to have some feedback on that when you get to it.
Okay. Mr. Macrae, are you squared away or do you have some more questions?
I think we talked about the sewer.
Yeah, we did.
It's quite deep. We talked about the AMI, SMI, the tree. I think actually just the whole thing up in the air at the moment is about the MI for me, the zoning line and respect for the National Register building.
Okay.
A little bit further on the National Register building, I think that there's a certain kind of massive encroachment of this new building on that building, on the historic building. And by giving it a little bit more space and not being so close to it, I think that would go a long way to respecting that the historic building. So I just think that there's much to be thought about that. I'd love for you to really consider that and address how you could do that. There's several ways you could do it. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Mr. LaRoe or Mr. Bryce, can you bring up drawing A003? It's one of the renderings.
I'd just like to respond to Mr. Levy. It's certainly possible to pull that building back. It's going to create more of a setback issue. So that's the same place where we have, we have to seek a variance. So we would be seeking a bigger variance.
Yeah. That's, I was wondering about that. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, John, could you also speak to the historic nature of the Byram School building?
Yeah, I saw that in the write-up that it's a very small portion of it that is still
It's
the original
front
building.
of the- It's
Yeah.
the front of the building. Our where we're at is actually the rear of the building.
Yes, I
The
know.
historic portion of the building is the front side of the building. Although it's a beautifully, architectured building. but
Really
it's-
pretty.
It's the front side of the building. I mean, so
I have the National Register
I read it.
sheets in front of me. I've read it too, and it seems to me that it's the whole building. I don't see how a singular facade of one building could be placed on a National Historic Register. This actually talks about the building, the
and the
site, everything else. So I really need to understand where you're seeing that and how this got approved that way, because it makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Well, I don't think we're going to go back to the future, Mr. Macrae.
Mr. Macrae.
Again, it's
Hold on just a second. Somebody started to talk. I think it was Patrick. Was it Patrick?
Well, no, I'll let Mr. Johnson finish his sentence because I have.
Okie dokie. Go ahead, Mr.
No,
Johnson.
no, my question is that what they did speak to was more in the write-up, talked about the site of where the building was sited, more than it talked about any architectural feature of the building. No architectural feature was really designated. I mean, to say that, hey, we love the roof lines or this feature or how it was developed.
Mr. Johnson, under the statement of significance, the first thing, the Byram School is architecturally significant as a well-preserved superior example of institutional colonial revival style architecture. I think that specific sentence right there kind of explains the whole thing. And then it goes on to say it's enhanced by the quality of its architectural detailing, its exceptional park-like setting, and it is one of the best in several early 20th century schools of this style in Greenwich. I don't have an argument with that. I don't think anybody else would. That's what it says. Okay, I think I'd love to know exactly how one facade gets put on the register, but not the other ones. That's
Let me
beyond me.
tell you why. Because when I put windows in this building several years ago, I had to go to architectural review in the Historic Society and to convince them to put windows to emulate the windows. They're the ones who told me what they believed at that time was the architectural significance of the building. And that, in their minds, was the front side of the building. So, I've seen a lot of buildings.
That's their opinion as opposed to what the National Register documents say. Two different things.
So you're telling me that the rear door of the building is architecturally significant that was amended in this building, which is where we're at on the rear of the building?
What I'm saying is that it was the whole building was put on the register. And that I'm saying is that because it's on the register, that your new building should have some respect and
I think
in relationship to that.
We've spent a lot of money respecting that building, and we've done that, in our opinion. So I think whatever your design ideas are, they don't match our design ideas.
Right. I think you're correct on that.
I am correct, yes.
And I think the issue I have is that this building is going to be here for a long time, and we need to get this correct.
I hope it is.
And it has to have some kind of relationship to the building that's part of the fabric of this town.
And we believe that it does. That's why we did work to improve it. And actually, once we go back to architectural review, we'll see what they have to say about it. But that's our opinion. It's all interpretive of what we believe it is. I'm not trying to render an opinion on either building.
All right, folks, I think if everybody's made their basic points, I'd like to go to the public for comment.
No, I'd like to make a comment.
Oh, Sam, Mr. Romeo, please go ahead.
Yeah, the school building is the school building. This is the 2022. That building was built in 1935. Mr. McRae, you were suggesting we build a building that looks like it was built in 1935 to satisfy whatever you have in mind?
No, I'm not suggesting that. What I am suggesting is that your use of vinyl siding and a mansard roof and the height of this building has no relationship to the existing building itself. Yes, you put some brick detailing on it, that's great, but I'm saying that there should be more respect paid to the existing building and its architecture as opposed to just squeezing modular boxes and stacking them up and covering them with a facade. That's what I'm saying.
My question would be then, does the building meet zoning regulations? Because that's what you're supposed to be voting on, whether this building meets the regulations and the codes, not being an architectural design firm. That's the commission's job. Do we or do we not meet the regulations? And if we do, approve it. If we don't, deny it.
I think that's what Mr. Macro is trying to look at, Mr. Romeo, 6-15 and 6-17 talks about.
Okay, then look, review this application, review the application on regulations.
So
Don't
Mr.
try to
Romeo,
redesign it.
Mr. Romeo, what Katie was going to say to you before was that this is also a special permit application, and that in the special permit, we do look at consistency with the surrounding area. And so that's part of the zoning requirements
Oh.
for the special permit. Would it be okay with everybody if we go to the public comment now?
Well, I have one more question.
Okay, Mr.
I
Romeo.
believe in this, you had a earlier meeting on, a discussion was made on 830G on this application.
No,
Yes, but we actually dispensed of that because this is not an 830G application. It was just,
Right.
it's done under your house,
It was
under
just-
the Greenwich
yeah.
community, so it's
people
not
were just,
considered
I
that.
think there was just confusion as to what the nature of the application was. So
So
would
is
it
there
be
any
okay?
reason why this couldn't be an 830G?
I don't know, Mr. Romeo, would it be okay if we went to the public?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, so, because they've been waiting patiently, could everybody from the public who wishes to speak, raise your virtual hand just so we have a sense of how many you are? Okay, that's not bad. We've only got 3 people, so we're gonna let you go. The first person is Al Shahadi, who is representing, I'm assuming, the Byram Neighborhood Association. He will be followed by Joanne Messina. And then after that by David Wold. Mr. Shahadi, if you would go ahead.
Good
Hello.
evening, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm Al Shahadi. I'm a longtime resident of Byram. I'm the chair of the Byram Neighborhood Association Land Use Committee. BNA did not have time to submit formal comments on this, so I'm going to try to cover a fair bit of ground verbally today. I do have to say, I want to provide some big picture comments as well as some detailed comments. Listening to some of the back and forth in this conversation, I will have to say that my comments have grown. First, on a big picture level, I mean, I undoubtedly in some of the Greenwich communities, folks might not know this, but the chair and the committee knows we are fully supportive of the need for increasing affordable housing in Greenwich. I'm going to put that down as sort of a bookmark. That said, I need to express real concern about how much affordable housing is being squeezed into a very narrow wedge of Western Greenwich. If you put a pin in the middle of the Western Junior or the Western Middle High School, sorry, I'm dating myself, it was junior high school when I went there, the Western Middle School, and you go a quarter of a mile, maybe a hair more, and drew a circle, you will see this project. You will see the expansion of Armstrong Court. You will see a fair number of the 830G buildings that have been done in Chickahominy. Byram has got more. This section of Western Greenwich has more than its fair share of housing. We want to see other parts of town pick up their load. And when we start talking about some of the things like the scale of the projects and some of the other things that have been covered, I would ask this committee to keep in mind this is an area that has already contributed substantially to the relatively modest amount of affordable housing that the town has in order to deal with the state requirement. Specific comments. I'm just going to call it like it is. This is too big. This is one of the highest points, if not the highest point in Byram. It will be one of the largest buildings in Byram. It is bigger than any surrounding building, and there is no other building in this area that has a single massive roof line. I appreciated Mr. Levy's comments on the nature of the roof. I would point to surrounding areas. So the Byram School and its expansion, that is not a single roof line. There are a variety of heights to that building that soften the mass and the impact on the neighborhood. You look at Putnam Green across the street, there are a variety of small buildings on a rising slope that give a broken up mass. There's a lot of housing across the street. It is broken up in a way that does not present the same mass that this does. Hearing that you've reduced it by 18 inches to avoid having to get a variance is not reducing the mass and the scale of this. This needs to come down. Our desire would be a floor. Bring this down to the point where it is of a similar mass of the school and not overwhelming the area. The architects, I would note, I did not have a measurement scale, but the 2 different architects, I didn't catch both of their names. Mr. Bryce is visible right now, so I remember his name. The 2 drawings, the elevation from Western Junior High School and the elevation from inside the property that Mr. Bryce provided, showed trees at different heights. Given some of the representations made later on in this, I have some questions as to really how much the existing trees screen, whether the removal of the trees that's proposing have been included in that, and to also comment that that is not the only view shed that the committee needs to concern. There is a public park, there is a rink, there are other areas, and I think it's inescapable that the mass of this is going to overwhelm the neighborhood and needs to be taken down. The part that I started to add as going through this, I say as a representative of the neighbor that I am extraordinarily uncomfortable with the tenor, I'll call it contentiousness, of some of the conversation that's gone and some of the remarks by the Greenwich Communities team. I can only describe some of it, and I'm not on the committee, so I can call it like I see it. I can only describe some of it as barely more than dissembling. The conversation about congregate housing blew my mind. I financed affordable housing under a variety of financing mechanisms in probably 15 states across this country. And some of them have been supportive housing, some of them congregate, some of them plain old affordable housing. I have never seen anybody attempt to argue and keep their face straight that Meals on Wheels equals congregate housing. That blew my mind. The second one was the conversation on the National Register. You cannot put a facade on the National Register. You put a building on the National Register. The National Register is not the Architectural Review. It's a federal listing. The nominating document, which I have not read, but Mr. McRae read from, describes a building. To hear that somebody argue that you have a facade on the National Register is totally impossible, and I would describe that also as dissembling. There are other areas where I cannot be quite as critical, but I would encourage this committee to nail things down. I heard two different statements about the affordability and housing choice vouchers. There is an opportunity to apply, or are there vouchers in hand? I think that there needs to be clarification on that, because if we're going to make progress, if the Byram community is going to live with another large structure that's imposed on it for something that the other parts of town are not pulling their weight, we want to know for sure that this is really going to go to a deep level of affordability and not be something else. And I do think that, like some of the other regulations, it should be the statewide median that matters here and not the area median. Next, parking, we've heard two different things. The parking.
Mr. Johnson, please let him finish, and then you can.
I'm going to let him finish, but I'd like to respond to this.
No,
I'm
sir.
sorry,
No.
there's one speaker at a time.
No, sir.
Parking, we talked about requirements of reduced parking based on the fact that this is a senior. Now we hear that there are going to be some disabled non-senior. I am relatively familiar with some tenants that are in the existing McKinney Terrace. There are a fair number of people in there who are not senior, who are disabled, and who drive. I think it would behoove this committee to require a census of the existing tenants in McKinney Terrace to find out their ages, their disability status, how many have cars, how many have aides that come in, and how long those aides stay. I think those are important facts that would clarify whether the parking is enough, and whether some of the other things that the committee has gone back and forth asking for information. I think it would be important to have that information. The representations about people being all over 80. Again, my familiarity with McKinney Terrace, there are a lot of people who are well under 80. I will say this gently to the development team. You are asking us to take things on faith, that when you make a representation, that representation is correct. When you argue with the chair with things that people in the audience know are not factually correct, you make it harder for the neighborhood to believe that what's being presented to us is being presented in good faith, and that we're having a conversation that's all above board and somebody's not trying to slip something in on the quick. Last couple of comments. I would support Mr. McRae's comments on the ADA access all the way out to Route 1 for those folks that are not in their 80s, and I suspect that there will be a fair number of them. Walking to the bus stop is a reasonable way to get your transportation. We're lucky that there's a bus stop right there. It is a relatively short distance to put in a new sidewalk. And I think that would help the neighborhood as well as this building. Energy Star compliance. I listened to that discussion with fascination. Energy Star compliance is so yesterday. When you hear about what New York State is requirement, when you hear about Passive House, when you finance things that are LEED Gold or better, Energy Star is so yesterday. If we're looking at a building that's going to be there for 40 to 60 or 100 years, I would suggest that this commission require this group to look at future-oriented standards for energy and environmental improvements, and not something that was come in, 2005, 2006, whenever Energy Star came in. The rezoning issue that was raised by Mr. McRae, I really don't have an opinion on that, other than we want to make sure that any rezoning does not open the door to future development, given how heavily developed this area is, going back to my first comment, with affordable housing. Last but not least, question about, there was a proposal in there, somewhere in the proposal, removing rocks and trees along Western Junior Highway. This, right now, Greenwich Communities does not have an easement along Western Junior Highway. They have an easement along the driveway, and they have property control in the area that you were discussing. I would ask this commission to explore in some detail under what authority will Greenwich Communities be able to remove rock and trees along Western Junior High School. As always, I thank you for allowing us to express our opinions and contribute to this discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Shahadi, thank you very much. I'm going to continue with a public comment, Mr. Johnson. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Joanne Messina, followed by David Wald. I'm sorry, Miss Messina, you jumped. Okay. She probably doesn't think she jumped. All righty. Yes, ma'am, if you would unmute and you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Commissioners. I agree with most of what was just said by Mr. Shahadi, so I will try not to be redundant. I specifically also want to state that affordable housing is very important to all of us. But I do want to speak to the tree cover and the tree canopy. As you know, I'm Executive Director of the Greenwich Tree Conservancy and have been for 15 years. In that time, I have focused many of our tree plantings on the western part of town, Byram, Chickahominy, Pembroke, because that is where the tree canopy is most needed. We recently received a $37,000 grant from the Connecticut Urban Forest Council to specifically plant trees in Byram, Chickahominy, and Pembroke. Why was that? Because that is the area that has the most heat island effect, the most difficulty with the lack of tree canopy. So I am very concerned that in our estimation, 77 trees will be coming down on this property for this project. It is wonderful, and I love seeing that there is green space and tree replanting going in. From what I can see on what was just shown, did not see 154 trees, and would also ask why it would have to be one-to-one. But in any event, didn't even see that one-to-one for the 77 trees. I was not at the Architectural Review Committee meeting, so I don't know where we moved and how far we have moved. But it seems to me that very often, and this is one example, we talk about development or adding housing, and we look to where there are canopy trees, and we think that that is something we can easily just get rid of to put housing or to put a commercial building for that matter. And I think we really, as a town, have to start realizing how important, especially in this part of town, this tree canopy is, and replacing it one-to-one with 2.5 and 3 caliber trees is going to take a very long time to get the benefits of the current tree canopy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next speaker is David Wold. And if you would go ahead, thank you very much, Ms. Messina. Mr. Wold, if you unmute, you should be all set.
Now you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. I was just looking at the documents here, and I see the Byram School was built in 1925, so reference to 1930s is incorrect. A year ago or so, I applied through the National Register if we could have an historic plaque on the whole building and the grounds. And that was granted, and I sent the paperwork over to the housing authorities for them to fill out the application. I don't think they've done that yet. Then I have a question to the housing authorities. How many of the handicap spaces that are planned would be shared with the Eugene Morlow Park? The reason for asking this question was I was with the town hall in the park last week, and they referred to handicap parking and access from the McKinney Terrace. So if you could answer that question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wold. Is that your last question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All righty. Okay, Mr. Johnson, you're on to answer all the questions. Thank you very much.
I can't answer all the questions. Some of the questions weren't questions, they were comments. But let me say that I'm appreciative of the comments in general. And actually been the person who runs Greenwich Communities. I have to tell you that the majority of our housing is in central Greenwich. It's been a fallacy for years, and it's a good storyline to tell that Byram, Chickahominy has been the group that has paid the price for providing affordable housing. I don't think that's true. And we have plans for even bigger developments in central Greenwich that we're working on, and this is part of that plan. So when we have people stand up and say, I'm for affordable housing, but not next to me or not in my backyard, or we've done enough, whatever that means, I don't know what that means, especially when the land was given to the Housing Authority for the purposes of affordable housing. So it wasn't given to us, and we're coming to take land away from some other purpose that wasn't given to us. Literally, as the gentleman was saying, let's take a floor down. This building can't be seen from anywhere around in the circumference of its building. You can't see it. It's covered from the trees. It's on a hill. You can't see the building. But I can tell you that the reason, for example, that the land's available was that when we did this development previously, it got negotiated away. We had another 18, 20 units that should have been built that were the smaller buildings along that parcel of land where we're looking at putting this building today. But we negotiated it, you know, to satisfy someone's need to say we want less, not more. It's never more, it's always less. And it's not affordable housing. I don't hear anyone speaking against high-end housing, you know, where people are paying $3-4 million for housing. Where's that outcry? I don't see it. But also, let me tell you that over the last year and a half, Sam Romeo and myself, we purchased 6 buildings throughout town. Some in Chickahominy, some in Byram, some in Pemberwick. Actually, believe it or not, some in Costcob. So we are branching out. We don't make a big production out of the fact that we are buying units and housing people affordably in those units. That's what we're doing. And so for someone to understand my financing, I don't know how, when we finance buildings, how is that a concern of anyone's other than the bank and the people who are financing the property to be concerned about? You should be concerned about affordability, absolutely. You shouldn't change the law to make it affordable because you want to change it to the state affordability laws because, you know, the state affordability is even less than the federal affordability, which makes it even more difficult to build. Yeah, you can play that game, but I know that game. I'm familiar with it. So no, it's the federal law. And I said vouchers. When I said vouchers, are we applying for vouchers? That's not what I said. I said that we actually have the opportunity based on 2 different developments where vouchers would be available to help us subsidize this development. By the way, if I don't have the vouchers, the building won't get built. If I don't have the financing, the building won't get built. So to put it out there that, you know, you should involve yourself with the financing other than the fact that we're going to make the building affordable is beyond the pale of what I think the responsibility is of any group related to how this works. I think this Old Track Road development, I don't remember anyone saying that it's, you know, $15,000 a month. Oh, that's a problem. I didn't hear that.
Mr. Johnson, I think you're talking about, we had different issues with the Old Track Road when.
No, I know. I'm using my own.
Yeah,
No.
but I think that the point that Mr. Shahade was trying to raise was if you are at a deep enough level of affordability and that if you're going to do affordable housing, it'd be deep enough. Now, I ran just quickly, and what I got is if you're going to do 30% of AMI, and I'm running this on the old numbers, but the ratio should be the same, I get that you're going to be at about 44% of SMI, which means that we should be in a satisfactory place in terms of reaching if we were to accumulate points to a moratorium, which, you know, the town is still dialoguing about, that 44% of SMI is a good place. I think what it threw everybody was you were talking about AMI, and we think of AMI as being a very high number. But if you were at a 30% affordability level, I believe that that's for all of your units, that's and you and we've talked about this before. I know you have many conversations with the trust fund about this. Okay, so did you get a chance to answer the question about the ADA, the parking? And that was an easy one, I thought.
Well,
for you.
the easy one is that ADA is based on not others people's property, but your own property. So therefore, the ADA compliance is based on our property, separate properties in this case, as we're going for zoning change, that is compliant with the requirements. So we cannot provide ADA units for the skating rink. The skating rink does not provide ADA units for us.
No.
So we're in compliant with the application that we're making.
Exactly. And in fact, you exceed your parking requirement for your application, and we would look at your application separately. All right, that is the public comment for tonight. Not night yet.
Feels like it.
It is night.
It is night. It's 7.
It's not
Sun
dark.
has, yeah. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Tessie.
No, I just wanted to conclude with a few points, but I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, please go ahead.
Just on the subject of section 830G, to clear from my perspective, when we talk about, is this an 830G application? Well, this is an application that stands on its own. The question is whether or not the housing authority would have the right of, in an appeal scenario, which we all don't expect to get to, whether or not the housing authority can invoke the provisions of 830G in its appeal. I believe it very well may be able to because of the definition of assisted housing, which is one category. The other is the one we see on a more familiar basis, which is a private development. But I just want to leave it at that. So it doesn't preclude that as being a possibility should there be an appeal scenario. Again, leave it for another day.
I don't know why you're raising this, Mr. Tessie.
Yeah, it was brought up. Somebody said that. Is this
All
an
right.
830G application? And I was just
No,
making a
and
comment.
we answered the question, and when Mr. Romeo asked again, And I said, everybody now understands that this is not an 830G application. I responded to that, Mr. Tessie. You didn't need to respond again. I'm sorry.
Well, I
You're
apologize. I was just
stepping over
trying
the
to,
line again. All right,
I don't
let's,
know if I went over the line, but I apologize. I was
do you
just trying to
wanna-
say that it's an appeal section, not an application section.
yes.
But be that
Would
a-
you,
as
would
it
you
may-
like to do a
Mr.
wrap,
Tessie,
Mr. Tessie?
Tessie, we understand 830G.
I'm sure you do.
We got it.
As I said, I was
I understand
just,
what you're doing, but we're trying to move on.
going to continue to work with the ARC. I know there are going to be further submissions to the ARC. I'm sure our team's going to take into consideration all of the substantive points raised by various commission members when it comes to the architecture in site planning. We're going to work with Mr. Feminel and his team on the sewer application. Sewer department reports. As was pointed out, everyone seems to believe we'll be able to make that a common interest to the satisfaction of that department and ours. And we will be making application to the Board of Appeals. And we appreciate your comments, Madam Chairman, that you would support the, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but something to that effect.
would
Are you
not.
supportive of the application? But I leave that up to you. We will be making that application to the board. Given its current agenda, I would believe we would get on, I have to check with Chris, some point in July. I guess the question is, do you want to hear from us in the interim on any other aspects, or wait until we've resolved the Board of Appeals issue?
It's also, you need to calculate your ITEs.
Yeah,
We need
that's right out of a handbook. I'm saying we could
All right, now
address
let's
some
go
other
on.
issues in the interim.
Yes.
I'm just asking whether.
I think you
want
should
us-
get, can I talk?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. I think, now I know how you feel, Mr. Wells. You've got a sewer issue that I think you need to get to. I think that's a pretty important one. I think you need to resolve the sewer issue. Of the major issues, and commission jump in, you need to resolve the sewer. You've got to get the variance. You would be great to know more about the affordability level. I'm interested in it, obviously, because it's important for us right now. So I did sewer. You don't have anything outstanding really on your drainage plan. I wouldn't worry about it. Nick, you are going back to the ARC or not?
I would
We were
appreciate if they
instructed-
did not,
Oh, go ahead.
because I think we're in the middle of looking at a site plan right here, right now. I want to make sure that we're actually satisfied with what we're seeing before it goes back to them.
Okay.
We haven't seen anything they've said. I'm working here in the blind, and I really want to make sure that we've got our ducks in a row before it goes off to them again, please.
All righty. Okay.
Well, we were just to again understand what you want us to do. ARC had asked that we make an electronic.
Mr.
Do you want us
Tessie.
to hold the presses with the ARC?
Yes, Mr.
what you're
Tessie,
saying?
because right now, as far as I'm concerned, I have not seen anything from ARC, so it's a moot point. Hold off, okay, until we get their notes and until we see this and you have things more resolved with your site plan, please.
Yeah, thank you. That's all I was asking. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's go back over the major issues on the site plan that they really need to resolve. I just want to get to the basic operating issues that need to be fixed. We need to have a safe building that has the sign-offs that can operate. And I'm concerned about the sewer. I think we can address landscaping. I think we can get help on that from Greenwich Tree Conservancy didn't mention it, but they've mentioned it in the past. One of them is still here. So Ms. Alvarez, I'm not seeing Ms. Messina, but if she's still here, if you, again, they'll participate. I think they've always offered to help. So that's on the landscaping. You were given some input about the sight lines, again, at no cost to you guys, because I hope I'm not giving away money that isn't ours to offer, but I believe that you can get the trees to address any sightline issues. On the energy, Mr. Johnson and Mr. Romeo, I give this to you first and foremost. that anything you can do to save yourselves money will be welcomed by the commission, and we will be supportive of anything that reduces energy costs, because we anticipate that it's going to continue, just as your building material costs are going to continue to be high. Parking, you've got excess parking at this point. Let's see what happens when you've run your numbers. I did not mind having a sense of your current population in the building and how that might compare what you might expect population wise when you do these units. I believe it could impact your traffic, but I know it's not normally something that we would ask for in zoning. Katie, is it okay for us to ask about the population of the building?
Well, I mean, if the building that's being proposed has a population that is specific. And so I think the question is, what was the population that was proposed in the existing building? And is there conformance there?
Or more, well, I'm really trying to find is who's living in the existing building and what is, what's the trip generation kind of thing there? What are the needs? I don't know how to address it, because I don't want to ask them to do, if we can avoid a full-blown traffic study, they're expensive and there's no reason to ask them to get them to spend the money if we can get to it some other way.
Right. And I guess that's why I'm saying, like, what is the approval of that building? Because if it's an assisted housing, which I know it's not, but I'm just saying that to take that as an example is different than if that was free market housing. So whoever's the population in that building now could change tomorrow. So it's dependent on how that building was approved. Do you see what I mean?
Not really.
No, I'm just.
Do you want a census in the building compared
Yeah,
to
but I
the
don't
parking
want to
uni-
ask
park-
as
in the
something.
parking utilization? We've done that before.
Right. I don't want to ask for anything that's not appropriate for me to request.
All I'm saying is that if it was approved, what are the restrictions on the tenants of that building? And then
Yes,
that
there you
is-
go. That's the answer, Katie.
There you go.
62 and older and disabled.
Okay,
All right.
so that's something that you can look up in the IT. That's simple. That's what I was saying. If it was free market, it could be 18-year-olds, 80-year-olds, whatever. That's free market. That's different. But if it's restricted to that, that's something that you should be able to look up pretty readily.
So this question that Mr. Shahadi raised about, that there are people who are in their lower 60s, et cetera, is not something that we should touch on the existing building to compare what the use might be and the traffic generation might be on the new building.
No, I think you should. I mean, my only point was tenant A could be tenant B tomorrow. So
Right.
you can't base it on the current population. You have to base it on the overall restrictions of the site. And that is pertinent to what's being proposed on the site as a whole.
Okay. All right. So then we are asking for that.
Madam Chair, I think what I'm hearing you say is what's the existing sort of parking demand based on the current clients of the housing?
It's what I was trying to get to and do it legal.
And so is that being met by the current
Exactly.
allocation of parking
Yeah.
or do we have? not
Exactly.
enough? And
So I was trying to find a cheap way for them to calculate the need, their parking for them to do their little mini study without, do the ITE, do what the current population is, and then save themselves having to pay somebody to run a whole full-blown traffic study.
And I think Mr. Johnson just answered it. It's 62 and
62
over.
and older, yeah.
So that's
Okay.
easy enough in the ITE.
Okay, all right. Anybody else have any major issues that they think need to be addressed? When we've got fire safety is not a problem, as far as I know. Anything else?
did we talk to the intersection and the tree, the tree removal or potential or whatever? Was that listed out there?
No, I did not list that out.
Okay, that was my only, I think the only thing that from the list that you ran down that was not
Okay,
discussed.
all right. Okay, done. All right, and that, all right. Going once, going twice. Anybody else have things? All right, I think we will see you guys when you come back. And I appreciate the time you put into it.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Romeo. Thank you, Mr. Bryce. Ms. Jadhav, you didn't get to say much, but thank you anyway. And
Should we
there you
thank
are.
Mr. Tessie?
And Mr. Perugini, no, he's getting demerits for tonight. Oh, Mr. LaRoe, you wanted to say something.
I just wanted to operationally,
Mention.
it's the commission's prerogative that they want to see the architecture before it goes back to ARC, but they don't have an objection with the variance going forward.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Let me point out something because
Yes, ma'am.
we got to know about this meeting rather late. The ARC submission that was requested electronically since our last meeting was made on Monday. We got to know about this meeting from ARC. So it is under review. It's only being reviewed by the vice chair and the chairperson as per the last comments that you have that we received. So the submission was already made. It was we got this information late about the PNC meeting.
Zachary, would you like, given that, thank you, Rial, do you want that submission, which I think we should submitted to the commission so you can have the up-to-date plans?
Yes.
I believe we have, so I'm sorry, there is a revision to the architecture post the 31st?
Yes, so
Okay.
this Monday.
I just wanted to make sure I understood what was being said. Okay, thank you.
And the drawings that you see in this PNZ submission are the same that was submitted to ARC. So they were updated as per the last ARC meeting, and those drawings were resubmitted with the resubmission for PNZ.
It's unclear. So you're saying these are the Monday submission plans?
Yes, if you go under
Oh,
the
okay.
drawings in the revision, you will see when the submission was last made for ARC and PNZ. So in this 1 week, we made a submission for both.
The commission's aware, unfortunately, the engineering, we just wasn't enough lead time for other agencies to comment
No,
on it.
I understand that. It was just, I just wanted to point that
But
out.
I got you. And I think what they're saying is we had them running.
They were too close together by the schedule, right?
Yeah, and we
that
apologize for that.
And that won't happen because you'll be going to us before ARC, so.
And also you've given us an opportunity to yell at Patrick for giving us too much work too quickly.
I thank you very much for that.
Yeah, so now we'll tell them, see, you should have given them more time and instead, okay, thank you, everybody, very much. We'll see you when you come back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Time for dinner, everybody?
Hearing the dinner bell, Madam Chair.
Here now.
Yes.
Here, here.
Man, y'all are just, so demanding. Okay. All right.
No,
20
Whitney,
minutes.
It is written that we are to take a break.
Bye.
7:31.
That's 20 minutes. Okay.
Okay, so in a minute, we're going to go back to having all the fun we're having. Raleigh Walsh has her hand up. Hold on a second. Allie, you have your hand up. Can I help you?
I just wanted to, I say that I logged on just during your break, and so I didn't know where you are.
Where we are? Oh,
Yeah.
we were out at a fancy restaurant having dinner.
I hope so. You deserve it.
It would take more than a fancy dinner, I think, right now.
I can only imagine.
I need a hot fudge sundae. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Just wanted to make my presence known.
The question was where we were on the agenda. So we were at, we're starting 5 Brookridge.
Right. I didn't realize she didn't know that. And when she said where you were, I was like, well, we're right here. Sorry, Ally. Okay. So we're waiting for Peter Levy, Peter Lowe. Mr. Basili is good.
I don't see Mr. Cohen, so
Well, we'll give him a
Michelle.
minute. Do you want somebody reach out to him? Is Michelle here?
She is.
Michelle, you want to, Ms.
I ju-
Cronin, would you like to represent Mr. Cohen for us?
I just brought her in.
Mr. Pecora can do it.
Isn't Bruce present?
We're not seeing him at the moment. Oddly, I saw him at the beginning of the meeting and I'm not seeing him now, if that makes any sense. So maybe somebody can call him up.
There he is.
That seemed like a very short dinner time.
It always does.
Sorry, I'm late.
It does to us too. All right. All right.
Just as a reminder, Madam Chair, I'm leaving in about 45 minutes to that other meeting. It should take half an hour or so.
And that other meeting? No,
Health and Human
no,
Services.
you don't have to go to that. Bill Finger's going to that.
Oh, I had told him I would go. He was going to call me when they're ready.
Oh, okay. But we thought he would be fine by himself.
I'll text him, see what he wants to do.
Yeah, tell him that I think he's a big boy. I mean, I texted with him before we started and I said, we've sent you a lot of emails today. I think he should be fine. That's a great group of people. Okay. So yeah, go ahead and text him, but I think you should be okay. Oh, maybe we'll be all done for the night by then. Okay, folks, everybody's here and ready to rock and roll. Peter Levy? I'm not letting Peter Levy go on break anymore. Peter Levy. He's 4 minutes late. How many demerits?
Hello.
There you are. Okay, we were going to give you demerits. All right. Good evening, everybody. Again, Mr. Basili, I think, is ready. Our next application is number 9, which is 5 Brookridge LLC and 515 East Putnam LLC for an 86-unit residential set-aside development where at least 30% of the units are going to be affordable. And that is at 5 Brookridge Drive in the R20 zone. Seated on this application, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's correct, is Mr. Wells. But he's seated for Mr. McRae. Did you know that, Mr. McRae? Yes. All right. You're muted, but Mr. Wells, you're seated for Mr. McRae. All right, so Mr. Cohen, we're going to tell you the usual thing. We've done our homework. We know what your issues are. And so I think we can dispense with a leadoff presentation and jump in if you are amenable.
I am amenable. Thanks,
Great.
Ms. Sullivan. I do represent the applicants, and I'm really going to address one issue tonight, knowing that you've had lots to look at. And the issue I'm going to address is the one that concerned the commission at its briefing yesterday. And that really is, what does the applicant want us to do? It was kind of the way I summarized it in my notes.
What does the applicant want us to do?
Yeah, that was what
right.
someone said, right?
Okay.
And so I'm here to tell you what I'd like you to do. And I think it's spelled out really in the submissions that we made in this application. Remember, this is a preliminary application still, as the commission noted yesterday. We made a fairly lengthy submission based upon our preliminary plans on both February the 9th, and we followed up with an additional submission in March. And the issue really that I think the commission has to focus on, has focused on, and we as well, has to do with the sewer connection. And what happens next in terms of the progress of this application. As you know, the issue of the sewer connection is governed by the charter, section 269A of the charter. And that really is why we're here tonight. And the first thing that I believe the commission has to address itself to. 269A requires the Commissioner of Public Works to make the determination as to whether or not a connection to the town sewer system is appropriate. And in doing so, there are seven items that the commissioner must consider. We're here to ask you to do the function that the commission is supposed to do under item 6 of that listing in 269A. And that specifically states that the commissioner has authority to allow the landowner to connect with the sewer only if the commissioner can make an affirmative finding in writing as to each of the following factors. The Planning and Zoning Commission, factor 6, says that the Planning and Zoning Commission or its designee has determined affirmatively in writing that the present, future, or cumulative effect of permitting the connection will not adversely affect the town plan of conservation or development. I read that because I'm focusing on the past tense. The commission or its designee has affirmatively determined. In other words, we cannot go to the Commissioner of Public Works with our formal application to permit the sewer connection allowed by 269A until the commission, this commission, has made that determination. We submit that the commission has before it sufficient information on which to make that determination. We've submitted information in both of the two prior submissions to which I referred relating to plan of conservation and development and its provisions that clearly not only will not be adversely impacted by a sewer connection, but its goals will be advanced by permitting this project to go forward. Specifically.
Okay, so I spent some time, if I could jump to it, I spent some time discussing past precedent with Katie and what we've done in the past. And if you look at the language, the Commissioner of Public Works has to make this affirmative finding as to the following factors. And apparently in the past, it has been that the Commissioner of Public Works comes to the commission, but that the applicant must go to the Commissioner of Public Works, and that is the precedent in the past. And I'm very comfortable with that. I would guide you at this point, based on looking at what we've done, that you go to the Commissioner of Public Works and you make that application. We will then respond to the Commissioner of Public Works.
We are asking the commission to make its determination now because there are many
I
other
understand
items.
that. I
Let-
understand that. And I'm telling you in any event, I'll let the rest of the commission weigh in as sees fit, that based on the work I've done so far, I'm telling you to go to the Commissioner of Public Works, resolve this issue. She then reaches out to us and we respond to her, because it is she that has to make the affirmation about if you look at the end, at the introductory at the top, she's the one who has to make the affirmative finding as to those factors. You having been told by us is not her making the affirmative finding. And that is how the town has applied it in the past. The applicant goes to the DPW commissioner, and the DPW commissioner then requests it from us. That is apparently the past practice. From what Katie summarized for me, I had her look at some old information. She can obviously disavow all knowledge of a relationship with me at this time, but that is the take. And I am suggesting, from my point of view, that you go to the DPW commissioner.
I think if in fact that it is the past practice, and my research into prior approvals by the commissioner of sewer connection applications does not support that, but let's assume that has been the past practice. That violates really the provisions of the charter, which states that in effect, that the Commissioner of Public Works may not make that determination until and unless the Planning and Zoning Commission has made its affirmative determination. In other
But it
words,
is she
there's a
that
chicken-
comes to us, not you.
I don't know
That's-
why. That certainly is not
Because
what the
we're
charter
saying
says.
no, it says she has to make the finding that we have done that. And it is
This is,
her making the finding.
This is the guidance that this commission is providing the applicant.
Exactly.
And
Let-
also, she can make her decision subject to our approval. She can run through the other six. We're only one of 7 steps. She can do the other steps and give approval or disapproval, but certainly approval subject to our final sign off from the POCD. And the POCD covers many other things aside from just the sewer connection that we're going to need to weigh in on when we finally decide whether we approve this or not. So what you're proposing, Mr. Cohen, is putting the cart before the horse. And I think the commission is completely united on this.
Well, we don't know that. Does
Well, the
anybody else have?
unification came about since the day.
No,
since
no.
the,
I
briefing
mean,
meeting, because
you're
I
agreeing-
listened to the
no,
briefing
no.
meeting, and there was no unified.
We weren't
view
unified.
At that point.
We are, but
Until-
everybody's,
Until recently, I assume.
Mr. Cohen, Mr. Wells has no way of knowing that we're unified, but he knows that he agrees with me and everyone else is being quiet. But since everybody else is being quiet, oh, you're not being quiet, Mr. Lowe, if you would go ahead.
No, I've said that we are providing this guidance to the applicant.
Okay,
So-
and Mr. Levy and Mr. McRae, Mr. Yeski, please feel free to weigh in and opine, but I think that's, I don't know if, I think, Mr. Yeski, you also had an opportunity to speak with staff yesterday. Did you just, if you have any further thoughts since your discussion with staff?
No, I think it's very logical what you're suggesting, Madam Chair. I mean, we don't have all the information. We need to hear back from the commissioner about her decision on whether to connect the sewer or not. I mean, I'm not sure why anybody would argue that. It's illogical if you do.
Okay.
I'm about to try.
I do agree that I feel a little better about the idea of having DPW weigh in on this. They have the technical understanding here, and we don't, or at least I don't.
Well, she has to come to us. We say it's consistent with the POCD or not consistent with the POCD. And who knows, maybe we'll even have an affordable housing plan to talk about at some point. Now, so that's that's my guidance to you. I'm hearing Mr. Lowe, Mr. Levy, Mr. Wells, Mr. McRae is being silent.
No, it's the kind of thing, the applicant's got to go to Commissioner of Public Works for the specific recommendation. I'm in agreement with that. It's, they have to bring that to us, or we have to hear it from the commissioner once they've made their application to them.
So this is Joe Pecora.
Hello,
So
Joe Pecora.
how you doing? So 5 months ago, when we went to the sewer department and asked the process, they said, if you want an answer whether you can hook up or not, the only answer we can give you without P&Z complying is a no, because you're outside the sewer district. So how do I respond to them?
There's one other element too, Ms. Altman.
I'm
if I
sorry,
may.
hold on just a second, Mr. Cohen. I believe you interrupted Katie.
Sorry, I was just, we started at the same time. I was just going to say that that is true. I mean, and the comments that were sent to us from the commissioner or from Rich Feminella, the superintendent, reflect that also, that as existing, the answer is no, because there's no connection to the sewer. So I think that's where, there's nothing to move forward at this point under the site plan business. It's still the issue under the charter, which is distinct and separate from this process.
And the reality is that we're not asking for your approval.
Right.
We're only asking whether we comply with number 6 or not.
Mm-hmm. And so we will provide that information to the Commissioner of DPW when she requests it. Katie, I think given the fact that Mr. Pecora and Mr. Cohen are expressing that they feel that they're caught in an eternal do loop, for those who remember Fortran, what we could do is we can confirm to the Commissioner of DPW that we are waiting on her to reach out to us. Okay.
Well, that puts us in a position where, as Joe just reflected,
you're done. We've solved it for you.
We're really chasing our tail. Let me.
No, you're not, Mr. Cohen. You are not chasing your tail. You will go to DPW if that's what you wish to do, or you cannot do it. You will go to her and she will reach out to us, and we will advise her that that is what we have suggested, the guidance we have given you. So it's very clear that you have a path and that we have given it to you. We are not making you chase yourselves. It's not what we're doing.
Let me give you one last paragraph, if I may. All right.
Yes, sir.
The charter states that it is the petition, that it is the landowner that petitions the commission. That's what the
commissioner, and by that it means the commissioner of DPW.
Correct, it does. And
so
then
that's
the
exactly what you have to do. Makes those findings, and she makes those findings by coming to us, not by asking you what we said.
May I ask you this, Ms. Altman?
Yes, sir.
Suppose we get a comment similar to the one that Joe just reflected from the commission saying, sorry, we don't have the information from the Planning and Zoning Commission.
We will then provide it to the commissioner as soon as she asks for it.
But for some reason, you don't want to provide it to the petitioner, us.
Because we don't see that that's our role, or I don't. And I'm sorry, you guys, I don't mean to speak for you. I spent a lot of time on this one, and that's where I came out. If anybody disagrees with me, please speak up. I apologize. I do not mean to speak for anybody. Wait.
This is Joe. So Katie's going to provide an email to Amy Sievert saying that
you comfortable with that, Katie?
The applicant is going to go to you requesting you, meaning the commissioner,
yes,
for hookup, and we want to start that process. And the Planning and Zoning Commission is requesting that you, the commissioner, request whatever information you want from us so that we could give you what you want.
But why isn't this simpler than that? Why isn't this a situation we are giving you guidance and we are suggesting and guiding you to going to the commissioner of the Department of Public Works with this issue? I don't know why Katie has to get involved.
Peter, I don't know how many times it has to be
his
said.
Name, okay, Mr. Pecora.
Mr. Lowe, I don't know how many times it has to be said. We went to the commissioner.
We are going to fix that for you, Mr. Pecora. I didn't talk to Katie about that, and my apologies. But Katie, do you have any objection with contacting Ms. Siebert and making sure that the processes that we've laid out, that you share with her how we've laid out the process with the applicant?
No.
Okay, there you go. So we have fixed the problem. We understand you were caught in a circle. We will fix that for you. We get it. But that, and I'm sorry I hadn't discussed that with Katie when I talked to her, but done. I get the problem. You felt like a volleyball. Not going to happen, or a ping pong. Not going to happen. We'll we'll let her know that we have sent you to her.
We will follow your guidance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That takes that off the table so we can get to the other things.
That was the only thing that I wanted to discuss with you based on the briefing yesterday. That clearly was the issue before the commission.
So do you want to resolve that? I mean, yes, you're right. If you don't have a sewer connection, it's a question. In Ms. DeLuca's staff report, she has raised in the past, in her March staff report, the comments that need to be addressed. You've got the beta comments about the crash data. I'm not sure that any of this rises to the life safety issue that would be of consideration for an 830G. I know that you now have this issue, I believe, with conservation, that you may want to also progress on addressing that, because that, as you know, is under state law. I know I don't need to tutor Mr. Cohen in the next 8 lifetimes on those kinds of things. So did you want to talk about any of the issues that you think rise to public health and safety concerns that exceed our requirement for affordable housing?
The only other issue that I would like to mention briefly has to do with the opinions that you asked, or the briefs, as you put it.
Yes, let's talk about that.
From me and Mr. Coppola.
Mhm.
And basically, as I looked at my brief and Mr. Coppola's response, we pretty much agree to most things.
Yeah, it's amazing how
which
lawyers
is
agree.
So nice about that. But
Yeah, that is nice.
the one thing that he didn't mention that I did, that I think is kind of critical on this issue of sewer connection, is that there is appellate authority in Connecticut regarding the question of what does the commission do with an approval from a coordinate agency that
Yes.
is not necessarily bound by the provisions of 8-30G, such as,
Exactly.
in this case, the sewer commissioner or the commissioner of public works. And the answer is, at least in the case that I cited, which was not responded to, CMB Capital was the case, that it was not only permissible, but it was required of the commission, if it saw fit to otherwise approve an application, to approve it subject to, as you have in tonight's hearing, subject to the approval of a coordinate agency or official. And that's what I'm suggesting in this case. And certainly, this at preliminary stage, we're at a point where when we do respond to the issues that you point out, Ms. Alban, the commission, even though we may not have tacked down the final approval from Ms. Siebert, that the commission could and should grant approval to this project subject to that sewer connection.
So-
Clearly, the project is not going to get built without.
So, Mr. Cohen, you would like us to move the preliminary to final, and I would answer you as follows. Again, please, commissioners, jump in. I would say this to you. Because we're focused on the sewer issue, we have not finished fleshing out all the other possible considerations that could rise to life, health, and safety considerations that exceed our need for affordable housing. We've been focused on that as a major point. We know that you have some other underlying issues in this application. I would not be comfortable moving you to final until we have gotten a little farther with those. And that's why I'm suggesting that you immediately go and get the sewer issue addressed so that we can move forward on other topics and get you into the right spot wherever you need to be. That's what I'm saying. I'm not comfortable right now that I don't feel I have enough information, quite honestly, to move to agree to moving it from preliminary to final. Other commissioners may feel differently in this. We are a team. So I don't know what they think. As you know, we did not discuss that at the briefing. We just discussed the legal significance of a preliminary, which, as you know, has no legal standing, but it still says the commission thinks you've got most of the problem solved. Katie, go ahead.
Just going to make a suggestion, and the whole purpose of a preliminary in the first place is to get guidance from the commission, and we've gone through, as Madam Chair has just started to articulate the issues that we know that are outstanding: the traffic, the drainage, the going to the wetlands agency, etc. So I wonder. I think that's why. Correct me if I'm wrong, you were asking, are there any of those issues that you would like to discuss tonight? Because a possibility would be to just simply withdraw where we are now, since there's outstanding things like the wetlands permit that would be good to have if there's some moving forward and, moving forward to the next stage. So, I mean, maybe it makes sense to just withdraw this since you have the information you need effectively as to what would be needed to come back with a successful application.
Katie, we don't want to withdraw it. We still have a little time, and do remember that it's preliminary only. And so at some point, there'll be a final application that'll take this place.
Can I ask a question? The
course,
preliminary
Mr.
application, was strictly for two things. It was for sewer and the tree warden. And all the other items, I mean, the reason that we haven't come forward with a response with wetlands is because we weren't even done with the responding to Scott Marucci's drainage issues. We could solve the problem of drainage without impacting wetlands at all.
So the problem is that when you file a preliminary application, you don't restrict it to we're only talking to you about two topics. You're filing a preliminary across the board.
And we will be going in front of you on a final with everything. So.
But a preliminary isn't restricted to a couple of issues, Mr. Pecora. That's not in our zoning regulations.
Although that's why I was kind of suggesting that might be the course at this point, is to withdraw, because you know where the commission stands on the guidance regarding the sewer. And then like we've done on another application where it's pending at the moment, and we've instructed them to go to the tree warden while it's pending. So, I mean, that's not ideal. You'd want to do a preliminary, I suppose, but you have the answer to the main question that you were trying to flesh out during this process.
Yeah, Mr. Luca, if we withdraw, then we're totally out there with regards to sewer because we're not in the system.
I agree with you.
So
I think you
we
should
have to stay in the system.
I agree with you.
In order to have Ms. Sievert and the tree warden respond to us. So you're putting us in a catch-22.
No, we're not. We're fixing you.
But I see what you're saying. So what you're asking, I think what I'm understanding, just procedurally, I mean, we're just working this out. So keep the application open, go to the commissioner, ask her to ask the commission under this aegis, so to speak. And while we have this option to get to the commission, I think that's what you're saying, Mr. Pecora?
Yeah, we came to you for guidance on two things. That was it. We don't need the guidance on everything else. We know how to proceed. Okay. So we were asking for guidance on the sewer, which you gave us, and the tree warden, of which you haven't given us. And we're not asking for us to get, we've learned the hard way. We don't want to take the tree down if it's not going to be necessary.
Right.
So the tree can only, all we're asking for you guys is to say, Mr. Tree Warden, if this gets approved by us in the future, we're asking for you to understand that, it's all a moot point as it relates to the tree, in my opinion, anyway, because Mr. Luca admitted and on the record indicated that she asked him to hold off on a decision until P&Z opined on the approval or not.
Yeah, and here's and there's another question that comes out in I think it's in the beta report, that you know, and I wanted to talk to you about this tonight, that driveway that's been closed and you using it and reopening it, and what your driveway configuration is like, and whether you are going to have a significant issue with traffic safety with that driveway location, because I think that's what they're implying, but I'm not sure.
Miss.
And so,
Miss
and so
Albin.
that's the question. Yes,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Miss
Mr.
Albin,
Pecora.
as it relates to traffic, we're basically done with answering all of Beta's questions. I stopped the process because, in my opinion, that's a final application issue. And we concede that a right-hand turn exit is fine.
Okay.
Okay, but unless you want us to front the building on Brook Ridge, which I don't think you want us to do, okay, which would require a lot more trees to come down. You know, I don't think that that's an appropriate thing to do.
Okay, now, Mr. Pecora, what you're saying is that based on the work you've done with the Beta report, your driveway configuration, as long as you keep the building facing Putnam, your driveway configuration is going to continue to work.
Yes.
And therefore, the tree would come into play when we approve, if we approve. Just, okay. All right.
Yes, I mean, the whole purpose of putting the driveway location on Brook Ridge where we put it was for two reasons. One, we already had a cut there. And two, it was the furthest point away from the intersection, which allowed us the most queuing. And that's where most of the residents are going to be coming out of anyway, because that's where the garage entry is. As it relates to the front of the building facing the post road, that driveway entrance is specifically meant to be for deliveries and visitors, and that's it.
Okay. All right. Okay. What I would suggest then is, I think, Katie, if I know I can't talk to the tree warden, I don't think any commissioner could we have a further conversation with the tree warden? Could you?
Yeah, I mean, the hesitation there is that the reason that I spoke at the tree warden's hearing was I thought it was premature to be potentially taking down trees when we don't know if the commission is okay with this site plan. And we're still in the same situation in that you've said if the sewer doesn't work out, then the project's probably not going forward. So I still think that we're in the same boat with the tree warden, that we should find out where we are with this getting into the sewer boundary. I mean, if this is in the sewer boundary, then that sort of changes a lot of things. And one of them, of course, being getting the tree warden. So I think it behooves everybody to, figure out the sewer situation first. And then we'll keep this open. So we'll have this, continuing on here. If we run out of time, that can be something that's done between preliminary and final. If not, we could do it within this application period.
Agreed.
All right. Okay. All righty. Okay, so what do you want to do? Oh, I know we have the opposing counsel who wants to speak. So if you want to cede to him, Mr. Pecora and Mr. Cohen at this time, or do you have further issues you wish to discuss?
No, we're finished for the present.
All righty. Okay, so I'm going to just bring in opposing counsel.
Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Coppola.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners. As you know, I represent the Brook Ridge Hillside Neighbors, which is a group of homeowners that live in close proximity to the subject property. Per your request, we submitted a written memorandum dated May 31st regarding the scope of your advisory role under Section 269A of the Charter. It's important to first point out that Connecticut General Statute 8-30G applies only to affordable housing applications, which are defined as any application made to a commission in connection with an affordable housing application. And that it's further important to note that commission is defined as a zoning or planning commission or zoning board of appeals. And so the law of 8-30G does not apply to a decision of a water pollution control authority or sewer commission, or even an inland wetlands commission. Second, as you know, Section 269A of your charter applies to applications to extend a sewer connection to a property that lies within the unplanned non-sewered area of the town. Section 6 of Section 269A of your charter requires that you make a determination whether the present, future, or cumulative effect of permitting the connection will not adversely affect the town's plan of conservation and development. Under subsection 6 of Section 269A, you're acting in an advisory capacity, and you should not be providing your advice to the Public Works Commissioner regarding a proposed sewer application unless and until the applicant has actually submitted the application for a sewer permit to the Public Works Commissioner. I would echo the comment made by Commissioner Lowe. Why are we asking Katie to do this? And I think that was an important question to ask. Until there is an application for a sewer permit pending with the Public Works Department, I don't see why this commission would take any action with regard to providing any advice regarding a potential application that you assume will get submitted but has not yet been submitted. With regard to this project, the application has not been filed for the sewer permit with the Public Works Department. Without the application for a sewer permit, there's no requirement that your commission should act on the applicant's request to issue a written report or opinion under Section 269A of the Charter. I just want to remind you that the burden shifting language contained in Section 8-30G does not apply to a water pollution control authority or a sewer commission. At some point when you are advising the water pollution control authority pursuant to Section 269A of the Charter, you're not acting or considering an affordable housing application as defined by Connecticut General Statute 8-30G. Therefore, your commission should not refer to Connecticut General Statute 8-30G in its report to the commissioner, or apply the deferential standards set forth in Connecticut General Statute 8-30G when making a determination regarding your advisory opinion regarding the PO's compliance with the POCD to the Commissioner of Public Works. Just two housekeeping items. One, Attorney Cohen had commented that we did not respond regarding his citation to a few of the cases in his memo, CMB Capital Appreciation versus Planning and Zoning Commission in North Haven, or Garrett versus Planning and Zoning Commission. We purposely didn't respond because, quite frankly, those cases were not relevant to the issue at hand, which was what was the scope of your authority in acting on a future application for a sewer permit pursuant to Section 269A of the Charter. The applicant has not filed that application yet for a sewer permit. The cases that he's referring to provide that the commission, or at least address the commission's approval conditional, where there would be a conditional approval from another agency, and that's not the issue at hand. The issue at hand is what are you required to do with regard to the future application that the applicant will file for a sewer permit? I have nothing further at this time unless the commission has any questions for me.
Does anybody on the commission have questions for Mr. Capola?
No.
All righty. I'm not clear we have any public comment as I look at who's here, but I'm going to ask, does anybody from the public wish to comment on the 830G application at 5 Brook Ridge Drive at this time? Please raise your virtual hand and I will recognize you. Anybody wish to discuss this application? No. Okay. So marching orders done. Looks like Katie will follow up. Mr. Cohen, did you want to close with anything?
Yeah, just briefly, if I may. Mr. Capola said only one thing that I disagreed with. I agreed with everything else. But one thing that he stated was that this commission, in being asked to provide the Commissioner of Public Works with its determination regarding the POCD, was acting in an advisory capacity, and you don't really have to do it. Not true at all. And that that issue was dealt with by Judge Tobin a number of years ago in a case involving this commission called Makel versus the Planning and Zoning Commission, 1999 Superior Court case, when he said this, dealing with exactly this provision in the charter. Quotes, when a Planning and Zoning Commission reviews an application for conformity with the plan of conservation and development, it is acting in its capacity as a planning commission. Section 8-28 of the general statutes provides that all official actions or decisions of a planning commission shall be published, and an appeal is taken from an action or decision of a planning commission exercising planning functions. So in other words, this is a very real issue. We're not asking for advisory opinion only. We're asking for the commission to function in terms of whether or not a particular action being proposed by an applicant violates the provisions of the POCD. And we think that we're not happy with it, but we will follow the guidance that the commission has set forward and act accordingly.
Should I let Mr. Coppola, I'm going to go back and forth. Mr. Coppola has his hand up. Okay, I'm going to do that. Mr. Coppola, if you would go ahead.
And I don't want to have a back and forth. Could you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, go ahead.
And by the way, I don't want to have a back and forth. I just wanted to point out that maybe Attorney Cohen misunderstood the comment I made. I'm not in any way suggesting that the commission does not have to make a finding as to whether or not the proposed application for connection to the sewer will adversely affect the town plan of conservation and development. I agree with them that that is your role. The point I made and the statement I made was that you're not required to do so right now because there is no application for a sewer permit that's been filed by the applicant. When in fact an application gets filed and you have the opportunity to actually review it, to ask questions about it, to intelligently consider it, then at that point in time, you could make a proper determination as to whether, in your advisory capacity, you believe that the proposed application complies with the town plan of conservation and development or not. So that's all. That was a statement I made. Again, was that it's not your role. It's not. You're not required to make that finding now because there's no application that's been filed for the sewer permit connection. Just want to make that clear.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. So dueling attorneys, I feel honored because two excellent attorneys to hear from. Both of you always do very good work with us. Okay. So we're going to see you when you come back. And there's nobody from the public to speak. And okay,
Madam Chairman, before we end, can I just
Yes,
ask one
sir.
question for clarification for the public, including my clients? So from a timing standpoint, just so we all understand what the next steps are, this preliminary application is being continued as a preliminary application. Is that correct?
that is what the applicant has advised us, that they will wish to continue the application as the preliminary so that they can remain in the system. And I do see their point in that they want to stay in the system with a live application. They can always withdraw it later, but for the time being, they are in the system. They can go to the Commissioner of DPW and say, we have an active application. The planning director has told you that P&Z has sent us to you, et cetera. And so I see the applicant's point on that.
So what happens next? Because I think it'd be
They're-
helpful for the public, as
they're-
people are also getting into summer vacations and want to know
I'm
when's
aware
the
of
next
that.
meeting. So
And,
when would the next meeting be?
Ma'am, Katie?
The reason I ask is, for example, is there a deadline by which the commission has to close the hearing?
Yes, it's July 7th. And so it's, we do have things already scheduled for the 21st that would make it difficult to have this application on the 21st. But if that's the way it falls, so be it. Otherwise, it will have to be before the 7th.
So is it fair to say that there'll be one additional meeting, and that additional meeting will either be on June 21st or July 7th?
Correct.
And then at that point, the hearing will be closed?
On the preliminary.
The preliminary, yep.
And
And-
as you know, our preliminary, we've been through the whole thing. A preliminary has no legal standing. We move it to final and they file the final whenever they're ready. And I would guess, Mr. Pecora, Mr. Cohen, you correct me, they are going to take that time between preliminary and final to address whatever issues the commission seems to be finding are salient enough to exceed our need for affordable housing. And as you know, both of you know this, we don't take that question frivolously.
So just my last procedural question, so everybody in the public understands this, it is a little confusing.
I know it is.
Well, because Greenwich handles a preliminary application different than any other commission I've seen.
We
in this-
try not to be like anybody else.
Oh, I could tell. Yes, you are. Greenwich is absolutely unique in the state of Connecticut. There's no question about it. And you do a great job, and I'm not disputing that.
No,
I just want
I
to
know.
make.
I'm just.
I just
kidding.
want to
I'm
make sure
trying
I
to-
understand. We
I'm
understand the
just
process
trying to
because I'm
like.
getting the question
So
from people.
the preliminary, yeah. So the preliminary gets moved to final, then the applicant decides. We give them guidance at the end of the preliminary. I don't know what other towns do. I'll go read their regs, okay?
That's
Because now
the-
you got me curious. We give
I
them
can tell you
guidance at the
nobody.
preliminary.
I can tell you nobody has a preliminary application process like Greenwich, as far as I know, in the state. But what I could, so I just wanted.
Yeah, okay.
You're very thorough. No, what I just
And
wanted
we
to know.
don't use it very often anymore, just so you know. We are using it on this application because it met the applicant's need.
get it.
We now normally go to the 759B instead because it's simpler and cheaper for the applicant and it's more expeditious. But we would move it to final if that was what we did. You could, and then we would give them the conditions upon which what we would like to see them in coming back to final. At that time, we would only raise, and this is why I'm not ready to move it to final. I'd like to know exactly what issues have enough substance to be for us to ask, even though that's not what the applicant is asking us to do. I can't only address, as I see it, 2 issues in the move from preliminary to final. I have to say, this is an 830G and these are your health, safety, and other issues that might exceed our community's need for affordable housing.
So my last procedural question.
Yes, sir.
Is, so you have your meeting on June 21st or July 7th. That's the close of the hearing. At that point, do you then, at that meeting, deliberate and say, here's what we're going to advise the applicant regarding the preliminary application, or does that happen at another future meeting?
I am not following you.
So at the end, there's going to be another meeting. I assume the applicant will have some opportunity to present. There may be questions. When that's concluded, and then you deliberate as a commission in order to provide whatever advisory decision you're going to provide. Does that happen on that same night, Or do you do that at a future meeting? That's
With the question of whether we move that, whether we, once we close the preliminary, whether we move it to final depends on where we are on the clock.
no, the question, no.
I can answer anybody. They might decide it that night, or they
Exactly.
might close it and do it 65 days, within 65 days after that.
So it may not be that night. At some point, they'll
Yes.
provide an advisory.
Yeah, we do
opinion.
try to do it. We try to make our decisions the same night. Every now and then when something's incredibly complex, we don't. I believe that with the attorney we have representing the applicant here, that we will have a clear cut set of issues when Mr. Cohen is done with us, and that we will be able to decide expeditiously, but I don't know that. I just know Mr. Cohen is very thorough, and that we should be able to decide on what we do with the preliminary that same night, but sometimes we can't. Sometimes we need to think about stuff and it's way complicated. We just need a little window, but we try not to take that window because we don't want to put, we don't want to stall people.
But to be clear, we're not making any final determination.
No, sir.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Mr. Capola was asking, whether you were saying that would we make a final decision about something, or whether we just making a decision about.
No, she answered the question.
I answered the
Yeah,
question.
the question. Yeah, I was trying to figure out. Do you deliver, just so that people know, because of their vacation schedules, et cetera? Do you typically do it the same night? And the question was answered. So
we try very hard to make our decisions the same night. There's a decision we made recently where it actually took us a month because we kept coming to a meeting and going, whoa, this can't figure this one out. But most of the time we don't do that. And I hope every commission in Connecticut is like that. We're costing the applicant money when we take a long time to make a decision. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
right.
your clarification. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, all three of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Patrick's being sworn in.
Oh, a couple of people in the audience there's Sandra Heath has her hand up. I don't know who she is. We did try to call for the public on 5 Brookridge. I hope that's not what she's here for.
I think it is.
We did call for the public and no hands were raised.
I think we move on. You gotta be
I
in
know.
there.
Thank
while
you,
you're at.
Mr. Wells. That's what your chair was about to do.
Right.
Ms. Heath, I apologize. Yes, she lowered her hand. I mean, we did call and I called several times. So, all righty, folks, we now go to number 10. Oh, just so you guys know, Katie is going to step out probably around 9 o'clock. We'll still be going, but in the end, I think she's going to go to that meeting. She's going to be a wing woman. All right. Okay. So 142 Railroad Avenue for a final coastal site plan and special permit at 142 Railroad Avenue in the GB and the CGIO. Sorry, it's also Central Greenwich Impact Overlay and the coastal zone. This is to finish the space that they began to convert to a convenience store. What year was that, Patrick? Or Nick, do you remember? I think it was like 07?
2004.
2004. Yeah, I knew I read it over the weekend. Okay,
And
Mr.
extended in
Tessie.
2010, I believe.
Mr. Tessie, here we go. Application number 10. Did
Yes.
you listen to the briefing yesterday?
Yes, I did.
So we could jump in?
Jump right in.
Okay, jump right in. First of all, the commission decision letter at that time asked you to remove the uses, the non-approved uses, and you did remove the truck storage and parking, but you have other parking and storage, which was not approved in the application, and that remains open. The second thing we're struggling with is that the use of the space for which you don't have a lease, and that's for the non-conforming use. And what else did we cover, guys, yesterday on 142?
It was, let's see, we're back to finalizing that. The non-permitted use, we were advised that this Connecticut DOT lease was not renewed, and there are a host of things happening behind the building on that land or that property.
Right.
Okay.
Shall I respond?
Yes, please.
Okay. The, spoke to our client, Mr. Angiolello, and those cars, as someone yesterday, I apologize who it was, maybe it was all of you, pointed out that they looked like Cadillac inventory, and they were. So he contacted the dealer, pointed out that he's not the owner of the property, but that parking there of those vehicles is not permitted for him or for anyone else on the DOT property, and inquired whether they had a lease, and they said no. So that, at least they said they'd remove it, but we don't have any control over it. I asked the client whether he's charging the Cadillac to be dealership to be there. He said absolutely not.
What?
He can't charge
Okay.
for something he doesn't own.
Then get those puppies out of there, or
That's
we'll.
just what
report-
he said. I don't know if he used the word puppies, but that's what he told him to do because he's, affecting his application. So I talked to
Done.
him about
Gone.
we
Now,
can't steal his cars, and it's not, but he did point that out to them. But as you know, as we all know, it's not our client's property. It's DOT property. Our client has no problem I think it was mentioned, putting demarcation features. I think particularly to block maybe the Cadillac dealer on the right side meaning the west side, I believe it's the west side, between the Cadillac building and our client's building, where there is a parking space that's employees only per the original site plan. So what we're really looking to do is reinstate the, lack of a better word, the 2004 site plan. A question was raised whether our client had a building permit for the work that they did commence, and the answer is absolutely yes.
yeah,
That's
because
how
I
this all
had, it was me that raised it, Mr. Tessie.
Yeah.
At the time, you may not remember this, but at the time, I was starting to attend P&Z meetings. And I thought there was an issue with this applicant not having had a permit or having done some work for which they had not been approved. Now, I realize that it's a million years ago, but that was stuck in my memory every time I drive by that gas station.
I honestly can't answer that. 'Cause I wasn't
So-
part of it, but what I do know
Yeah.
is there was an outstanding permit, work was done. There were actually some inspections. Mr. Marr but because of the time period, when the client finally decided to finish the project last year or the year before, when he, again, wanted to finish the project, he was told that he had to get a zoning permit, because at that time zoning permits weren't issued. And when that happened, that's when it came out that the site plan with the extension period had expired. So he couldn't finish his building without going through basically the process that we're engaged in at this time. So that's where we are. No issues. He doesn't. I explained to them with the points that were raised yesterday regarding, again, the demarcation feature. I think Mr. Macri mentioned what it's exactly to be. Wasn't really pinned down, but he certainly understands he cannot use that property, that he's going to be monitored, and that part and parcel of a condition of an approval, if you're so inclined, we hope you are, to allow us to get this all finished and actually clean up the site in a way, is to reinstate that application, permit, special permit and site plan approval. There is a as you know, a site plan, it shows, and we talked about that, my client and I, it shows line spaces, and he is amenable to do the lining, to do everything he's supposed to do. per
Okay,
that
so,
approval.
okay, so here's, I'm just thinking out loud here, so
Go ahead.
commission jump in. First of all, you get all that non-conforming use that was not in our approval out before zoning permit. And
That's
you
fine, except we have no control over what Cadillac does.
Okay, you
We don't
just.
own
Well,
put-
that property as
that's
it's
kind of an
being built.
easy situation, Mr. Tessie, I think, actually, because I would think that actually, if we're looking to make sure that there's nothing on that DOT land, even though you have no control over what your neighbor does,
Right.
we can condition this to say that that stuff has got to be over there. So we can put a little bit of pressure here. It's got to be removed, lock, stock, and barrel before he
What-
gets his CO.
What stuff are you talking about? The cars?
Yeah.
Well, we're
anything.
gonna block off, and he thought it was a good idea.
Okay,
Because
so
as you can
let's,
see, the Cadillac dealers really can't get access back there other than through that
his driveway. So
that
Mr.
driveway there. And he said, the first thing I want to do is block that off because that'll
You got it.
prevent.
And he's
So
just
we're all in
gonna,
agreement there.
and I hate to tell you, Mr. Tessie, but he does have the capability of going to somebody and saying, Mr. Cadillac, you are trespassing on my property to go to the storage site that I may not be owning or renting anymore. You're trespassing. You're not doing that anymore, or I'm taking you to court. He's got a good lawyer, number one. Number two,
I didn't know
before
he
you're,
hired Mr. Cohen, but okay.
yeah, and Mr. Capola. And number two, not only do you do this before zoning permit, but if those cars are back there, you don't get your CO.
Look,
I'm just
we're
saying.
going to block it off. He's basically told the fellow, and I don't know whether he was trespass or not, but he wanted those cars out of there because it's affecting his ability. And again, they shouldn't be there, and they're not going to be allowed to go through his property. That's what he told me, and I accept his word, but you're going to put it in right. You're going to transform his word to mandate. So there it is.
Yes, and he doesn't get to open his store. It stays closed because this is ridiculous. And I'm done. I'm done with waiting for the poor zoning enforcement officer to do something. You just don't get another approval because you haven't met the conditions of the first one. Absolutely not. It's for the exact same
Well,
application.
the first one, well, technically right
Done.
now, assuming there's none of those cars are really his, he actually isn't compliance because he doesn't have anything there. Those trucks, it was, as was pointed out in that decision letter, I think it's on the second page of one of the whereas clauses, there was a truck rental operation going on back in 2004 and before, and that was required to be and was ceased, according to our client. And Cadillac kind of found its way back there. So yes, he'll block off any access. And because that actually Cadillac, by him blocking off, which he can, there's no way physically for Cadillac to get onto that property. So that's what he's going to do. He's going to give him. So I think we'll be able to clear those cars out on that basis because they'll be locked in. So I think we're all in agreement, as I said
Your
earlier.
decision letter is dead if
Correct.
those cars aren't gone.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you say our decision letter is dead.
Dead.
Well, I don't know as you can say it's
No,
dead.
you don't get a zoning permit.
Well, if you're not going to get a zoning permit until we block off.
Exactly.
Until those cars are out of there. And I mean, it's kind of interesting because part of your requirement is going to be that we put up a demarcation feature to prevent cars from going there, right? So it's kind of like.
Yeah, are you planning to put a fence up or what?
I don't know, it's just hot off the presses with them. I told him a demarcation. I think Mr. Macri even mentioned stones, boulders, which the Wetlands Agency does.
You know, I can get you some nice armed guards. Now.
Could be a fence.
Yeah.
Armed guards, I don't know.
I'm just saying that's, okay, now let's talk about something else that disturbed us a little bit because we're granting you, it was bothering me a lot last night. We're granting you, where you've got an application to do work on a building that it's only 6 inches, but part of it is on land that you have no control over.
There are so many encroachments of buildings and on whether it's the town of Greenwich or anywhere else that are older, that that if you wanted to tell every property on Greenwich Avenue that they can't be whatever used because there's a minor encroachment, it happens. It's happened over the years. These are minor encroachments. I don't see them as zoning issues. You tell an applicant you have to go to court.
Mr. Tessie, do you think that it's possible to get to talk to ownership and get some kind of agreement about this encroachment, just so that it's normal?
The DOT? I can't get them. I've been working for 5 years in Stanford on a lease that they agree to provide to get them to do anything. So the answer is absolutely not. With the DOT. I'm in all honesty, it's just not going to happen. But if somebody would start to look at, no, they start to, you do.
Did you agree to indemnify them?
Any building, any existing buildings that are old, in an area where you've got close-up situations, you're going to find your encroachments. Well, ask any surveyor, they're going to be minor encroachments. Just happens. And sometimes you'll get two different surveyors to give you different lines, which is another problem. So, you know, the problem is that building's been there since I think 1940 or earlier. And they missed the line by a little bit, you know, what can I tell you?
With regarding that encroachment, Mr. Tessie, if you did remove them, is there any issue with the stair coming out? Like, are you gonna have an egress issue or a code issue or anything?
Only the stairway is an issue. And when I say it's an issue, it's a non-issue. I've already told my client he's going to have to work with the building department to have that. If he needs a second means of egress there, or third, whatever it is, it's going to have to be over on that west side and not there. I've already.
I just want to make sure that your party's aware that if that goes.
No, I
away,
told him that.
that could make a domino effect. or
That's a
whatever, yeah.
building, it's going to be a building permit issue. And you can note that, you know, if you want to note it in your decision, hopefully a positive.
Mr. Macra,
Okay. As
noted
we're,
in our decision.
yeah, as you see this, I don't see a stair. I'm trying to get
It's
the
a well,
sense of this.
it's a well, because of the topography, it goes up a few steps. So it's not, the ground is higher than the, there, a few feet higher there in the back. So it's a walk up.
Uh-huh. Okay, so that back door, whatever that does, that's out onto the back property is a step up to the what you call it? The
Well, to
property.
the DOT land. Yeah, it's a step up.
Mr. Mack, right? It's on the location survey, not on the proposed development plan. It's a different. So this is the development plan that was adopted, and this is the location survey. So this is the, I don't know if my cursor is visible, but that's the area of the stairwell.
That's
Oh, I
going to
see
have to be addressed as part of the building permit, the new building permit.
Right.
Okay, that stair is from the floor plan up and out.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
With the telephone pole in the middle of it.
Well, I guess in case of a fire, somebody could slide down it. I don't know why it was put.
Okay.
There. Kind of dumb to me, but.
Right. Madam Chair, I think actually I've got a bunch of conditions I think we can put together for this.
Okay, well, let's go to let's just make sure that we don't have, first of all, does anybody else on the commission have questions? Comments on this application?
Oh,
No.
I just want to, so you're going to delineate your property line with parking on this, what is this, what side is this? I'm trying to think. It's the south side of the property.
Yeah, there are parking spaces. If you put up the site plan, maybe we should have the site plan up, maybe.
And that's the only way you're going to delineate. You're not planning to put up a fence or something else at the moment.
Well, I think the idea was to block the back there. That's weird. But you tell us. So yeah, back in there.
Yeah, that line
yeah,
is,
that
that's
line-
the property line. So that's
Yes, that's
going to be the
property.
line of demarcation.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, maybe in those, maybe you can put where those parking spaces are there, put those what do you call them? You know, for to stop cars.
Wheel stops.
Wheel stops. That would make sense to me.
Ballards or something? Okay, so yeah, I
Yeah,
just want to
yeah.
know what your intentions are and what you want to do, so we can include that.
Oh,
in it.
intentions were to have the, particularly, I know that the west side is something he wants to put in, get those cars out of there because that's their convenient access that they were using to get back there. And then you've got parking. No parking area. Well, that's because of the way you're driving. So then, I mean, I thought was that we put those stops up and then we put maybe something right across, including that area, something that's low profile and, not stupid looking, at least in my opinion. We can do that with not, what did I say, door stops? I meant tire.
Wheel stops.
Wheel stop. Keep saying tire stops. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Leroux, is it possible for you to bring up a street view?
Yeah, from Google Earth.
I want to make sure that we're all on the same page on this.
Well, we normally aren't, so
We're all on the
No
same
doubts.
page right now.
On page 40.
page on my computer.
He's working on it. I can Google Earth if I'm allowed to
No,
do it.
I think I have it. I
I
just
think
gotta-
Pat has that. I saw it in his staff report or somebody's stuff.
Yeah.
Ah, bingo. Okay. Can you go down to,
Oh, wow.
what is it? Arch Street and look back at the building? Just to
Sure.
turn 180 degrees.
You want to go towards Arch, you said?
Yeah, turn around to Arch. Yeah, go out. Yeah, see where that truck is? Go out there. And now go down towards the bridge, please, because I want to see the back of the building.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
Apologize.
Right
Apologize. if
there.
maybe
That's
it's
perfect. Okay,
motion
that's
sickness.
that's good. So the property line is the back corner of the building.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the demarcation that we're talking about is along the property line. I just want to make sure that everybody understands what this is. So where that car is parked in those parking spaces is
I know.
DOT land.
I know.
So they can park on the other side of, once they stop having Cadillacs there, they can use the other side of the building for their parking.
That's what they're supposed to do. Lot,
Yeah.
you know, what was it? That space number 7, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when I say demarcation, it's that line. So
No, I'm
whatever.
yeah, no, I'm aware of that. I should interject. I plan maybe if I explain that all to him. He may reach out to the DOT, but that's for another day and to see if he can secure a lease, but that's for another day. Right now, we've got to get going with you. What's interesting in this view in the back, I don't see those cars.
Yeah, it must have been a different day.
When is this?
Well-
Is this today? Is this right off the? satellite?
Nope.
Oh, well, you
no,
can pull
this is,
back, actually, Patrick, you can pull back to an aerial on Google Earth and you can, from this very same shot, you can take the little man back into aerial.
So this is July 2021, but the aerial
Oh, okay.
was 2022.
Okay, thank you.
So that's
okay.
to answer your question. This
Which
view
one?
right.
I guess you didn't get them off yet. Okay.
Yeah. So this is the view from. I had the date here. It's 2022. That's what I confirmed the other day.
Oh, well, clearly the cars were here because you read.
According to this overview, that view you were just showing from Arch Street might not show all these cars because they're behind that bush. There's a whole
Yeah.
clear alleyway there. So they may have been there. They don't come up in the photo, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
But in any event, they're there now. So whatever.
Yeah, and
Okay.
yeah. So this row of 4 might be on Cadillac's property, but this is
Yeah, I
not.
think that is the fifth
But,
one.
but this is generally the vicinity of the property line, and then along the rear of the building.
All righty, time to move on.
All right, we're
Okay.
all on the same page here.
Okey doke. So do I have any comments from the public on this application? Anybody from the public wish to speak on 142 Railroad Avenue, which is the Shell station finishing its convenience store? No. And there were no further comments from the commission. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
This applicant, Mr. Tessie,
No, I just wanted to say good
you've
night.
just been on vacation too much. You were overstepping. You need to be retrained. Your training is very weak, very, very poor tonight. You don't talk when people are talking to the commission. All right, no objection to closing this application. This application is hereby closed. Thank you, Mr. Tessie.
I just wanted to hear you say good night because I was.
I'm only, yes, goodbye. All right, okey doke. Where's Mr. Basili?
Yes,
It's
Right
time to,
here.
it's
Look,
time to say goodbye.
that's okay. See you next time. Have a nice rest of the night.
See you next time.
All right.
All righty. And with that, we're going to go to the discussion items. The first one is GFC Havemeyer LLC and GFC LLC for they're starting out with a change of zone from CGB to CGBHO and the site plan and special permit to do a 6-unit residential building. And this is at 226 and 230 Mesa Street and 16 Havemeyer Place, which we know as the Armory Building and the adjacent parking lot. And with that, Mr. Haslam, I believe. And there he is. You're nodding. Is he on his way in? I'm not seeing him. There he is. Okay. Mr. Haslam, that was amazing that the last meeting we waited for you and waited for you.
I know. God, I felt terrible.
Where were you?
On the agenda was so far down, and I got home after 4 hours of presenting to you, and I'm sitting there, and Katie all of a sudden sends me a text, "Are you reappearing?" And I went, "Oh my goodness." So, in any event, I apologize, and thank you, Katie, for putting me back on so quickly.
All righty. Okay, so
You did us a little bit of a small favor, so don't apologize.
no, don't let him off easy. Okay, so let's start out with your discussion about going to an HO and some guidance on this HO in which you are proposing to remove the roof of the Armory building and leave it as a ghost structure. Now, you heard the commission discussion on this, right?
I did.
At the original briefing. We have fought to protect that Armory building. We preserved it in its entirety. The last time the site was approved for something, we fought to protect that shed roof, and we were respectful of the entire structure and the history that it has. So I personally am struggling terribly with your proposal to turn this into a ghost structure. The little lights on it in your graphic, to me, were, well, I'll let other people use adjectives because they were more colorful than mine. What I would tell you is that I personally see the ghost structure as at 100 West Putt, not 100 at the Catterton building.
600 or something.
600, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
599 West Putt is a disaster. And the reason it's a disaster is because everybody says, oh, there's some like weird thing that's under construction. Now it looks old and decayed and nobody notices it anymore. But for years, everybody kept asking us what. So my first guidance would be, my point of view, save the entire building. Save that drill shed in its entirety. That's what we've been trying to do. It's a historic structure. It has history to it. If you want an HO, you got to save the building. Okay, that's my take. Anybody else?
Well, could I step back for a moment, please, Madam Chair? First of all, introduce myself and my clients. So Helen Nitkin is on as a presenter tonight too, and Victor DeChico, also from HB Nitkin.
Hello.
As
Sorry.
well as Robert McCall, who's the architect on the project. And I'd ask that Robert be allowed to share at some later point in the presentation when we get there. And I'll make a few other
Later
remarks.
point in the presentation. This is a pre-app. You have like 20 minutes.
I mean, in the pre-app, in this evening's very brief pre-app.
Yeah. That's why I'm trying to rush you along, because I'm trying to get the core issues out for you.
Yes,
And that's
and
why
I
I started
also-
talking. Okay.
I'm sorry, and I also did speak with Kate a few days ago and said, would it be helpful to have Chairman Bishop from the HDC on tonight as well? Just because, as you know, there was a 3-page letter that was written by the HDC last September supporting this resolution pretty strongly. And
We
I
read it.
thought it might be helpful, and Katie indicated she thought that was a good idea. So Steve Bishop is attending as well. And if you want to bring him up too, Patrick, that would be helpful, I hope. But just going back a bit, you will recall, I think some of you will, that in 2007, there was an application made to build 9 townhouses on this property. And that was not under an HO. It was under the triple asterisk to 6-205. And basically what that project, as approved by the commission, provided for was that the facade to the Armory building itself on Mason Street, and that facade alone, would be maintained. The other 3 walls of the Armory building and the drill shed would be removed to allow for these 9 townhouses to be built. That wasn't, we didn't go forward with that project. Obviously 2008 came along, and for whatever reason, it was not a good time to build real estate, or build buildings on real estate. And in 2010, an application was made to the commission to reinstate that approval because the 3 years had run out or was about to run out. And the commission re-granted that application in 2010. In 2012, application was made to use the Armory portion of the building as office space for HB Nitkin while this 9 townhouses application was pending, and that was granted by the commission. So we decided to come back in 2016, scaling down the projects a bit. The original application called for 0.89 FAR. Came back with 0.812, 6 units rather than 9 units. And we would apply under an HO, full 6-109 HO to preserve everything on the property other than the drill shed. And we were about to go forward with that with you. We'd actually gone over to HTC and gotten a preliminary opinion from them that they thought the project was acceptable. And the Chabad approached Helen Nitkin and suggested that they've been looking for a place for their synagogue for many, many years, and this might be a good location for it. So Helen tried to accommodate them, and they went off in a different direction with a different kind of application for the synagogue. And eventually you approved it, but with the condition in pertinent part that the drill shed be maintained. And that kind of went off the rails because we knew from our past applications and your approvals that it was impossible to build what the Chabad wanted to build and maintain the drill shed, because you've got the 91 spaces that you required for the Havmeyer building, parking on that location, as well as the parking that you'd need for any use here. So we, that got denied. They took an appeal. The agreement with Chabad has since lapsed, and that's over and done with. And we're ready to proceed with what we had planned to do in 2016 for these 6 units. We made pre-application to you folks last spring. This issue of the drill shed came up at that time, and you suggested that we go to the HDC and discuss it with them. So we did. We went to the HDC 3 times over 6 months last year. We had a site visit with the HDC at one location as well. We worked together collaboratively.
Sorry, we suggested you go to the
You
HDC
did. Yep.
on this one?
Yes. Yep. We had a pre-app last spring. And you said you heard our suggestion. You heard what we want to do with the bot, and go talk to the HDC and see what you can do about the drill shed. So this is the solution we came up
Oh,
with.
I thought you said you already had the ghost structure, and that's why I was really surprised. Okay.
No, that's not a ghost structure. That is what we're proposing is those are the actual trusses that exist there. It's not like the Chatterton building, which those were put up to make it look like something. I don't know what, a ghost structure, I guess, with elements that were not there previously. This is different. It's the existing trusses, which are very unique to this building, and that and the bricks, as the HDC indicated in their letter. So we were actually thrilled with the response that we got from the HDC. I think collectively, all of us who had worked on this were pretty pleased with the outcome. And it was therefore disappointing for us to hear through the grapevine that you guys weren't so much as thrilled with the proposal that we had. We thought it was a good compromise. We thought, as did the HDC, that it was respectful of the building, that it brought this element, the trusses, to the forefront. Whereas most people don't even know the Armory drill shed exists there. It protects the Armory building itself 100%. Some of the walls have to be scaled down a little bit to the south and the west on the drill shed. And obviously we're not going to put the roof back on. The idea is to have the trusses exposed and lit up for their beauty, which we all thought was fairly brilliant resolution, I have to say. So that's why we're back before you. Katie said, before you file a final application with P&Z, you better come back and discuss this issue, because the commission isn't that thrilled with your resolution. So that's why we're here tonight, in part. And I also hear you want to talk about some of the architectural design too, which the HDC has not signed off on, and they want us to come back and discuss with them more, although it's some elemental details. But in any event, that's why we're before you tonight. And if you want.
Oh, because it's an HO, but you're going to make the whole property a historic overlay, and that's why it's going to stay with you. Okay. All right.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. So
All
you're preserving the Armory building itself in its entirety, and you're preserving most of the drill shed, and try and come up with a unique response to allowing us to use that FAR, because otherwise we can't do the project. It's impossible to do it. And it's also structurally unsound, that roof as it currently is. So we thought it was a great solution. And I can, Bob McCall's here right now, and he was the one that came up with it. He deserves all the credit, and then share it with the HDC. And then we worked on it together, and they said, yeah, this could work. So Bob can maybe give you more of insight in how he came to this idea. But that's what we've been working on. And I should say too, that was last September. And in the interim, Helen and Victor have also been working with the vets to see if there's something we can do that they would be happy with, because I know that they were strongly opposed to having the drill shed removed back when the Chabad was coming through. And we've had good discussions. I'm not sure we're all the way there yet, but we've talked about doing plaques, flags, other ways of using the brick, any brick that's not reused, maybe placed over at the Veterans War Memorial by the Havemeyer Building. So we've had good discussions, and Helen can address that more if you want to. But I think we're making progress. So we didn't want the commission to just kill it at the get-go, but rather want to have a discussion with you.
Okay. All righty. Where do you want to go with that?
Bob, do you want to discuss a little bit about how you came up with this concept and any other unique properties in this country or that you've worked on that have adopted this kind of concept?
Sure. If you like, if I can share my screen, I can just walk through the presentation and I'll be brief. You've all seen it.
Pat, you got to do that. Okay.
Oh, it's all set.
Good. So you all can see the screen, and I'll go through this quickly because I think it seems like the building is not the main issue here that we're talking about, is the shed. But so this is the ground floor plan, and as was mentioned, the biggest challenge really, we're only adding the 6 units and the 12 spaces associated with the 6 units. But the fact that the project's burdened with like housing 91 cars really makes it challenging. So, the biggest problem was, how do we get the cars on the site? Our solution was basically a parking at grade and parking below grade. Our goal was to hide all of the parking at grade because we wanted to look like a building, not a parking lot. So entering off Mason Street, you access the parking 2 separate ways. You access off Mason Street, and that goes to the subterranean part of the parking. And then off Havemeyer, you access the at grade parking. The reason for that is because the site is so tight that if you included accessing and a ramp down, you lose about 15 spaces, and we are fighting for every space on this site. So this is at grade, and we'll quickly go down to subgrade. So we come down the ramp off of, oops, sorry, I apologize, went the wrong way. So coming down the ramp to subgrade, we arrive at the bottom of the ramp, and basically we max out the subgrade parking as well as going completely under where the shed currently occupies. Nothing super exciting there. Back up to grade, and at grade we access this part of the parking from Havemeyer, and this basically goes straight across, and again sort of occupies the same real estate as below. We pulled the building away. This is the armory. We pulled our building away from the armory, having sort of a public walk that you can access back into the garage. But more importantly, it's how you get into the lobby for the building, for the 6 units above. This is basically the elevator access for the lobby, as well as the stair for the 6 units. And while all 6 units on the 2nd and 3rd floor are accessed via the elevator, we wanted to have direct access from the lower 3 units onto the street, just so it would occupy the street, so it wouldn't look like a building was hovering. So when you walk in off the street, the 3 units on this level, and again, the core, this is the armory, and this is the existing structure we're planning on maintaining for the drill shed. The 3rd floor, again, 3 more units, very similar to below. Again, the core, armory, drill shed. And the upper 3 units have access to private roof decks. My computer operates. So basically, each one of these is for the unit below. And again, the drill shed and the parking below. Real quick, going through, basically you have the armory. When we were picking material pallets, we wanted to sort of pick and choose from the armory and the fire station across, but we didn't want to match or mimic it. These materials, when we went through to the HDC, these have actually been changed. They had some very good suggestions in terms of trying to make this a little bit more pedestrian scale. We used to have a very large scale stone facade here that was really essentially the same stone as that, which we have changed to a gray Roman brick. In lieu of doing actually brick on this part of the building, we want to do a terracotta cladding. So it's the sort of the same look and feel, but we wanted this building to be more modern. We're not trying to, of course, mimic the armory. And recessed in the back, and we'll have perspectives, is a charred cedar. And again, this material palette was refined when you're going through HDC. This is the Havemeyer elevation. One thing to note is we're 4 feet higher where we enter the garage here on Havemeyer than where we enter the lower garage on Mason. Walking down the street again. So this right here is the armory. This is that access into the elevator core that I talked about, where you access the 2 levels of residential. So this entire ground level here is parking, except for where we wanted to have street access for the residential units. We wanted folks to come out of their house and walk right out to the street versus, and if they ever use it, who knows, you know, because you can access the lower units by the elevator, but the idea of being able to walk out your front door and go grab a cup of coffee was important to us. So basically we see 1 unit, 2 units. This is the access to the lower part of the parking garage.
Yeah,
again,
if you could go back a second, Mr. Levy, Mr. McRae, can you go back and then also show the Havemeyer and go back and forth just so make sure, and then Mr. Levy and Mr. McRae, would you comment on that versus the facade? You know, just give us your thoughts and give some guidance. I think we'll.
Oh, God.
What was that sound?
Right. So very briefly,
And give us the Havemeyer one more time, just so everybody's got it. No, the other one, full. Yeah.
Oh,
there
I
you go.
apologize. All right. Let me go.
Yeah, that one too. Okay, I meant the one that you just jumped through.
The flat elevations.
Yep,
Okay.
flat's good.
I think that this, I don't know what this is responding to, but it just has nothing to do with downtown. It's a pretty massive facade. And so I without getting into too much detail, I think that it just seems to be needs to be toned down and given some scale, and it needs to be more pedestrian.
Friendly, you mean?
Yeah, more friendly. But more importantly, to me, is an understanding of what the HO represents and what we're trying to do with an HO. I think that it's an opportunity to preserve something in kind and not represent something in kind. The idea is that it's a preservation of a part of the town's history that has tremendous value, and it's a real sense of place. So also by taking down that shed, it kind of, this project dwarfs the armory a bit, but I think that it, like in a previous application, the residential units seem to dwarf and don't respect the existing historic structure. So I think that, and also that you have there's this kind of feeling, you know, you're putting I understand what you're trying, the intentions, you want to use the ground floor for parking, and then so how do you do that? But you're building up the landscape as a barrier and making it kind of less accessible. And this edifice is really quite imposing nonetheless. And you've kind of make it so that it juts out. It cantilevers here and it juts out a little bit there, and it's not. It doesn't give me a very comfortable feeling when I think about walking down this streetscape. And if you're trying to relate to the firehouse across the street, I don't think that's the right reference. So I think that the kind of industrial quality of the facade is going in a direction that I would love to turn away from and make it much more friendly and accessible to the pedestrian going by, and make a much more friendly imprint on the corner there. Anyway, I think that's enough said for now.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Mr. McRae, did you want to add anything to that?
Yes, Mr. LaRoe, if you can go to page 1022 of our agenda. That street rendering actually is kind of telltale, I think, of what Mr. Levy was talking about. It represents actually the three buildings, the Armory, the proposal, and the firehouse. Actually, even the building behind it. And I think you really get a sense of actually what we're looking at is that we have buildings in an area in our downtown that represent, as I said before in another application, a true fabric of the town. I, as a pedestrian, I think I'd be confused as to what I'm walking by because I've got all kinds of massing that's going in and out and up and down. What am I looking at here? And is this something that it's saying, here I am, I'm a great building, or is it something that's like, here I am, something that fits with our town? And I think actually now understanding that this is going to be a historic overlay, where you're actually saving something. I think also any proposal needs to be respectful of what is being saved, what's being saved. I think, yeah, there's that you can see actually the Armory and its scale, the proposal in the center, and then actually a successful renovation of the firehouse there on the right. I'm looking at the three different buildings. The center building's a little off to me, just way too over the top, I think. I think actually the way of actually resolving the parking is actually very novel. I'm glad that's been addressed. And I think actually you can see where, well, not particularly in this rendering, but the one I'm looking at, where the steel frame of the roof pokes up behind the building. It's not on this rendering. But
You mean
I
the
think,
one that's lit at night?
yes.
Yeah, if you could scroll to that, Patrick, if it's in the individual application, it's like 99 out of 100 or something. It's right at the end.
I
Right, or
have
10
that, I believe I have that image of mine if you want me to share my screen.
Sure.
again.
Why don't you?
Okay.
Yeah, Bob, also with your rendering of that streetscape, you can see it from the back. You can see it in the back too.
This is
There we go. Is this the one or the one right before that is the evening shot?
Yes, the one before, right? That's the
Right here.
evening shop. As I look at that, if you could uplight the structure, which is prohibited in Greenwich anyway.
And-
What I'm looking at is a question mark. What is that, or what was that, or I would be confused as to what that represents. And even if we keep saying this ghost structure thing, I'm thinking, okay, when's the rest of the building being finished?
Yep.
Those kind of things. It's great if you're standing right next to it or understanding it and experiencing the steel, but I don't believe you're going to have any experience whatsoever unless you're right under it. I think one of the good things about the Armory and the sheds particularly is that the ends of the shed are of architectural detail that needs to be maintained. And I think kind of understanding, yes, we had an application years ago for a similar type project. But I remember distinctly going back and forth numerous times about the project in the middle, where we were talking about a synagogue and talking about the shed. And I think where we wound up is the shed has to remain. I don't see why there's any difference in this one as opposed to that one. The shed is part and parcel to the whole building, the whole site. The shed roof really should remain.
What I think you're saying, Mr. McRae, if I may, is that the roof of the shed must remain because the rest of the shed will pretty much remain. We're just, let's say, bringing the trusses, forward visually and not having the actual roof, which at the moment, I don't think many people know what that is back there or pay much attention to it whatsoever. So that's why we thought this was creative.
Well, I understand, and I especially understood how Mr. Bishop felt drawn to this because he's trying desperately to save historic buildings, and he's looking at some sort of compromise offer. And we're responding by saying we'd like to see more. And I know I said it very strongly in the beginning, so I don't need to add comments now. Does anybody else wish to comment?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, sir.
I guess my question is, are there architectural reasons for showing this ghost structure, or do you gain parking spaces by, eliminating the walls of the shed? Because I walked around the shed, as you know, there are vehicles stored in there. There's a pretty big entrance already leading onto your parking lot, which would accommodate cars coming in. Maybe it could be expanded to go both ways. So I was just wondering, how many parking spaces have you looked at? Are you losing by taking the walls away? Why couldn't you just leave the shed and turn it into, a one-floor parking garage?
We absolutely, that's where we started. To get the parking count, the 91 cars plus the required for the 6 units, it just simply doesn't fit without basically clearing out underneath the shed. So if we were to say that we need to maintain the shed and the roof, which with the FAR of that makes nothing else constructible on the site, but putting that aside for a second, to accommodate the parking that we need both levels when I first started, the process would essentially be to dismantle the shed, the parking garage underneath, and build it back up. In the very beginning of the project, we didn't set out to take the shed down. I'm an architect. I think the shed is perfectly lovely. It's just the project just did not work with the shed in place as it was.
If I could interrupt just for a second, Ms. Nitkin would like to say something, Ms. Nitkin, and then after that, we're starting to run. We're really trying to stay to 20 minutes, Mr. Haslam. We're over that time frame. I tried to make it short. I would like to, after Ms. Nitkin speaks, if nobody objects and nobody has any immediate concerns to add, I'd like to turn to the public. So Ms. Nitkin, if you would go ahead.
You have to unmute.
She knows. She's working on it. There she goes.
So as the owner of this building, we've owned it for over 20 years, and we have looked at multiple ways to try to make this project work as both to keep the building itself and then to build a residential unit and to sort of make it a more attractive corner, being that it's a prominent corner in Greenwich. And I think what isn't fully appreciated is the parking issue that we have to deal with. And unlike any other building or any other residential building that's being built in Greenwich, we have to provide the 91 spaces for the Greenwich Financial Center, which is where more than half of the cars are parked for that building, and the additional 12 parking spaces for a residential building on this site. And the way that both from a FAR point of view Keeping the shed doesn't allow us to have the sufficient FAR to build those 6 units,
Right.
as well as the fact that we have to completely dismantle the shed. And because we need to go underneath the shed to create more parking. And then the cost of replacing the shed would just make this project financially unfeasible. And we're only talking about 6 units here.
And
So
but the issue, Ms. Nikin, if I could interrupt you, because I'm really trying to keep this to the 20 minutes that's allotted for it. The issue is that you're asking for an HO, which is going to give you more FAR. And we're willing to grant you an FAR, the HO, but not on this basis. So we would give you the FAR bonus if you, for us, met more of what we're looking for in an HO. It's as simple as that. It's coming closer to what we would look for in an HO if you want that FAR bonus that the HO would give you. And it's coming closer to where we can meet. Now, would you mind if I now turn and get some comments from the public?
can I just make one
Yes,
more
ma'am.
comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Keeping the shed will not give us enough FAR to build the project, and it will remain a parking lot. And that was the issue. That was the issue with Chabad. And that is the same issue here.
You get an FAR bonus if you get an HO. That's what Chabad had.
The FAR bonus isn't sufficient to allow us to build the
Got
6 units.
All right, okay. I'm going to turn to the public, ma'am.
A quick
Okay.
question.
Yes, sir.
What is what are the constraints associated with this obligation of 91 spaces for this financial center? That seems to be the sort of stumbling block here.
May I, the 91 spaces by zoning law and by our lease terms and by our mortgage commitment is what we need to provide for the Greenwich Financial Center offices, which is about 80,000 square feet. So our commercial tenants in that have a, and by sort of, again, our lease term, we need to provide a certain number of parking spaces per square footage of the building. And the 91 spaces was determined when we bought the building, and that has been determined by zoning as well.
Got it.
Okay, I'm going to turn to the public. Mr. Bishop, I'd like to come back to you because if you wouldn't mind, we did read, all of you we've all read your letter, and we know how committed you are to saving historic structures, and we know how hard that has been with the press for development. Our first speaker from the public is David Wold. Mr. Wold, if I'm promoting you to panelist, if you would kindly go ahead. Mr. Wold, if you would unmute.
Now, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, excellent. First of all, I would like to say that I've had several meetings with the Nitkin Group, and it's been very pleasant, and they have understood the concerns.
Before you get going, Mr. Wold, I'm just going to stop you.
Yeah.
We're going to ask you to try to keep it really short because we still have
Okay.
more applications tonight, and we are way over our time for this one already. Go ahead.
Okay.
Just try to keep it under like 2-3 minutes, okay? Okay, go.
Page 90,
Mhm.
if you can pull page 90 up.
Mr. Leroy?
I heard from the architect that they are keeping the steel structure,
Yes, sir. The roof structure, they want to keep it.
but I'm looking at the two pictures, the current building and the steel structure or the skeleton.
Okay, hold on. I don't think Patrick is there. He must have gone up. Mr. McCall, did we give you sharing authority?
Let me
Okay,
share.
Patrick, page 90. No, it's all right. Patrick's back. He's got,
Oh, okay.
I
can put mine up, or I
I don't have page 90 called up on
it's
this.
the next to last page on the application, I believe.
Okay, thank
I
you.
can share if you like. Let me
Okay,
share.
Mr. Wold, or whoever's ready. Mr. Wold, keep talking because I'm going to take away
Okay.
your time.
Yeah. My question is, it appears that the skeleton.
Go to the daylight, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Wold.
The skeleton seems to be I don't know, 20 feet shorter towards Mason and 50 feet short towards Greenwich Avenue. I would like to prefer to keep the roof or some kind of the roof as much as possible. So I'm just wondering, why is the skeleton so much smaller than the current roof? And secondly, as somebody else mentioned, why does the end wall towards Greenwich Avenue have to be removed, which is a very characteristic angle or structure, plus that the wall towards Richard parking lot that we're looking at in the picture seems to be reduced to half the size. So if it could be addressed by the architect or somebody, why
Okay.
is those three issues? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Wold. Would you like to address that question? And would the next person who wishes to speak raise your virtual hand, please?
The reason why the end wall, because basically I get in the process of building the garage underneath of it, the end wall would have to be completely dismantled and then erected back, which is a monumental cost. And to be that said, I personally thought that if you saw the end wall at the end of this, I thought it would look odd, to be quite honest. I think the steel structure is absolutely beautiful, whether you light it or not. And I think if you have the end wall there, I think it will look more like a building that is on the way of being torn down or raised up. The other thing is the reason why it looks a little short on the right-hand side is first of all, this is a rendering, but the goal is to put that steel structure back in the exact place it occupies in space. And so when they have those trusses, which are really the beautiful part of it, they frame into the existing building with a bunch of miscellaneous steel, which we can also put back, but this just was a judgment call on us. This is the part that we liked. We can add back as many of the miscellaneous pieces, but
Okay.
the
All right.
goal is this occupies the same place.
I think you're just not getting a whole lot of endorsement on this. The next public speaker is Karen Fasuliotis. Ma'am, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Yes.
And then
hi.
after that is Mr. Dean Gamanos.
Thank you. I'm struggling with this because historic overlay means historic structures, and I would assume that historic structures would need to be preserved. I'm not a fan of this skeletal stuff. I don't think that it's attractive, and I think it takes away from the history that, quite frankly, a lot of people are trying to preserve. This is the history of Greenwich, and I just see this as a bunch of steel that nobody will appreciate. So I am urging the commission not to accept this rendering. I just don't think it does justice to the history of what people are fighting so hard to preserve in Greenwich.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next speaker is Dean Gamanos. And if you would go ahead, Mr. Gamanos. You should be good, sir. No, you just muted yourself. If you unmute, you should be good. You just need to unmute, Mr. Gamanos. There you go. You're all set.
Okay.
Hello.
I've spoken about this building once before, at least once before, because I'm a veteran like David, and I'm on the American Legion committee. I'm part of the Byram Veterans Association. And to veterans like me, this building is very precious. It's part of our history, but not only is it part of Greenwich history, it's a beautiful building. And I think the shed, as people refer to, which is really a drill shed, it's not a tool shed, it's the main hall, I think, of the building, should remain intact. And like some of the other speakers, this girder structure really doesn't do much for me. And I think when it's lit up at night, it looks a little bit like a carnival. And when it's up during the day, it almost looks like a bombed out foundation. But like David, I do agree that the Nickens have been very open to suggestions, and they have listened to us. We haven't really agreed to anything in principle yet, but it's a cooperative spirit. I do hope we can find a way to preserve the shed. I think turning it into a parking lot is like putting the cart before the horse. It's like putting the garage before the building. And I'm hoping maybe there's a way to really dig under it and build the garage parking underneath it. But I know it's expensive. I know there are a lot of factors that come into play here, but where there's a will, there's a way. We have smart people in this town.
Sure do.
Require some creativity. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Gamanos. Does anybody else from the public wish to speak? Because we're trying to move along here, but we want to give you an opportunity. Okay, no. All right. Okay, thank you again. Somehow I didn't manage to. Okay, there he goes. All right. Somebody's got their hand up. Oh, yes, Mr. Bishop, I'm glad you kept your hand up. You wanted to add something, sir.
Well, I'll try to be very short. Couple things. First of all, I just want to go on the record that HDC had nothing to do with the thing at 599 West Putnam Avenue, and we never supported it.
Oh, that was our bad. We'll totally take guilt for that. It was our mistake.
Okay, just
and we've lived to regret it.
Okay, I just want to say that I got to tell you how many people don't know that this drill shed is there. Most of the people on my commission until this came up had no idea that the drill shed was there. I think that the roof and exposing the structure is a tremendously creative way to save it. People will say, what is that? That was the drill shed. It tells the story. And I think part of historic preservation is telling a story, letting people know what it was and asking questions. I think it'll be exciting. I think it's a very creative way to preserve the basic part of the armory, which I think is incredibly important. You got to remember that armory has no protection. And this is a way of getting it preserved, getting something built on the corner lot there. We can tweak the 6 units, and we wanted to see them more. But I think that this whole roof thing is very exciting. I think it would be a real plus to downtown. I think it would bring light to the whole armory. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, closing it out quickly from the commission, any guidance for the applicant, some key points of guidance for how the applicant should move forward? Ooh, dead silence, really?
Keep
Okay,
the shed. That's what we've talked about,
Okay.
right?
Mr. Yeski, he hasn't spoken.
Yeah, if Ms. Nitkin is still there,
Yes, she is.
It seems to me that there are about 6 spaces. Maybe the calculation is off that they need. I'm shrinking it down. Didn't we talk about doing some kind of a shared parking with Richards next door, where they talk about 2 cars per unit? Didn't we talk about that once before with the Shabbat or something? And I don't know whether that's feasible. I'm sure Richards needs a space, but we're talking about at night. I don't know. I'm just I'm trying to figure out how to save the shed, help them, and come up with something. I don't know. It just seems to me that we talked about something, or is that just totally off the wall?
Chabad talked about that because their time of using the building was mostly on the nights and weekends.
Right.
However, we can't do that because we need the parking during the day, and for the residential, tenants, they need it during the day and night. And our project in 2006, we did have an agreement with Richards that we were going to use the ramp and go in on a second level below. But again, that project was tabled a long time ago, and it was a completely different project. But the reason Chabad was looking at sharing is because their uses were at a different time. And really, they never got to a point of sharing with Richards. It was really that we were sharing the parking with Chabad because, again, their time of highest use was on the weekends and maybe in the evenings, and ours after 6 o'clock, our lot is free for many of the tenants.
Oh, I get it, right. So you don't really need it. You don't need those extra spaces at night. You've got it, people clear out of the financial center, right? Got it, right.
Exactly.
The other thing, Mr. Yeski, if I may say so too, is the fact that the 2006-07 project, as I said, only the facade of the armory was going to remain, and we were going to be at 0.89 FAR. It was a much bigger residential housing structure because you weren't keeping any of the armory other than that facade, including the drill shed. So this is very much kind of scaled down from what that was, and you don't need to push the parking necessarily off onto Richards and in this particular plan or proposal. And we're saving so much of what is historic here, meaning 100% of the armory and most of the drill shed, other than the roof.
And Ms. Nitkin, I'm really struggling with this. You are limited right now because you have to have parking for an office building that you are renting out, and you have to have parking for it. You have to have the 91 spaces. And that limits what you can do with the property on which you're giving that parking for the office building on Fawcett. It isn't our zoning. The problem is that you've already got a use to which you've committed this piece of property, which is to serve that office building. It's really part and parcel of that. And now you're looking for a way to add to that, and we'll happily meet you halfway. We love building consensus and making something work, but I think we're all saying the same thing to you. We don't see the HO for the ghost structure. We would gladly give you the HO. I believe, obviously the facts aren't in front of us. I feel like would really encourage an HO for saving a historic structure in its entirety. And I can tell you that after the process of the synagogue application, I learned that perhaps not as many people on the HDC know about this building, but there are a lot of people who hold it near and dear. Mr. Gamano spoke. He came for the synagogue as well. You heard Mr. Wold. He didn't bring out all the veterans the last time they came and spoke. The veterans feel very strongly that this is part of their history. And Mr. Wold sent in, and this actually pains me, so I'm going to share it. Mr. Wold sent in comments to the commission in which he said, and those are available to you for viewing. Mr. Haslund, you probably saw them, that rather than commemorate their history, he sees that remaining skeleton structure as a commemoration of a bombed out building, and that it is sort of a painful thing. I forget how he worded it, and I'm not going to bring him back in to say, but he said it looks bombed out. So it's the ravages of war that the skeleton structure makes him think about, not the heroism and the discipline. So I'm just saying that's how they feel. They feel very strongly about this. And I recognize the HDC may not have sat through and Mr. Bishop, you know, I have huge admiration for how difficult your task is and what you do. But there are people who feel passionate about this and about saving our heritage. So I know there's a trade-off, ma'am. I understand the difficulty that you have to provide parking for the office building on Fawcett, and you'd like to do better utilization. And we will do whatever we can to meet you halfway. What can we do to make this better? But this is not a good direction. And I believe Mr. Levy and Mr. McRae were not enthusiastic about the architecture in terms of the proposed residential building, in terms of the character of downtown Greenwich. And to that, I remind you, sir, that it is a National Register Historic District, downtown Greenwich. And we've been fighting to protect the integrity of that National Register District with all of our hearts, application after application. Mr. Bishop knows we're doing that. So again, if somehow it could tie into our more traditional architecture, I know architects hate when you say go be traditional, but something that ties in. That's my guidance. Anybody else want to add anything?
Well, to that end, I would just say my impression as a non-architect is there is a certain sort of flat concrete bunker look without much articulated architectural detail, particularly along the roof line. I am no professional here. I'm just giving you piggybacking on your comments and others.
Okay, all right. So that's our guidance. Unless somebody wants to add anything else, that's our guidance.
Can I just ask you a question? And I think this is, if one was to look to try to work together on this shed, as it stands, the shed which is 10,000 square feet, and as a solid structure, limits the number of square feet that we can build on the corner for our apartments. So I would like to see if there's a way that we can find, possibly working out our parking situation, but also considering that the shed doesn't, because it is being used as parking, doesn't count towards our FAR.
We can't break our own rules.
No, but is there a way that you could have a roof like Katie mentioned the other day? She's talking about the Audi dealership that has lattice work and therefore the FAR is not included in that. Is there a way that we could
Talk to Katie if she can figure out, and to Patrick, both of whom are now our, total zoning experts. If they can figure something out, the commission's open to listening.
Okay, because what I'm concerned about is that, as Chairman Bishop mentioned, there is no protections on this building right now. And I'm concerned that we might have to go in a different direction completely unless we can't find some solution here, which we thought we'd found. That's my concern.
Well, why don't you talk to Katie and Pat and see if they can come up with a solution? And maybe you could include, I think since Mr. Bishop has finished opining, you could include him, Katie could include him in the discussions. We can't, because you're probably about to file, unless you go away with this, and then if it's not an open, we might be able to, or you could come back for another preliminary. So that's another possibility, and give us some more ideas. And I'm delighted to have you come back for another preliminary.
Pre-up.
Pre-up, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But Katie can tap Mr. Bishop's knowledge and see if we can come up with something. We'd like to be helpful. But the architects are not wild about the architecture, and nobody's wild about the skeleton.
Well, we can work on the architecture, but this is kind of a non-starter if we can't use the FAR for the shed, obviously. And I hate to exhaust so much more of Chairman Bishop's time.
Yeah, I know, but he's incredibly dedicated.
And I appreciate him coming tonight.
So, but the thing is, again, what you're sort of not focusing on, and I'm going to say it one more time. Ms. Nitkin does have rental revenue from that office building that she is only getting because she's offering those 91 spaces of parking. She is now trying to put a second use on. It is not our zoning. It is the fact that she's doing a second use onto that property, and that's fine. I don't have an objection to it, but it's got to work for the historic building. Okay, I'm going to let you guys go because my guys are going to go on strike if I get much later, because we've been here since 4.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Mr. Bishop. Always a pleasure to see you.
Great to see you. I hope we can put something together. I'll be happy to help.
Okay. Alrighty, moving along quickly now. Greenwich Park LLC for the pre-application review for the 2-story entrance addition. No? It's John Tessie, I would expect, right?
I think Mr. Bristol.
Oh, it's Mr. Bristol. All right. All right, I'm gonna go fast on this one. I'm gonna try again, you guys. I know that one didn't go as well. I was reminded by my timekeeper. But this was a very big project. Okay, Mr. Bristol is in.
Hello,
Mr.
everybody.
Bristol,
Yes.
hello.
Hello, good
Okay.
evening, everybody. My name is Christopher Bristol, representing Greenwich Park LLC, and I'll be brief. I know that the hour's late.
So before
Um,
you start talking, we'll just answer you real fast. So you don't want to merge the property, so you have an FAR, you have an FAR problem. I'm sorry, it's not an FAR, it's a coverage problem on this property, which you would not have if you had merged it into the other. And you are trying to make the building more leasable. And in order to keep it as an intact property, in case you ever need to spin it off, you're going to have to go and get some sort of variance for doing the two-story addition. I personally have no problem with that. Does anybody else on the commission have a problem with that? Okay.
No,
I actually just wanted to make one point though, is that technically we can't merge the properties. It's a ground lease situation, so the
Doesn't
underlying-
matter. We're okay. We totally, whatever you, if you can't merge them, we get it. For
Okay.
whatever reason, they're separate, not our, we're
I guess I
guessing
didn't
that you,
want it to be seen as a detriment or as a situation where we're
No,
choosing not to.
we're
do it.
guessing you had a business reason to not merge them and you're gonna need a variance. And we understand that renting out offices is tough right now. And you're trying to make the building more attractive. I've got no issue with it. Do what you need to do and come back.
And repositioning it toward to face the roundabout that's part of the 581 West Putnam Avenue.
Yeah,
approval.
the only negative you got from the commission on this, just so you guys know, it felt to the commission like you were piecemealing us. So if you've got other little shoes that you're gonna drop, try to come in and drop them all together. You know, you got the little gym thing and you got the little two-story entrance, and people felt a little bit nickel and dime. So Mr. Molnar, I'm looking at you. So if you can combine stuff and look at the property holistically, whatever you need for all of Greenwich Office Park, we'd be more comfortable. And with that, I'll
What's
let
in
you,
Santa's workshop is what the chair is asking.
yeah,
Sure.
okay,
We,
all right,
I have nothing further on my drafting board
All
at
righty.
this time
okay.
for this property.
Okie dokie,
So
over and
our
out.
next stop is ARC actually, and then it's also the PZBA. So
Okie doke, perfect. We'll see you when you come in. And
Good question.
Nick
Am I
doesn't,
allowed to file for the ARC?
Nick, can he go to ARC? It's only a two-story addition?
no,
Why, Nick? It's a two-story addition. Come on.
no.
Fine.
Nick, it's just an entryway.
And then it comes back and we're looking at it differently again. I think we've learned our lesson already today.
All right.
No,
We had a bad day today. Maybe we'll give you a shot. We let someone go to,
I'm confused now. What are you saying? We have to go get. Is it after we file?
get the
like-
variance and come back to us and show us real quick what it looks like, and then you can go to ARC. Okay?
All right.
Or if you want to come back before you get the variance, that's okay too. Show us what it looks like real quick. And then we'll send you to ARC. But we had a bad experience having ARC look at something first. So now Nick is digging in his heels. We'll talk him out of it soon, maybe.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye, you guys.
The variance is already in the queue too, so it should be another
Great.
couple weeks.
Okay, and you've got a hardship, so, right? All right, okay, talk to you. Bye-bye.
All righty.
Next application.
I'll stay on.
Oh, it's you again.
It is.
I don't have to keep Molnar though, right?
No. Get him out of
Okay,
here.
all right, he's gone.
He has better
Okay.
things to do.
The next
Um,
one is Hilltop Properties, Hilltop Farm Properties LLC. For the accessory structure over 1,200 square feet. I didn't see an issue with this. Do you see an issue we should have?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
No, I mean, this, just to be clear too, this really, I mean, first of all, this is the pre-application for the site plan application. We're rebuilding a pool house and it's basically exactly the same situation. This is also in connection with a lot line revision, which is moving the line, but technically moving accessory structures over from lot 17 to 16. So it increases the volume, on the receiving lot as well. So all that being said, I don't see any issues. We've actually, satisfied a couple health questions. And I think we actually addressed most of the comments that you'll find when we go before you with the final. So.
Okay,
Mr.
dokie, because
Bristol, I'm sorry,
Yeah, yeah.
Madam Chair. Could you just clarify that? So the pool house is the same volume, but it's moving, right?
I don't know. I don't know if I'd have to look and see what the volume is. The pool house itself isn't moving. The pool house is being reconstructed basically in the same footprint that it is. The lot line is moving, which changes where, what lot the accessory
okay.
structures are located.
if
All right.
you're gonna increase your impervious, I know it's gotta be a 10-acre piece of property, right?
Oh yeah, they're way oversized actually. Both I think are more closer
right.
to 15.
So, yeah, and you can do us some good environmental stuff, some whatever, offset the increase in your impervious, and we'll see you when you come back.
Great.
All right, bye. All right, the next one is is trustees of the Convent of the Sacred Heart. This is for that greenhouse, which will increase the overall volume on site to 100 further increase it over 150 cubes. Mr. LaRoe, do you have any idea? Oh, I'm waiting for the
It
applicant.
is Dave Ginter, I believe, is the agent
Oh,
for this.
hello, Mr. Ginter. Hello, Mr. Ginter. We're going to try and go really fast
sunny
with
where
you
you
as
are.
well.
No, that's fine for the first part. I got cut off there, so I don't know if you were mentioning the second part of the conversation we wanted to have tonight. First part's definitely the greenhouse. The second part is storage of animals on the property.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. It's not in the description, but you were going to have animals, just no roosters, okay?
Are chickens okay?
Chickens are okay, no roosters. You don't need.
Ones that lay eggs. Yes.
We're
No,
about
that's
to
fine.
not have. What are your farm animals?
So we're contemplating up to 20 sheep or goats on the property.
Okay. Our regulations only restrict on horses
Correct. Yep.
for the acreage. I don't think we're going to have an issue with that. You've got such a big piece of property. Normally the objections we get, I'm just telling you, if you've never heard one of these, we get upset. We get questions about how you're disposing of animal waste. Will you be contaminating any of the water? Are you near any wetland? You know, those kinds of environmental issues that you would address. You have an enormous piece of property. You have your greenhouse is how much do you expect that to be in square feet? I forgot.
I don't think it's larger than 600, right, Dave?
I think it's a little-
360 square feet, 12
Okay.
by 30.
So small, and it brings your FAR to what?
Not a lot. Well,
I
doesn't
think
Not a
get more.
I
That's
think it's
how I
about,
remember.
It's still way under.
Now, as
Yeah.
Mr. Ginter, one of the things I would suggest you do is just you double check with the health department, right? All of this you got to run by the health department. You know that.
Yep.
You're going to have to make sure that your waste handling of the animal, because it always comes up. As I recall, you have your own private septic, your own sewage treatment plant on site.
Yep.
And you know that there's no issues with that. They're going to ask you those questions. I think you're going to be good. You got. We don't have an issue with farm animals. We like them.
Okay. Now, is that a special permit process that we have to come back through you folks with, or is that kind of as of right?
Well, you're going over 150 cubes, further over the 150 cubes, which puts you at special permit any territory anyway.
Yeah, as a non-residential use in the volume, you would have to come.
Yep.
Correct. So we have an application for the greenhouse, understood, but if they were to, put up the fencing in the paddock and have the sheep come in the next couple of months.
I don't think it's a problem. I don't think it's a problem, but I think you should address all the health department issues and whatever else you would have. I don't think if you're not adding any FAR in terms of the animals.
Yep.
Don't you have to have a shed for them where they live?
Temporary, we're talking about doing a temporary tent to get us through a couple of months as the school gets an idea on what kind of permanent structure is needed. We are fully aware that we'll have to be back in front of you for whatever permanent structure is needed there.
How long are you going to give them a tent for, Patrick?
We can do 14 that you guys can do up to 6 months.
So you would have to come to us for the tent that you're going to have for the animals anyway. So why don't you do it all at the same time?
Right.
Because if you're going to need a tent for more than 14 days, you're going to have to come to us anyway.
Yeah, Dave. So I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. I'm done.
I'm just reading the 694. So commercial agriculture, livestock and poultry raising, kennels, and those sort of the accessories to those would need a special permit. So I'm not. I guess the question is, if these animals are not going to slaughter and they're not being raised for agricultural purposes or poultry purposes or whatever, what I guess what is it? And I'm not asking for an answer. I'm just that's the 694. It's not clear because this, again, you're not doing a commercial.
No, it's not commercial use. So
Is that educational?
It's all educational. So the chickens
Right,
would
and
be, watching a couple chickens hatch, eating the eggs
Yeah.
at in the dining hall, and the sheep would be, shearing the sheep and having the kids learn how to spin.
Oh,
wool
yeah,
and stuff
totally
like
love
that.
it.
Yeah, and
So-
I think there's enough of a definition under the educational component that would probably support that as being a reasonable use underneath it.
But under 694, you're saying we have to come to the commission and special permit use for that, or no?
I think you're hearing the commission would not be interpreting it that way. So I
Okay.
think we're,
Right, isn't it, it's a special permit use because it's a school in a residential zone, that kind of thing?
it already is, and I guess we could assume that the use is getting more intense, for lack of a better word, because of this extra activity. But again, that can be all encumbered under the request for the volume increase too. So
Right. Uh-huh.
And I would assume that there need to be restrictions. So I don't know how this exactly works with this kind of use. You're not doing sheep yoga or anything like that, which is, you're using it for very specific purposes and only those purposes, right?
Correct.
And they have to be confined to a certain area. And so you have to demonstrate all that, right? That's the whole project.
Good, correct. Yeah. Yeah. We have an area on the site plan that was submitted that shows, where the paddock would be, where the potential, shelter structure would be for those animals. And yeah, everything would be contained in the northeast corner of the property where the greenhouse, the maintenance building is already currently situated.
And
Okay, so-
you need some kind of security for this as well. And
They're really good at running their campus, so I'm not having a problem trusting them to
I'm just-
figure all this
just
out.
curious how this works. No.
Yeah, sorry, but y'all know that if we ask too many questions, then you want to know why we went late. So just say it. Okay, so Mr. Ginter, you're gonna have to come into us for the tent. We'll yell at Mr. LaRoe if he makes us work till midnight, because we start at 4 p.m. So he'll negotiate a good number. You are gonna have to come into if you didn't have a tent over them, and you left them outside, but I don't think you can do that.
For the summer, we can. So I think,
right, okay,
we'll
so-
start with that and then be back for you in the fall with the tent.
Yep, all righty, we'll talk to you.
Beautiful. Thank you,
Thank
everybody.
you, sir. Oh, wait.
Go.
Anybody from the public have any comments on this application? No. All righty. Okay, with that, we have one more, this is our last one, and this is Mr. Pecora, who is here as For Orchard LLC. And that'll be our last one. All right, Mr. Pecora.
My name is Joseph A. Pecora, representing the ownership of For Orchard LLC. The reason I'm here to ask for guidance on an already approved 15-unit residential set-aside development under 830G known as Orchard Grove, located at 4 Orchard Street, Coscob, Connecticut. The commission continues to request developers to submit such projects with more affordable units than the required 30% and make statements on the record that if the commission approved Connecticut 8-30G projects, but modified them to include more than the minimum required 30%, that the burden of proof in an appeal would fall upon the developer. As a developer, I ask myself the question, why would the commission ask developers to offer more affordable units than what is required by law? And why would the commission assume that the burden of proof would fall upon the developer versus the town in an appeal of such approval? I could not answer the question, so I contacted Mike Santora to understand his interpretation of the law, as well as his attempt to rationalize the commission's thought process. I found Mike Santora's answers enlightening and somewhat troublesome all at once. First, the town can request any development to have more than the minimum 30% of the units be affordable. But if the developer were to appeal the decision, the burden of proof would remain with the town for having made the development of affordable housing more onerous than required by law. In addition, Mr. Santora would not venture to assume why the town would make the developments of affordable housing more difficult than it already is, other than the assumption of politics probably being a major role in such statements. Being the optimist that I am, I prefer to assume that the commission has listened to the majority of the townspeople in the last 3 POCDs that were crying for more affordable housing and want to see more development of such housing versus just listening to the loud, silent minority who prefer to see no new development, especially that of affordable housing, especially in their backyard. Thus, I come to you voluntarily to add more affordable units to this already approved set-aside development. I listened to the briefing yesterday and wanted to clarify a few misunderstandings of my attempt to add 1 affordable unit to the 15-unit Orchard Grove project, but with the understanding that all 6 affordable units be 1-bedroom units versus the currently approved 5 affordable units, 3 being 1-bedroom units and 2 being 3-bedroom units. First, Katie was accurate yesterday in that the currently approved 15-unit set aside under Connecticut General Statute 8-30G would not be considered a set aside development under 830G. It would become, as Mike Santora says, an alternate to an 830G set aside development, which Mr. Santora indicated that the commission has every right to approve or deny, and any appeal by the developer would not have the protection of Connecticut General Statute 8-30G laws. The only difference is that the municipality would not be allowed to count the 2.5 hue points for the market rate units, but would be allowed to add 1.5 hue points for the additional affordable unit. Thus, the hue points counted as previously approved are 11.5 points versus the requested change to 10.5 hue points. Thus, the town would lose 1 hue point. I originally asked Mr. Santora a question: why would the town be averse to this proposal? His response was simple. If the town is serious about adding affordable housing, then the town has no good reason to deny the request. If the town is serious about adding affordable housing, but is more serious about getting a moratorium on 830G developments, then the town again has no reason to deny the request, knowing that they are only losing 1 hue point. The commission's denial of such a request on a large set-aside development would make a lot more sense due to the potential significant amount of a reduction of total hue points allowed to be counted, in that market rate units could not be counted in the town's hue point total if the development does not properly allocate affordable units to the various units with different bedroom counts. Again, our development hue point change goes from 11.5 points to 10.5 points, a 1 point reduction. Knowing that this is a small, already approved and built set-aside development with no significant change in the project other than adding 1 additional affordable unit, I do not feel that the commission's assumed denial of this request should be based solely on a reduction of 1 hue point from 11.5 to 10.5 points. If you deny this request, then what is the commission saying to the community that are so in need of affordable housing? If my assumption of a denial is wrong, then how would you like me to proceed? Will I need to amend the site plan approval through a formal application, or can staff approve the required change in the affordability plan? If a formal application is required, will you require me to pay another fee, knowing that this request is strictly to add 1 more affordable unit and requires very little review of staff
Oh, thank you for doing
on
that.
staff's part? So what Patrick pulled up is the approved plan. We have 10 market rate units, which equals 2.5 points, 60 affordable units, 60%, 60% affordable, which equals 6 points, and 80%, 80% affordable, which equals 3 points, for a total 11.5 points.
Okay, so just so you know, that should be that multiplier that you have as 2.5 should be 1.75, because you only get the 2.5 for the 60% units, not for the 80. I can pull up the hue chart for you.
I
but if
did
you-
1.5. I did 1.5 points, did I not?
No, you've got 2.5 here. So you've got 2.5.
2.5
in total.
is 10 times 0.25.
Right. For the market rate units. Yes, for
Yes.
the market rate units, you get 2.5 points. But for the affordables, I'm getting 10. It's okay. So how I do my math, Joe, Mr. Pecora,
Yes.
is the simplest way to do how many points an 830G gets is 0.7 times the total number of units, and boom, you're there. Because your average from the affordables is 1.75. So when I did the math real fast, I got 10.5. But regardless, you're right. It's de minimis change in hue points. But of course, we're setting precedent. I don't know the answer to this question, and I said it yesterday. I don't know. I'm not saying, can you take down the share? Because the point is made, it's de minimis, but it's a precedent. And what do we want to do with it? I don't know the answer. Does anybody have thoughts? Because I'm not saying I would deny it, but it stops being an 830G. I mean, the stuff Santoro said to you is confusing to me.
I've said to Katie from day one, if an application comes in front of you for approval like this, you have the right to deny it, and you deny it. That's it. But
Yeah, but I don't want to
when
waste your time.
No. I'm saying on a new proposal, I would never come in front of you with a new proposal like this. I would always get the approval under 830G. And then if I choose to add it, I would wait until I'm done, which is what I'm doing now.
Yep.
And then you have the right to deny it or approve it. And it's no harm, no foul to anybody. Okay. And if a huge project, sort of like a 100-unit project comes in front of you and they want to only add, 5 units, but they want to take away 40 or 50 or 60 market rate units, you have every reason to deny that request because the hue points are important to the town. And the developer would then have no reason to appeal it because they're already approved under 830G. So my point to you is, again, I'm coming in front of you and offering you 1 unit, 1 additional affordable unit, and all it does is make the unit the development non-conforming, and that's it.
Yeah, I know.
I think that's the issue, is that it was approved under an 830G,
No, but we've talked about
application.
doing this.
right? Okay, so it's creating a non-conformity there, but now with this scenario, it's not. So we've created a non-conformity, which is something we don't want to do.
Mr. McRae,
We
you guys
lose the hue
create-
points, right? We lose a hue point, and it adds 1 unit. So I think you really kind of have to understand it is like, what is the upside and what is the downside? And it's usually is 1 unit.
Yeah, the upside is you add 1 unit and you lose 1 hue point and you need 500 to get you to where you need to be. So that's a non-reason. As the only logical reason that I could come up with of why you wouldn't approve it is because you think you're setting a precedent on something that you're not. You're not setting a precedent. You're making a choice. Just like if I went to the trust fund and said, hey, why don't you give me 300 grand and I'll give you 1 affordable unit. But I don't want to make it, I want to make it different. I don't see it the way you see it. I really don't.
Mr. Pecora, I think frankly, part of the issue is that we don't, I'll speak for myself. I don't feel as though I have a full appreciation for the consequences of making such a decision. And given that there is such a small, arguably minute upside, however you want to characterize it, at this time, it is so new. We don't, I don't feel like I have time, the wherewithal and the time and the experience to get my arms around it. And that's where I come out on it.
Right, and in that regard, which is, I would not make any changes from the approval in that regard. I would just keep it the way it is until I understood anything differently.
So the seriousness of adding affordable units isn't there, in my opinion. You could very easily get comfortable.
No, that's
Let me
not
finish.
it.
Let me finish
No,
my statement. Let me
that's fine.
finish my statement.
Wait.
Yes,
Yeah, okay. All right. Go ahead.
you know, you could get comfortable with council on that. That's not something that, we're talking one affordable unit. Okay. But you're willing to stick your neck out on changing a regulation to require more than the minimum 30%. It makes no sense to me.
Good.
It makes absolutely no sense to me. You're making assumptions on one end that are incorrect, in my opinion, of course, and Mr. Santora's opinion, but you're not willing to stick your neck out for people that actually need housing and developers that are willing to give it to you.
Right, but Mr. Pecora, I think it's fair to say that reasonable people can disagree. And
Absolutely.
And I think that at least what I'm trying, I won't put words in other people's mouths, but what I'm trying to communicate a slight discomfort with this. And I don't have the experience level, and I'm not sure this commission has, notwithstanding all of its experience in other areas, the experience level with this particular predicament to sally forth and feel warm and cozy about it. That's me. I'm just telling you how I feel.
Yeah, you guys make, in my opinion, you make decisions every day that cause things to go out of whack or to make a property either here or there non-conforming.
So, Mr. Pecora, this line that you're going down right now, I would not recommend. You're telling us that we act in bad faith, that we make things go out of whack. You just said you make properties go.
Don't take it that way, Miss.
Then just stop,
Mrs. Alvin.
because you said you make properties go non-conforming, out of whack all the time. What I think we're saying to you is that we're really struggling with this. So let's come to a compromise here. We do need, I don't know how to opine on this. I know that the commissioner who's not here tonight feels very strongly about trying to increase the units, and he chairs the trust, and he's kind of our affordable housing guy, and he feels very strongly about it. But I don't know if it means not being an 830G. I don't understand the implications, all of that. You don't have to do this right away, do you? What's your decision frame?
Well, let's simplify.
What's your time frame?
I'm here now. So
No, I know you're here now, but I'm not. So
no,
what's your time frame?
I'm out in the public now with regards to marketing. So it is what it is.
Okay,
right?
it is what it is.
But
So
my question to you is, can we simplify my request and just answer the request? Is if you were to opine on it, how would you do it?
Can't do that. We can't even begin to answer that because you're asking us to decide where you're in a discussion item. It's non-binding. It's a real complicated legal thing you're asking us to do. So I would say to you, for now, move on. Let me try you with this. Move on. It's a small number of units. Do what you were going to do. Do it as how you were approved. Leave it with us to keep chewing on it. And maybe eventually in the next month or so, we'll get our act together and figure this out, because we've only started exploring these concepts. And I just think we're not ready yet to figure it out.
So my question to you then is, do I put an application in?
No.
And if I were to put an application.
No, don't put an application in. Market your building the way it is.
That's what I'm saying.
Let us keep working on this conceptually. We're happy to dialogue with you as we think it through. We are not ready. When we wrote the housing plan. You know, we're still arguing about, do we want a moratorium? Do we want to go for the 10%? I mean, yes, Bob has said and keeps saying, how do we get more affordability? But we're not there on it. I just think we're not ready for what you're asking us to decide right now. And can you give us more time? Go do your building the way you were going to do it. I think your offer is kind-hearted and well-intentioned. I think you mean to help us, even though you were kind of saying something not so nice a minute ago. But, and I appreciate and thank you for that, but I think we're not conceptually ready. So I wouldn't file an application. I would just go and do your building. That would be my guidance. Do your building, go on your way, and let us keep thinking about it, because we're just not cooked yet on it.
Yeah, but what was presented to us is a conundrum. So that's what's so fascinating. I think
it is
that
fascinating.
What we have to do is move outside of this argument and understand what we're really trying to do here, because I think we need to talk to Bob directly about this, and I want to go over the calculations with ourselves, just so that we understand how this works, because it doesn't really, something's wrong if the numbers create this conundrum.
Well, my numbers
it's
are
counterintuitive.
Yeah, my numbers are totally accurate because they've been reviewed.
I understand, but isn't it odd? So so there must be a different way of looking at this, so we don't get hung up doing it this way.
And this is exactly why Mike Santoro thought it was a great idea.
Well, and if Mike Santoro thinks it's a great idea, so Katie, just to fill you in real fast, what we're telling Mr. Pecora is, we don't know. We have not gotten to a point where we can give him an answer. We would rather he just go market for Orchard as approved, as is. Let us keep chewing on this. We will keep him in the loop as we think. We're always happy to have important stakeholders at the table, and we'll figure it out. If Santoro loves it, then I hadn't understood that from anything you had said before, Mr. Pecora. That means a lot to me, because it means he thinks we're heading in the right direction. So I feel very encouraged. I thought when he wasn't willing to count it, as he was like, oh no, you got to have bedroom parity, I thought it was a negative that he was giving you.
No.
So let us keep, nobody told us Santoro loves it. Okay, so wait, not done. So I'd say just move on. Done, move on. Don't do this one because we're not ready. Your commission's just not ready.
So the reason Mike Santoro thought it was a good idea is because it's a small project and the numbers make sense to do it, knowing that the town probably the Hugh points are important to the town. That was the reason he thought it was a good idea.
And that's the thing that's our catch-22. We're like, oh, do we want to have Hugh points or do we want to be at the 10%? Because at some point you do different things. And I can tell you that the Affordable Housing Plan Drafting Committee fought and argued, and the commission argues, we don't know. We see everybody else getting moratoriums, and we're like, all that does is buy you 4 years where you stop doing affordable housing.
Well, my thought on the Hugh point, the decision whether you want Hugh points or affordable, it doesn't matter until you get to the point where you have enough Hugh points. So this way, when you make decisions, you're adding affordable units, you're looking like heroes, and you're still not losing anything on the Hugh point. So 1 point for one is immaterial. So,
but see, that's the thing. And Santoro told you if we were doing this for a bigger project, he wouldn't love it. And I'd like to have an approach that works for any project.
You're never going to get there.
Right. Okay. Okay. All right. So I think we're all saying the same thing to you, or, the way I judge it is if they don't beat me up when I say something to the applicant, it's because they agree.
Right, Dennis?
All right. Okay, Joe, thank you for coming.
Yep.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, radio folks.
Can't believe it.
All right, now we got two decisions to make. Mr. McRae?
Where did we leave off?
So our two decisions are the very first one in the public hearing, which is 14 William Street
The coastal
And-
site plan in 142, right?
and
Yes,
142. Those
okay.
are our two decisions.
Can I
Yes.
go? Because I'm not voting on either one.
No, you have to suffer. No.
The newbie
You-
curse.
Okay, and wait, we have to have
And
an
I can
exec.
tell you, I tried to walk out of town hall and was, they pelted me with spitballs and the like.
Oh,
when
yeah,
I-
when he was an
Yeah.
alternate, we tied him to the chair and we wouldn't let him leave.
And
It's
then
like
we
1 o'clock in the
No.
morning.
Oh, and you guys, we have to have an executive session because Arn wants to work remote.
Okay, I'll stick around for the
No,
joke.
no, you can leave. You started with me at 9:30 yesterday morning. You deserve a break.
And 9 o'clock this morning. Okay, see you
At 9
guys.
o'clock this morning. Okay, bye-bye, you guys. I mean, bye-bye,
Bye.
you guy, singular. Okay, Nick.
Yeah.
You've got 4 minutes.
14 William Street, PLPZ 2022-178, final coastal site plan special permit. Applicants requesting final coastal site plan, special permit, construct a two-family residence with related stormwater measures and site improvements on a 7,352 square foot lot as revised per subdivision application PLPZ 2022-084 in the R6 COZ zones per section 611 of the BZR and sections 22A-90 and 22A-96 of Connecticut General Statutes. Whereas the subject property is not in a flood zone and has no direct water frontage, the applicant receives PZBA variance of floor area ratio under PLCE 2020-013 and on 2/23/22. The applicant has provided a construction plan for the remediation of the structure at 16 William Street. Commission finds zoning issued comments indicating proposal meets the BZR and endorsed the project for zoning permit. Sewer issued comments on 5/23 indicating no issues to be addressed during the planning and zoning review phase. Engineering issued comments indicating resubmittal prior to zoning permit. And wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve the application noting the following. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall remove any and all debris, trash, storage structures, or vehicles stored on the lot. Any significant change to or modification of the supplied construction plan for the remediation of the structure at 16 William Street shall return to staff for discussion with the commission. Do we want to add a language about taller landscape?
Yes, our language about the taller landscaping is the screening for the
Or-
front yard
In
parking.
the front.
The screening for the front yard parking required by section, somebody quick, front yard parking screening,
155.
6155 shall at maturity be at least, what did we say, 4 feet high?
He said
Yes.
46, I think.
4 to 6 feet, and applicant shall consider a Texas or other evergreen species satisfying this requirement.
Ilex in Texas, they wanted to use Ilex.
And you asked for Texas, and I wrote it down because you said it. Okay. Now, the other thing is, Nick, I'm sorry, I missed this. Did you say that the applicant has asserted that there will be no street parking lost due to this construction?
No, I did not.
I just think I would say it just because one of the
During
public,
construction, no
Af-
loss of street parking
yeah,
or
and
after?
then after.
Okay.
And then did you remember to say that they have to clean up the property?
Yes.
Yeah, you did that.
Okay, I'm sorry, I zoned out because I was seeing that somebody finally liked, okay, all right, do I have a second for this?
Second,
All righty. And Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Yeski,
Aye.
Lowe,
Aye.
Levy,
I,
Albin, yes. 5-0. All right,
142 Railroad Avenue, application PLPZ 2022-014. Final coastal site plan special permit. Applicants request to continue the conversion of a 3 automobile service space to retail space at the convenience store on a 7,000 square foot property. The GBO, CGIO, and coastal overlay zone and flood hazards overlay zones for sections 613, so on and so forth. And the BZR in sections 22A-90 and 22A-96 of the Connecticut General Statutes. The applicant originally commenced work under final site plan number 2450, approved in 2004. The commission finds that as the existing building was built in 1940, there's an approximate 8-inch encroachment onto the adjacent state of Connecticut Metro North property. The property had a lease with the state, which was not reviewed. Lease with the state, which was not reviewed. The property owner has agreed to remove storage sheds, stairs, landings, etc., from the rear of the building as it encroaches into the adjacent state of Connecticut Metro North property. The property does not propose parking on the state land. It does not seek any rights to use the state land behind the building. Zoning issued comments indicating the proposal meets the requirements of the BZR and endorse the project for zoning permit. Sewer issued comments indicating no comment during the P&Z review phase. And wetlands issue permit needs questionnaire indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve the application noting the following. Prior to zoning permit sign off, the applicant shall provide a revised site plan indicating the removal of the noted encroaching structures. The revised site plan shall indicate a permanent demarcation of the southern property line. The demarcation shall be in the form of, and we'll get to this in a minute, to be maintained in good condition and repaired at all times. That demarcation shall extend from the east and west facades of the building to the adjacent property lines. Prior to CO, the Planning and Zoning Commission staff shall confirm the installation of the required demarcation, and the applicant shall abide by any applicable sections of the Planning and Zoning Commission decision letter dated 5/14/04, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues. The demarcation I originally had thought would have been great to be arborvitae's or something decorative, something green. Thought, yeah, but then they start to die and we don't get the.
And yeah, you don't have any dirt. They don't have any dirt.
Well, that's not my problem. The next one I thought was a 6-foot high decorative fence. But then again, it's a fence. And I would like to have that maintained in good working order and repair at all times until such time somebody puts a car through it and then it's done. The boulders I thought might be a better idea because then there's no way to actually get back there no matter what.
Well, the only issue with the boulders, I like the boulders too, is that they have a certain mass that's pretty large and it takes up space. And they have very limited space for parking. So that would, I'd hate to do that to them.
So then it gets back to what Mr. Tessie was talking about, is that a wheel stop?
Yeah.
Okay. That way nothing can get over the wheel stop, but I don't believe that's sufficient for what our purposes are to not having anything on that land. Because, when it comes to a wheel stop, it's just basically, it's stopping the wheel, but somebody could, pop it, move it out of the way, that kind of thing. It's got to be something sufficient where it would actually take great effort to move.
Well, you put in some of those bollard columns.
Bollards.
The bollards.
Okay, so a steel bollard, line of steel bollards along the property line?
And that certainly would suffice.
Or Nick, doesn't
a truck can go through those too, but at least it's more substantial.
Wouldn't one at the head of every space be probably sufficient?
Oh yes.
I think there's only 4 spaces right on that side.
Right, and they'd have to actually be at the head of the spaces as proposed, and that line is on the property line. So it's not where we see it. It's actually farther or closer to the pumps. Okay.
Right, because you can't install it on the other property, you're saying.
Right.
Right.
Oh, no. You can't install it, but when you put this fence in or bollards or something, there's going to be asphalt on the other side that looks like parking area.
Oh, I agree. I think that's an issue that the commission's going to have to come to grips with, right? That it's going to be you know,
Well, the ownership is not, the applicant is not responsible for maintaining that strip of asphalt.
right.
So it's not their problem.
Yeah, but I think it's from our point of view, it's our problem that something is back there or using it when it's not supposed to be used. Okay, so
Exactly.
Now,
Okay.
I just want to, I thought that there was, on this left side of the property line, the left property line, I thought that there was like a parking space between the property line and the building. But depending on which, what slide I'm looking at, it doesn't show, it shows the property line is at the corner of the building.
you're right. If you're standing with your back to Railroad Avenue, looking at the building, the property line extends from the corner of the building east to Arch Street. And it's nowhere near where the edge of asphalt is that's out there. It's
But also,
actually,
along Railroad Avenue is, because there's one slide that shows that the corner of the building is the property line going to Railroad Avenue.
So this is the survey. And then this is the proposed plan. The building is identical in both. And I might not look like it because there's a little bit of articulation on the south side here, but it is proposed as it is.
I'm looking at the other property line that goes out to Railroad Avenue. So there is space on that side of the building, which is part that a car can park in.
Yes.
Yes.
There are two head-in spaces here. And then there's a employee space that would be boxed in. If someone was parked in these spaces, but again, this is the employee spot.
And it is through that back corner that the adjacent property can access
yes, the back of the building. Yes, you're right.
It's actually much larger, Mr. Levy. It's almost triple the width between the building and the next building, and this is all paved and it's all unified looking. It's not. There's no real distinguishing characteristics. So,
but we want do we want the ballards on this side too, so that or a fence or something, so that the other property,
I believe. Yeah, I believe that the proposal here actually calls for the fence, if I'm correct.
This is
split rail fence.
That's the west side line, right? The west.
Yeah, that the side going towards Railroad and not towards Bruce Park. So this is there's a split rail fence called out here. So I would imagine that since it's not there now, that the commission would want that installed along from the rear corner and up to the appropriate point here on the street.
Okay, right. So that's actually on the approved plan. So we can go with that. It's a split rail fence.
Right.
And then I'll come around and actually meet up with the building. And then on the eastern property line or the southern property line going from east to west, we could do the same kind of thing.
Mr. Macra or commission, I'd like to just point out that these signs here are supposed to be installed, and they're stanchions, parking end of aisle parking stanchion, and they're supposed to indicate no parking. So there is some vertical elements that are going in. So you have your head in of your ADA space. You have these no parking signs in this area here that's striped to be striped. And then there's these 4 spaces. I think I might have said 3 before. So, carrying on that idea of bollard, may not look that bad if this was the original intent.
Why is that painted striped area
Why don't we have the staff resolve
so
it?
big?
Yeah, let's have the staff. I think we're going down a rabbit hole, people. Let's not.
I don't know why this is clear. I think it's only to get around the impediments. I think that's why it's not a
Okay.
parking.
Let's have staff, we've said what we said, and they're gonna park on the other side. They're gonna do the standard, but let's not rabbit hole this out. We were doing really good and now we've spent 12 minutes on this. All right, okay. Did we have the resolution done?
Yes.
All righty, do I have a second?
I think it's second Levy. Mr. Levy.
Okay.
All right, Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Yeah, aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Albin is also aye. And Levy, did you
Aye.
vote? Okay, aye. Okay, I just started getting tired. Okay, folks, Katie did really well at the Health and Human Services Committee. They approved, they voted to support our affordable housing plan submission. However, there is still there's still people from the RTM who may want us to never submit one or who want us to postpone it. And right, Katie, can you comment? Because I'm making things up right now.
Well, this particular group seemed very supportive of wanting this to move forward. They didn't take any action on the amendments. They said, you know, they'll read them and they'll be changing before Monday anyway, so they'll just deal with it on the floor. They understood the value of moving it forward now as opposed to waiting until September. They didn't like the idea of putting it forward to September because then there'll be more changes. And they said, look, we got to make the message clear. We need to move this to Hartford and to the developers and to everyone. And it's not fair to not have that message put out there. And they want to move it forward.
And so, Katie, what I did say to LNR is if all those changes that finance adopted were important to people and they really wanted to see us do those things, once we've submitted the plan, there's no limitation on how often we revise it. So once we've submitted it to Hartford, we can submit it again in 3 months. We can send it to the RTM. They can take another crack at it, but we've already got a plan that's submitted, and then we can tinker with it to get the language they like.
Yeah, I said that tonight too, and there didn't seem to be any interest in that.
Okay, actually, LNR kind of went with that for a few minutes, and then they decided not to ask us to do that because I think legally they can't or something. So they just let it be, and they said, we're just going to trust you to make the revisions you think necessary. And I said afterwards to the chair of to Jane Weisbacher, I just said, look, you can trust us that if we tell you we're going to put in amendments, we'll do it. You don't have to give us an order.
Yeah.
Well, it's lucky we both said the same thing because I'm like, Katie's going to kill me that I said we'd put the plan back in 3 months, even after we submitted
I
it.
said that was.
I mean, we'll revise it, but let us submit it. Let us get it in on time. Tomorrow we'll know
We
how
are
many.
recording, just so you know.
Yeah, that's fine. It's public, but thank you.
Some said that was in poor form, but I
Recording
did
stopped.
say, that's what we did with the POCD. We'll come back to you every 2 years and check in, and we could do the same thing with this. It's not written in there, but certainly if there's any issue, obviously we'll take it up.
Okay, I'm gonna say goodnight.
Okay, okay. All right, bye-bye.
Good night.
Good
Bye.
night. Good night.
Bye. Oh, sorry, I'll leave.
No, I'm sorry. You're the last window.